Hello and welcome to the Webcam Warriors World Warrior Edition stream hosted by the MGLA. We're here to talk about some standard universes matches with my co-caster
Yeah,
Dean. How's it going, Dean?
it's going great. I am excited for Worlds next weekend, and we get to see just a piece of that today and see what people are cooking, see what people are thinking about bringing to Worlds. And
Hell
I'm
yeah.
excited to find the answers to that. So,
Well, we have already looked at some of the deck list, and I think in some cases we're definitely going to find some answers to that. We know some people are playing, some of those heavy hitter characters that we know are good. But I believe, feel free to correct me, that David Toombs is on Mirio, so we also know people are just playing some of their favorite characters, which both are fun to watch. Both are fun to watch, but one of those is definitely more intended for testing. I think a little bit.
David's going to make it the top four with Mirio. You heard it here first. I've spoiled the event. It's been scripted already. We know who's going to be in top four. We're just keeping it a secret from the viewers. And that's
Of course. It's all scripted. That's all going according to plan, always. Also, apologies to Paul. Yes, we do have the lawyer on the screen. That way, lawyer on the screen. There's nothing we can do about it. Unfortunately, contractual obligations. I don't know how he tricked me, but he has to be on every single MGLA casted stream from here until eternity. It's really messed up. Even if I die and I can't host the stream, he's still on it. I don't know how that works. It's really confusing to me. Anyways,
it's a good contract.
It's a good contract.
More importantly, the most important, we have Godzilla reveals today.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. Which isn't a good look. That I forgot we were doing this today. So we between each round we're gonna reveal some really cool cards. And surely Dean and I have some really well thought out things to say about every single card. Surely we both read all the cards, right, Dean?
I did, because there's evil cards in them. So
there's evil cards. I read the cards. I did not look at the symbols. I will be so honest. I did read the cards though. But we'll be revealing those in order of hype. So we'll be starting off with the commons after round one, and then uncommons, rares, ultra rares. And that's going to be very exciting. But with all that said, I believe the players are very quickly getting ready to go here. So we're going to go to a quick be right back screen, pick our round one, and then we'll come back. Unless Dean has anything that I forgot to say.
No, it's time to game. Time to watch the
Sick.
versus.
Yeah. So we'll be right back, guys. And we're back with our round one match here. We have Disaster Dan playing Life Uwabami and Marvin Emery on Fern on the Void symbol, I believe.
Yes, yeah, it's a character we haven't seen a lot of. I'll be honest, I had to go look her up. She's definitely cool. She's got 4 symbols, but I have not played with or against this character, so I'm excited to see what attune combinations we've got going on. Obviously, the Void symbol has proved its worth over the competitive season this year. A lot of times it's been with Rodan, but that doesn't stop Void cards from being particularly powerful. Justin, do you have any Fern thoughts?
No, we do have our first technical difficulty immediately, which is very sick, and I will be fixing.
I see. Okay.
I fixed it. Nice. That was easy.
Oh, yeah. So
I have played into Fern exactly once. It was a fire build, which is a little bit easier to go with for Fern. Mostly because, if you're on fire, she very much cares about the fire symbol. So I'm going to be interested here to see if we're running a lot of like void fire attacks specifically, or if we're running a lot of fire attuned attacks. But I'm going to be interested in how we make sure that we're interacting with the fact that she does care about one of her symbols very specifically.
Yeah, and then bringing it to the game state right now, we came in at the second turn of the game, I believe, where no, so there must have been a bit of building. So I believe we're on Dan's third turn of the game, where he's strung 2 tasty riffs, managed to hit with, I think, both of them, and get quite a bit of applause counters to sort of set up his engine. And then with the card draw he's gotten, he's decided to pump the brakes and just make sure that he can stave off Fern's aggression and be ready for next turn.
Yeah, and as we get the game state updated here, it looks like it's going to be 24 for Fern and 18 for Uwabami are the updated health totals. Those are a little bit hard to see on stream.
Justin, have you seen Dan play this Uwabami deck at all?
I don't believe so. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Uwabami was part of. Did Dan not play Uwabami as? No, he didn't play Uwabami as part of his 3v3 deck. So I haven't really seen it do its thing. It was last week. He played Uwabami for Hero 2, I believe.
Yes, yeah.
So outside of that format specifically, I have not seen this deck do its thing. However, I have to imagine it's going to be, try to string out tasty riffs, and the fact that we just get to pick it up from Discord is obviously the best part.
Yeah, I got to face off against it last week, and I'm sure we will be seeing those tasty riffs, assuming Dan lives this turn. But for Marvin's side, we're starting off with Gravity Well, which I'm not sure how many people have. I don't know how many people know about this one. Like, I know it's been around for a while, but definitely not shown up in a lot of decks. It's a spell for Fern, so obviously you get that synergy point, give it a little bit extra stats, and if it hits, you get to unflip something. But it can't be flipped, and it can randomly hose some of the death AOT characters, where they either have to stun 2 or they just can't destroy foundations for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, which I think is obviously a very good meta pick. I don't know so much for this tournament, but definitely going into Worlds. I think these death characters that we haven't seen for most of the competitive season this year are honestly going to be making a return based off what other people have been playing and whatnot, and simply based off the fact that we kind of banned everything better than them, right? So I think the fact that we're playing this, it goes to show that Marvin's almost certainly expecting to run into these decks that are planning to destroy their entire stage and cannibalize it.
Yeah, and as we see, there's more than one of this one where he is now following up on a second Gravity Well. Dan opted to block with a Dual Needle and not use his Keiko's aids. Potentially a pitfall where I'm familiar enough with the spell archetype that Spellstorm could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. But we are able to at least half block this Gravity Well and perfect with a rejuve too. Get some more cards to block with. I'm curious, would you use the Keiko's aids in this situation? Because we do have 2 of them ready to go.
Yeah, it looks like we still haven't used them. I think that's is a little bit more suspect. However, Marvin's stage is pretty well, tapped down. We only have 3 up foundations. So I think I would have cracked at least one of the Keiko's aids, but I think I can see why we might not. And it looks like Dan is a much better player than I, because Marvin is just building out here. So we did not accidentally waste our Keiko's aid like I would have, which may have been, what we were predicting, or what might have been some game state knowledge that we had that I didn't see there.
And yeah, just kind of going, like, Dan has been playing. He's certainly been playing Uwabami for at least a month, and he has many reps on this character from back in My Hero. And just kind of goes to show that the defense that he's familiar with what he's when he has to fire off his pieces. I'm also a little curious if he's played against Marvin on this Fern deck. I believe Dan plays in a lot of the online events, especially the undefeated at locals ones. So, that's Marvin's team. He's got a big part in that. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some experience against a lot of this tricky Fern stuff. We even saw, I think, a Garda impact in the stage, which don't really see very often.
Yeah, it definitely looks like we're planning out our turn. Oh, sorry, no. I have it flipped, I think. It looks like we played a dual needle lunge into the right side there of Dan's webcam. Sorry, the right side as stream sees it, to be clear. So it looks like we are going to be starting off with that and immediately grabbing our Tasty Riff, which is obviously going to be our best poke as Uwabami, I think. Just the fact that is a dual needle lunge, right, Dean?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay.
I know
just the fact that it clears itself is gonna make it where it's just extremely free to go ahead and pick up an extra card out of our discard pile and start to either plan to set up our game for the turn, or just set up to defend once again.
Yeah, and like if we stop here, obviously our stage is huge and we have ample resources in our hand to block with. Something we missed about the Gravity Well, by the way, is the cards Blitz in Blitz ability says cards cannot be flipped during this attack. My brain thought you can't flip Gravity Well, but that also includes the Keiko's aids. So it was not a decision from Dan. It was a game mechanic. He had no choice. He could never have Keiko's aid them.
No, you misunderstand. It was a decision, and it was the correct one. Like I said, we saw Marvin build out, so Dan's just better than us, either of us. That's why we're commentating. That's why Dan's playing, obviously. But speaking of Dan being great at the game, looks like we're gonna have a Rejuve Smash coming down here. As the second card, so we're gonna gain our 2 life. We're gonna draw 2 cards, and it looks like we're just gonna be continuing our game plan here of playing out this life value engine. That puts a ton of cards in our hand and then a ton of cards in our stage.
Yeah, and then something specifically with the Uwabami deck is not only can it apply just regular pressure with its moves of like Rejuve and Dual Needle, they're not going to be the highest damage, but that would have been 11 damage unblocked. If you choose to block the early ones, then the Tasty Riffs are harder to block, and then Tasty Riff hitting is obviously insane. It'll draw you 3 cards. It'll get more applause counters for the Tasty Riffs that you will pick up with Uwabami, so then you can get even more attacks. And I'm not sure if he's running it today, but Mighty Blitz is another 3 damage move that Uwabami has access to, which if your rival is tapped out to block this Tasty Riff or any of these other moves, Mighty Blitz is a pretty easy way to get the last damage in with Powerful 4.
Yeah, which I think that could be our kill condition. You would have to double check the deck list, which I think if you happen to have that pulled up, Dean. But that said, the most important part is that the Stacy Rift is going to end up hitting, and we're actually going to see a second one come down.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to be doing with any sort of Tasty Rift deck.
Exactly. And it looks like this is not even our first move that we've hit with. It looks like we have 2 dice on our Uwabami card now, meaning we have, should be 9 counters, which means we could actually be picking up 4 diffs from our discard pile to start playing attacks off of these Tasty Rifts for free. So the fact that we did not almost certainly means that we have more gas to keep going here.
Yeah, and a weakness of Uwabami's 3 damage gimmick is simply it just takes more of those moves to win the game. But we're not starting from the, I think, 29 health that Fern starts with. We're already in the teens at a much more manageable health total to chip away at. And Dan is just sculpting his hand.
It does happen to be 30 health that Fern starts at, but like you pointed out, we already put through some poke damage on the earlier turns. It looks like, based on the fact that we had a die before we even started hitting with these Tasty Rifts on Uwabami's character, and then immediately started to place the second die, we probably hit with 2 Tasty Rifts, so it's at least 6 damage there. But I think the more important part was we just got our value engine going, so I'm not sure really what we do from Marvin's position here. Do you think we're holding a pivotal action, or do you think we're just trying to find the one that kills us and block that one specifically?
I think at this point, because he only has the one and access to a Botans for a potential second card, he probably is just waiting for the lethal move. Especially because if you tap out if you commit any sort of resources to block a not lethal move, you just make it so much easier for Dan to decide how he wants to go about it.
Speaking of going about it, a third Tasty Rift has hit the table. So it looks like we're just going to continue chugging along here with a move that almost certainly is going to hit, which brings me to my question for you. That assumption that it's going to hit is based... and never mind. They're picking it up. I don't have a question anymore. Sorry about that, Dean.
No, you're fine. So Dan built in a sweet life card, Breaking the Cuffs, which meant that the Tasty Rift was both lethal and unblockable, because the 8 speed plus the card in Marvin's pool meant that we had a block on most likely a 10. We only had 4 resources, and I don't even know what block mod Marvin had in hand, but I'm sure, we're not conceding there if we have a chance of blocking. So that was
my question was going to be, if we happen to have that high block, do you think it was a potential line to have blocked the first Tasty Rift and hope that we don't have any more Tasty Rifts in hand and that we're instead trying to find them? But it looks like, we obviously weren't able to block that last one anyways, or possibly we just, we're stuck without a high in our hand.
Yeah, I think it's a very difficult situation to be in. Having played against the Uwabami deck, if you don't have enough speed 8, it is increasingly difficult to block these 5 base speed moves, and then they're not even the lethal ones. And so, you block the first Tasty, and then it could just be off to the races with the rest of his turn. If you block the first Tasty and tap out your stage, then it's just easy for him to try and figure out how to counter your life total. The Tasty Rifts he was playing were building foundations, presumably to make his string easier. But, as you pointed out how many counters he had, he most likely could have changed his line earlier to pick up moves that made it easier to just win. Assuming Marvin had tapped out. Let me pull up the sideboard, see if we can get some ideas on what our players might have been thinking about.
It does look like at least on the side of Dan that we are sideboarding 2 cards here. So as you get that pulled up, I am gonna want to hear what you think those two cards that we're siding in and siding out are for this Void Fern deck in particular.
Let's see. Well, I do see a Disarming Glance, and that's a pretty good way to stop Tasty Riff from drawing any cards. And also stop Uwabami from picking up a 3-diff if you fired off on her first move. But we're probably saving it for the Tasty Rift. And then
I think it's a little bit better on the Tasty Rift. It stops them from being able to play the ability at all. Meaning we don't get applause counters either, which I personally, and any Tasty Riff think the applause counters specifically matter a lot more. Because if they do get enough applause counters, like I pointed out, they can just start picking up attacks, which is a very dangerous position to be in our deck that is trying to string out for difficulty moves.
Yeah, for sure. And then
speaking of Disarming Glance, we do see one come down from Marvin immediately.
Nice. Yeah, I think that brought it up to 4 in a post board game. Was that? Oh, is that Hacker Extraordinaire?
Yes, yeah. So we failed our Hacker Extraordinaire on a 5. The cards we built happen to be Disarming Glance, Rifle Arm, and Treasure Hunt. The critical role draw if they have 15 or more in their discard pile.
Obviously, would have liked the 4 build, but not a bad 3 to start with. And you still have your 600 health total, so if you want to take this turn off just to build a little bit wider, you certainly can.
Yeah, and it looks like on Dan's side, we have built a military airship, a fast friendship, horrifying realization, danger sense, and I'm not sure what the first foundation we built was. That one's a little bit hard to see on the screen, unfortunately. So we'll have to see if that one comes in handy later or not.
Yeah, maybe he never uses it. Maybe it's just one. But we see from Marvin, really solid build on his second turn. Make sure his stage is wide enough that he's able to string into these life breaker effects like Keiko's Aid and Hadir, while also making it that we're able to block whatever Dan's going to be throwing out this turn.
Yeah, which I think one card that would have even saved us last game that we have built in our first 2 turns here is going to be Moment of Normalcy. Now that we know that Dan's game plan to win with these 3 damage moves is to find either a Mighty Blitz to be able to, as we saw him actually review one at the beginning of this game, to be able to put a bunch of damage onto a powerful move at the end of the string, or our other game plan being to actually put Breaking the Cuffs into our stage, and utilizing that to put a bunch of damage onto a Tasty Riff, specifically +3/+3. I think this Moment of Normalcy is actually going to end up coming in handy for Marvin over here.
Yeah, it's definitely a great piece to have in your stage, and I believe the life symbol is pretty lacking on stage interaction to force it out. Also, I now know exactly what card Dan built. It was Shameless Haggler.
Oh, yes. So a little bit of life gain, which has it already been flipped? Is that what the flipped card is?
Yes, yeah, and Dan discarded a card to draw a new one, and I don't believe Marvin was buying what he's selling, which I think is usually the right way to play against Shameless.
Yeah, I was just about to ask if you are successfully haggled by whatever character and critical role is on that card, or if you're usually you don't fall prey to the sweet talking of your opponent.
When I played against Dan playing the Uwabami deck in the last Webcam Warriors, I was not buying his snake oil. Okay, I was not in. He can draw his card. I'm not involved. All right. There's no way I'm taking this deal. It's a bad deal.
It's a bad deal. I think you could argue it's a little bit better of a deal when we are at full health. But I do understand. I guess we weren't at full health. I guess, yeah, because we lost 3 to the dual needle lunge. So I guess, it was a bit of snake oil already to start with.
Yeah, you can't deal with these tricky salesmen. And from as the game state's progressing, we saw a tasty rift after the dual needle met with a barrier shield block. No enhance on it. We just want our 2 high block. Want to make sure this thing doesn't hit us. And now we're going into a mighty blitz to potentially get a large chunk of damage in. We got a momentum from the dual needle, and it's already 6 damage because there's a high attack in its card pool. So we're looking at a 10 damage 4 diff.
Yeah, and it does look like we were considering a military airship there on the Tasty Rift, but I believe we've seemed to back off on that, even though Marvin did not press the button of disarming glance in order for us not to be able to pick up our Tasty Rift here.
Maybe what Dan's thinking is that even if I do airship it, he's just going to disarming glance it on a 5.
Yeah, I do think that's probably what shied us away from trying it. But do you think it would have been useful to have popped that button so that we don't have to worry about it on a later turn? Or do you think we did end up making the right decision and it's not going to end up biting us when we try and go in on a later turn?
I think airship is just so powerful, and I'm not sure that you're going to get another use out of it this game. So maybe Dan's thinking he's going to win next turn, so he wants the airship for that turn. Because if he used it, if it was frozen for next turn, and he goes for it and then loses or isn't able to kill, I think it's unlikely he gets another turn. And so that could be the rationale of saving it for. We got our theoretical stage of 7 foundations and an airship to brute force our way through.
As long as Marvin doesn't build another disarming glance, it could be that we are just planning on having a hand that sets up a catch-22 where there is no actual right answer on when to use the disarming glance because we've already planned out and played around it. So that could be there. I do think it might get a little bit rough if Marvin does build a second disarming glance, but that's not the game state we're in right now. So I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Also, an interesting thing, because of Fern's response, even if you make her use it, it's entirely possible it's just back next turn because she can unflip it.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair point. And we did pass with only 1 card in our hand. So, we weren't necessarily planning on being able to stop the damage on too many moves outside of blocking 1 and then Keikosing and hoping that our opponent doesn't have any more to play after that.
Yeah, and Stroke the Big Tree is pretty fantastic. If Dan's looking at a mid block or a Hadir breaker block, he just plays around both of those. And so, got our free damage in with the Stroke the Big Tree. We might have unflipped the treasure hunting, which seems like a pretty good value play.
I don't think we pushed the button on the response at all.
Gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure if we used the treasure hunting and just unflipped it because of the form ability, but
also might have. It might have happened too fast for me to notice, unfortunately.
And we're going into another one of these, tension moves with, I think this is a weaker one. I think it was antidepressant skill. But we got no time for that. That one hits as well. And now we're playing the all-powerful 2-check Spellstorm, which is going to really use this tension tokens and the spells we've just played to supercharge a 4-diff, kind of doing a Mighty Blitz impression.
Yeah, and Spellstorm, I believe Spellstorm is the one that is going to remove these spells from the card pool to pay for one of its either EX or powerful, right? So not only that, but even though we've checked seemingly every 3 in our deck, we can actually continue to try to string out here and see if we can just catch Dan lacking, trying to keep the card in hand or just not having the right block zone.
Yeah, unfortunately for Spellstorm Strength, it actually doesn't clear the cards. It just flips them in the card pool.
Ah,
So we're not accelerating kicking anybody. But
unfortunate. Terrible news for me. I am too reminiscent of the days of old when we could completely clear our card pool while making something unblockable. But it seems that is not the universes we play nowadays. Right, Dean? You've never played a deck that clears its entire card pool and makes things hard to block, right?
No, but that'd be really interesting. I think it'd be a really powerful strategy that one could consider for a larger event.
Mm.
But this Spellstorm was not as exciting as I was hoping it to be. But that makes sense because I don't think the numbers added up to make it guaranteed lethal. I think.
Yeah, and I believe we're trying to keep one of our one of our Roman cancel tokens, since we're going to get so much momentum that RC Yellow is now going to be in play, which, you know, doesn't help a lot with the fact that our opponent's already playing 3 damage moves, but it does help if it happens to be a Mighty Blitz or we happen to build in Breaking the Cuffs and we can't seem to do anything about it.
Yeah, and then it's a good thing we got so much momentum because there's a possibility that there's a Hadir Mighty Blitz string that makes us discard 2. So Marvin has played around that scenario to make sure that we have access to the Roman cancel. And I believe we're starting with a Hadir, so that line of play might have been a possibility this turn.
Yeah, I was just about to ask if that's what that card was or not. If we can try and assist the viewers on this slightly more difficult viewing experience, but I do believe it's a Hadir coming through, and then we did end up also pressing the once per turn button on Uwabami to pick up a Tasty Riff.
The bread and butter combo.
Exactly, meaning we're gonna possibly play this Tasty Riff as many times as we can. Which feels like the juice for Tasty Riff decks that they were kind of missing. Getting to play this kind of combo in Hoda and Hero 2. I just have to imagine that it's just as potent in Standard. Utilizing as much form draw as you can to just replay Tasty Riffs as many times as you can and constantly refill your hand.
Yeah, and we have a momentum to do the Hadir loop with Horrifying. It's pretty messed up, but unfortunately, we did check a 2 on.
No, we did we check it 2? I think we. Oh, we did. That is a Tasty Riff on top. Never mind.
Yeah, and I can't tell exactly what move this is.
That's a Rejuve bash. We gained 2, drew 2. And it was also on a 6, which is why we tapped basically our entire stage for that 2 check. That's why I thought we checked a 3, because I thought I saw us tap 3 things. It does look like we're going to go ahead and use that military airship now. I personally think that we're almost certainly setting up for another turn and just trying to live this turn, since we have unfortunately been put in a position where we're mostly tapped out. So the only way we could possibly string out would be building, foundations in with Tasty Riff, which is much harder to do with the Hadir in our hand now. It does look like I'm immediately proven wrong, and we are actually going to go for it. Checking the 3, unfortunately.
But fortunately, Uwabami's crazy, and she likely made this Tasty Rift a -2 difficulty because she entered the enhanced step twice. So as long as he removed 6 cards on his Hadir and his Rejuve, the Tasty Rift was actually just a 2 difficulty move on a 3.
Yeah, which we did do here. So luckily, the 3 check did not matter, as you pointed out.
Yeah, it's a really big advantage to Uwabami's strength, and I know Dan is the Uwabami guy, but I'm curious if more people will explore at some points, because ignoring the check system in this game is a pretty good way to kill your opponent. If your offense does not care about what you check, that's a recipe for a powerful deck, I think.
Yeah, I definitely think that makes sense. And honestly, I think it's a situation where Uwabami just has a lot of really good text, despite being a 6-hand size 25 health character. Not only does she say, I get to go pick up, whatever attack I've built my deck around, whether that's Tasty Rift, Mighty Blitz, or some other 3 damage move. She also says, I'm going to make it less difficult, ignoring the check system, as you pointed out. And her last bit of text adds to her card economy even more. As it makes it where these cards that are really good to block with, the Hadir, Rejuve Smash, we're just going to be able to pick up on our opponent's turn and be able to play them. So we get to utilize them as both as both blocks and attacks.
Yeah, she doesn't get to do the exact same thing as struggling with studies, but man, guaranteeing you don't lose the card you blocked with for offense, that's messed up. This is a very, very good ability. She was printed in 2022 or 2023, so she's balanced and not have 32 health.
Unfortunately.
Abilities, but she's got some defensive stuff. So
I think we could do a base errata on 6-handers with less than 27 health, let's say. Let's just bump them all up to 27. I don't see any other 25 health characters that would cause any problems for. Mm-hmm. Do you, as an evil symbol enjoyer?
No, because they're killing Mimic in about 3 weeks. They're taking him out back. Much like how this Megalomania is killing, I think it was, we seal the Tattered Costume with it, which I'm used to thinking of it as a character sealer, but hitting an asset like Tattered is a pretty good ability.
Well, given the amount of momentum we have, I have to imagine we're planning to use some keyword abilities now.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy, right? Tattered Costume is action or keyword ability?
Yep. Yeah.
That said, it looks like it might not matter. We are tapping out for this Hadir block, which also means we won't be able to pick it up at the end of this turn, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, we do get to make Marvin check a 1 on his next play, but you certainly can play around it by just slamming a foundation down.
We are not going to. Instead, we will play this 4 difficulty Spellstorm that is just going to get a ton of stats. And I think what does this move start at?
I think it's like Mighty Blitz and starts as a 5/3. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we are just picking it up. I was about to say I'm almost certain this one gets to 9 damage for far too fast, as we are now tapped out.
Yeah, that's the power of Caleb Widowgast. Coolest ice cold. Sorry, coolest. It can't be ice cold. Coolest guy in Critical Role. Like,
I don't know enough about Critical Role. Does he? He has some ice powers, right?
Have you watched Full Metal Alchemist?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know how the fire alchemist completely burns to a crisp that.
You'll get there.
I'm not going to get there. I don't remember their names well enough, but you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Caleb does that, and that guy is crazy.
That is insane.
He also, I would say, is an honorary evil character. I think the void symbol in Critical Role is very close to the evil symbol in that the characters are morally great. But
I don't know if you know this, but I know so much about D&D, but they got rid of alignment charts, I think, in one of the things. So I don't know if you're checking chat, by the way, but you are being actively slandered by Paul. I just want to let you know. Sorry.
You wrote that.
Mr. Lawyer Man, I don't remember which one is spoken and which one is written between slander and libel.
Yeah, it's slandered because it starts with an S. It's spoken. But what
That's a
isn't
crazy way to
spoken,
remember that.
it's easy.
I'm using that.
It's a
That's so
it's a
smart.
learning mnemonic.
Anyways, we're both being libeled, I think. Is libel a verb?
Kind of. Look, Justin, you're gonna be liable for not talking about this game 3 as we finish our mulligan.
That is fair. I believe I might not have been watching closely, but I believe they were just shuffling. I don't think either player wanted to change their deck for game 3. If you happen to catch differently.
No, I was considering the storyline of Fullmetal Alchemist and the definition of slander, so I did not get to see if they.
I believe both players
decided
kept their
anything.
decks the same, which means that we're going to be seeing whatever sideboard decisions we made before game 2 come into play here. Having looked at Dan's sideboard, did you end up seeing what 2 cards we might have pulled in on Dan's side? Because I believe we're pretty safe in assuming that Marvin definitely pulled in more disarming lances. But I'm less sure on what. It does look like we checked a 2 there when we could not, because I was on a 4 difficulty, which is very unfortunate for Marvin.
Yeah, and Dan had a really strong build on turn 1 where I don't think he played any zeros. Where he has moment, he's got his 3 diff.
Oh no, he did not.
Moment of normalcy. And I believe Shameless is a 2 difficulty.
It is. Shameless Hagular is a 2 difficulty, 5 check, 2 low block. Might be a 3 low block. I know it's a low block. And we did, when we went to build, we did build safely, building on 3s first and then happening to check 2 5s at the end, which I think when you're going first is what you want to see every time, which is,
Yeah, we got
just got to work out great.
Perfect bread and butter for Uwabami. Starting off with the taste riffs, also fantastic. Keep our stage healthy, keep it growing as we string out more and more moves. We do have the high block for the first one, but name of the game with Uwabami deck is certainly more than one tasty riff. So I think Dan's really off to the races with this opening.
Yeah.
If he wanted to, he could pick up the other one with Airship.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to do that because I don't think these are going to be very blockable, and we have more 0 difficulty foundations to build, even if they are happening to be blocked. That said, this first or the second one seems like it's going to be the one that actually connects here. I think this is, like you pointed out, exactly what you want to see. We just get to punish our opponent for daring to only build 3. And make them rethink about whether they should have went with a safer build option, or possibly not playing 2 checks at all, as we are getting mollywomped by our opponent's 2 checks instead.
Yeah, we really did pick the 2 check mirror match for round 1. Spellstorm's really cool. Caleb's awesome, but I think Tokoyami with the guitar just might be a little bit cooler, just a tad.
Yeah, I cannot bring myself to disagree. Tasty Riff was easily my favorite card of that entire year of releases. So seeing it take its last ride here as it's about to rotate out is just beautiful for me.
Yeah.
It does look like, I believe we built in a breaking the cuffs, which means that if we are able to string out more here, which we're not going to do, we're going to just build, it looks like. But if we were able to string out more there, we were going to start putting some really dangerous numbers onto our tasty riffs. But I don't believe they would have actually ended the game. So we were just happy with our very solid poke turn here.
Yeah, I think we did what we wanted to do. We got a bunch of applause counters. We sculpted our hand. We built our stage out. We're incredibly ahead of our opponent, both in our stage size and just our game plan. So I don't think Dan needs to do more than land 3 tasty riffs and just live. He's gonna be able to find another tasty riff next turn thanks to Wabami. You might be able to guarantee 2 if Marvin attacks here because of Uwabami's enhance. Oh, so I apologize. That is not Uwabami is your turn. So we're not getting punished for that. But
No, but if we do block with an attack, we are getting punished. Or we're getting at least one free block with an attack, that doesn't actually sacrifice it out of our hand. I'd also like to point out, as I have just noticed it, my favorite part about every Tasty Rick deck I have ever played, which is just the one, it's just Coda. But on turn 2, we played 3 attacks into our opponent, helped by military airship, to be fair, and have already built into deadlock, so that we will have 11 foundations on our turn 3, which is just insane when you think about it.
yeah, and there's 2 checks in that deck. We did that with 2 checks. What a menace of a deck.
Yeah, and Marvin is going to have to slow down here. We can't even attempt to pressure this Uwabami. The 25 life Uwabami that has, an entire attack's less worth of health. And it just is not going to matter because our opponent built to 11 foundations on turn 2 while doing 6 damage. I don't believe we saw any review there, which means that we almost certainly just have a grip of attacks, one of which we know is a Mighty Blitz at the very least.
Yeah, and then we also know with Uwabami, we're going to find another Tasty Rift or another Mighty Blitz. So we could have 7 attacks theoretically, and then the Tasty Rifts make it different. Like, so much going on for this Uwabami deck.
Yeah, and it does look like we opted to use our single piece of momentum that is the Roman Cancel as cost for our Hacker Extraordinaire, but we don't have to deal with military airship anymore. Unfortunately, if Dan happens to be running more than one military airship, it's going to be really unfortunate because we're just going to be able to build it from our discard pile. So getting rid of Dan's military airship might honestly help him.
I'm deathly afraid for Marvin if Dan builds in a way to break his face down foundations so then he can get the airship in his graveyard if it's not already there.
Oh yeah, you're so right, actually.
I know.
Fortunately, we're on the life symbol, so maybe it's not as possible. We're not just on the death symbol, luckily. Oh, yeah. Never mind. We can unfortunately see Dan's hand here, and we actually see immediately that there is a way to do exactly what you're saying.
I think he also just has it in his graveyard. Like I think the very last card in his graveyard is a Momo card that breaks.
Oh yeah, Steadfast Resolve is the name of the card. But the one diff that is self-sacrifice on a response on attack play instead of as an enhance.
Oh, good heavens, we're seeing the cool line of play. Oh my god.
Yeah, we sure are.
Yeah, so Mighty Blitz, choose to shove Hadir from your graveyard into your card pool. Make your opponent discard some momentum. That's not why we're here. Hadir has a card pool response, so it doesn't matter that we didn't play it. So now Dan's able to, with whatever text he wants to stack on top of his deck, he can just do that thanks to the Hadir response.
Yeah, it looks like that the dual needle lunge is still in our card pool, despite the fact that we paid 3 life. Could you enlighten us on, is there an interaction I have missed that left that in our card pool?
Yeah, Marvin used the super awesome, cool Alt Art Scales of Juno that you can get at the UGN reward store for, I don't know, 60 points, maybe 120, I don't know. But yeah, he built one, and I believe he flipped it to cancel the dual needle, which if we don't think they're going to airship, makes sense. And also, even if they are going to airship, I think that line is more difficult than a dual needle momentum. So the scales also stop the Hadir effectively by denying a momentum too.
Yeah. I do think it's, so he says it stops momentum. I guess it's probably better used on the dual needle lunge because that clears a card and gives us a momentum for our Hadir. But we could have also saved the Scales of Juno for the Hadir. However, it looks like we're lacking on form draw in Dan's stage. I don't currently see a horrifying realization, which I believe is the main method with which we're stacking and then drawing with.
Yeah, I thought the moment of normalcy was a horrifying for a second, but that was just kind of like the pink coloring on it.
Yeah, no, that is oh, it looks like we are seeing the writing on the wall as Marvin picks up his deck here. I will say no, that is a moment of normalcy with our boy Levi sitting in a chair. Don't know what it's from. I don't, or if it's just like custom art, but it is very sick as he just sits there in a chair.
I think it's one of the end manga panels, like the end of a volume artwork for Attack on Titan.
That makes sense. But that is going to be our first round over and done with. We got to see this Uwabami deck just absolutely take off as the as you know, unfortunately, just this crazy offense where if it gets to go first, it's just gonna try and do a really solid poke turn on turn 2, and then build as much as possible so that we just easily get it on turn 3. Which I don't see how that's a losing strategy. Do you, Dean?
No, hold on. Spellstorm took it big in game 2, so it's definitely possible to lose the strategy. But yeah, no, the Uwabami deck looks pretty crazy. I know Dan's not able to play in the main event because some things don't work out. But this Uwabami deck does look pretty strong, so I'd be curious to see if anyone's also interested in bringing it to the event. Like, it's definitely not. I would be, if people have not been watching Dan play this deck, I don't believe it'd be on people's radar.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of characters that will be really exciting to see for Worlds, as they're just characters that have been forgotten about a little bit. So hopefully we get to see some of that at Worlds. But for the rest of today, we're definitely going to see some really cool decks that may or may not even be on the radar for Worlds. And we're going to be able to look at those for the next few rounds as soon as we come back for those.
Yes, and there's only about 5 minutes left in this round, so it'd be a little silly to go to another table, but we might have something that could fill those 5 minutes of time. Some Universus related cards, maybe. Perhaps they might not be physically in our hands yet.
We do have those, like I said, or not like I said, but coming right back for a moment.
Okay. All right, don't go anywhere. We got some cool cards to be showing.
Absolutely. Thank you for reminding me. Awesome. And we're back. We have some really cool, really awesome cards to preview here for the upcoming Godzilla Reign of Kaiju set. Woo indeed. So these are going to show up right between Dean and I in the middle here. I'll point at it correctly.
I don't know which way it is.
It's now showing, Dean, so you can try and show it off. But this is gonna be our first card. It's gonna be a common. It's Savage Combatants. It's a 1 difficulty, 5 check, fire attuned, 2 low block. Very simple enhance, awesome enhance. It says enhance flip. Rebel has cycled this game. This set gets plus 5 damage. Reign of Kaiju indeed. Giant numbers coming to this set for the low price of your opponent cycling. Crazy. That's gonna be our first card here. Dean, any thoughts? You putting this in your favorite fire character, or
I'm probably gonna love this in pre-release because I wonder if that gives me 5 damage on my move. People will cycle in pre-release, and it's gonna be great.
Yeah.
I'm going to blow people's heads off with my 1-diffs, and I huge fan of that.
Yeah, I do like these cards that end up getting set up well for pre-release to actually end the games, because I feel like that's the one negative experience that I find people having with pre-release is they just have less good of a time if the games didn't end satisfyingly. You've played out your entire hand and I can play one more move plus 5 damage. I'm gonna knock your head off. It's just fantastic. And on the opposite end of the spectrum is going to be our next card here. It is now showing on screen if you want to read it, Dean.
Yeah, so our next card is the 1 difficulty card, Deft Approach, 5 check, 2 mid block. Not as exciting because we're still in the commons, but enhance, commit. This attack gets plus 2 speed and minus 2 damage. So we can get a little bit of DR if we don't plan on blocking. We can give our move a bit of speed if we plan on, if we just really want it to hit. And it's got everyone's favorite kaiju Rodan on it. Huh?
Yeah, everyone's favorite for sure. I have never heard anyone complain about any character cards that had Rodan on them or any cards that have Rodan on them. Never heard it, honestly.
Not one. I just want everyone to know Justin picked the better one because he hates me, and that's why I'm looking at Deft Approach and he's looking at the.
What are you talking about better? This card is fantastic. Not only can it make your move certainly hit, imagine with me, Dean, that this card had the life symbol, first of all, because that's it does not. But let's imagine it has the life symbol, and we're playing a Tasty Riff Uwabami deck, which we can't play with this card because Tasty Riff is rotating. But imagine for a second that we are, and then we commit this card. So our 7 high 1, why would you block a 7 high 1? And then we just get free value. Thoughts?
Justin, this card goes perfect in Jacob Johnson's Fjord deck if he were on the Void symbol, because you can make your move get minus 2 damage, and then you can ready Connie's Takes a Stand. Powerful order attune, Attack on Titan Foundation that I'm sure the viewers are greatly familiar with. It appears all the time. So you can combo this to get a ready foundation back. Isn't that crazy? Guaranteed you get the hit.
Yeah, I caught all of that for sure. But that is all we have for now. We'll be coming back after round 2 with some exciting uncommon cards. And we are I don't think I can pronounce that onomatopoeia in a safe way, so I'm not going to. But indeed, Brodenkainen. But we'll be coming back after round 2 with more previews. But before that, we're actually going to play round 2 as soon as it gets posted here, which should be, less than 10 minutes. So we'll be right back there.
See you.
And we're back with our round 2 here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Nana the Hugger of Mofu on Shoto Todoroki on the fire symbol and Bill Evans on Reiner on the death symbol. It's going to be Reiner 1, who we haven't seen in a long time, Dean. What are your immediate thoughts? We also haven't seen Shoto Todoroki 4 in a while. What are your immediate thoughts on these characters that we don't generally see?
So my immediate thought is, man, I wish that Todoroki 4 was the suit one from, like, I think local championships like 2 years ago. And then my second thought is, I really want to see both these characters and what they can do. I think Reiner's pretty close, and he's not the most exciting play pattern guy. I think he's just really solid numbers. But yeah, like he's got way more than 34 health, and that's going to be a lot for Todoroki to chew through. And there's definitely going to be some land destruction happening from this Reiner. So I think he's got some really good tools to like take over the game.
Yeah, certainly. We did unfortunately check a little poorly on our first attack of the game here, though.
But we get to Reiner for free if we want to. If we just want to flip one of our foundations for some damage. Justin, you really like the Satoon attack, right? The Chaos duel the Ackermans.
You're confusing me with the much worse at Universes MGLA member Corey Nelson, who got his take 10 before me. Crazy. What the heck? Anyways, that frustration out of the way. Not only does I believe this is a card that Corey is a big fan of, but Corey also happens to really like Reiner 1. He was a bigger fan of Reiner 1 pre-errata, but the errata had to happen. It is what it is. Also, want the Universe's game show over you. Sorry, getting distracted by Sam, who should be running a tournament and not bad mouthing me in Twitch chat. But that's okay.
No, you can do that. Honestly, we should have done that. We could have done that. Next thing, the next Webcam Warriors, we got to do that. We got to get on that. Okay.
We got a bad mouth. Wait, get on what? What?
Like just shit post in chat.
Yeah, that's fair, actually. Next time, we are not the commentators, the casters. We should be shit posting in chat. You're not wrong, actually. But yeah, so I'm really excited to see what Reiner gets to do outside of the errata, because I'm mostly familiar with this character pre-errata, not post-errata. The errata being once he flips, he just goes to your turn only, right? For one of his things. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, that was the errata. And obviously it is a weaker ability as that, but it's still E plus 2 damage on all your moves. And if you want to spend a resource, either a commit or just get rid of one to chip away at your opponent, it's a pretty good rate.
Yeah, that is fair. But yeah, I'm excited to see both this card. This card does have Echo. So I actually where I've seen this card most happens to be in the Godzilla matchup. Because it just kind of does a lot for not a ton of input when you have to run 5 diffs anyways. So I'm curious what the rationale for running it here. I'm wondering if it's just one of those really decent 5 difficulty echo moves, or which has a lot of value in our Reiner deck that is now forced to do its thing on our turn only, right? Or if you think there's something else that is persuading Bill to be running this card. What are your thoughts there, Dean?
I mean, it's another source of land destruction, and even if it isn't, it accomplishes, I think, a weakness of Reiner, which is actually killing the opponent, because you don't give any speed and you don't have any extra card advantage to find attacks on your face. So either the 3 life that they save off of the Ackerman's ability is now making it easier for you to kill them, and the echo attack of it means that it's actually 2 attacks.
Yeah, so, and we are going to see that. I think that makes a lot of sense, and we'll have to see if it actually does all of the things that you pointed out. Although, unfortunately, it's a little bit harder to echo currently, as we do have a Dark Ward on the side of or in Nana's stage. And we also, unfortunately, saw two of our Megalovanias, which I have to imagine are a pivotal attack in the Shoto deck, getting checked instead of drawn. But sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say one upside about Todoroki and his Megalomanias is that it's kind of a redundant piece because Todoroki's still gonna seal on face, and I believe we have some other ways, some other moves doing it, like the combo attack, provisional pursuit. Cards in our stage are able to do it, like failed role model. So still important, but it's not the only way for us to seal and start getting our stats.
Yeah, having the extra one certainly does help, though. I think honestly we're lucky that in this matchup, I'm not sure sealing our opponent or our rival's character is going to be the make it or break it of this match or game. So luckily, seeing them gone feels a little bit less bad than if we were in, let's say, the Rodan matchup. But I still think it sucks a little bit. And also is very unfortunate for us that we happen to check poorly on our 5 difficulty cards that do not do damage to our opponent. But hopefully we'll get to see those play a big role in our next a turn.
Yeah, Todoroki 4 is definitely a I don't want to say honest, because sealing your rival stage is pretty good. And he does end up giving a lot of stats, but he really does just have to draw the attacks to get the job done, and his defense isn't going to be anything crazy. Largely just going to be some interesting block tricks. He's able to actually use his response defensively if he blocks with a ranged card. So looking at Reiner's stage, maybe we could seal an enormous axe to deny some damage. Maybe Breaker 1 him by not letting him get the static text off. And I'm really happy we're seeing Duel the Ackermans again after we got our momentum. Really get to see the that theory of this move is just a ton of damage to our opponent to close the game out.
Yeah. We are, I think, unfortunately, I don't know, it could be good to go ahead and burn our opponent's Dark Ward. That way, in case we have any block tricks that we want to utilize, we don't get those stopped. Or it could just be if we want to try and echo on a later turn, we just have to get them to use it here. I think that's going to be really unfortunate, though, unless this Duel of the Ackermans does hit. I think if this Duel of the Ackermans does hit, echoing it's kind of free to get rid of Dark Ward because we'll just get the momentum back, which it does look like it's going to here, as that's going to be a mid block on this high attack. We're going to get a little bit of damage in here.
Yeah, and I think Nana's thinking about failing the block. What do you think you do in this situation, Justin? Because obviously it's not a full block, but we do have a lot of cards in hand. So it might not be
honestly
worth tapping out.
I think because we built our 5 difficulty foundations here, we're actually gonna, I think I would just kind of see how much Bill can do. And as long as it doesn't kill me, try and profit off the fact that I'm gonna just try and put every single ranged card in my deck into my hand instead. Unfortunately, another lesser known or lesser played card in 80% power coming through here that is going to make that plan much worse. I think maybe my decision happens to be wrong here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you're going to be able to do to stop the 80% from sniping one of your impactful foundations. And as we use the enhances on Zeke's manipulation, or the manipulations of Zeke, I realized we actually do have some pretty good card draw with the mill one to hit our ranged attacks. So upside for Todoroki still has one of them to hopefully find the offense that he wants. But yeah, downside, we've now lost this resource that's probably one of the best ones in our stage. But we couldn't really do much about it. The 80% power was always going to be able to target it, right?
Yeah, exactly. There was no answer, unfortunately. There might, you could argue there was an answer in letting Duel of the Ackermans get echoed, so that maybe we check a 3, but that's not what ended up happening. We ended up checking a 5 on this 80% power. So even then, it's not super worth it.
Yeah, you're really just trying to like play to your odds there.
Yeah, exactly.
But
even then, I don't think it's a situation that, even then, I think because we're a character that destroys our foundations anyways, we could have just, in Bill's position, played the 80% power anyways. That said, speaking of the fact that we are playing a transforming character here, we actually get to see the transformation come through, as we forced our opponent to play to 9 foundations, so we didn't actually have to build them. So we're already going to get to have the benefit of both of our new enhances.
Yeah, I completely forgot about the usual downside of 80% power, and now just letting us fast forward on our sort of level up condition, right, with the transform.
Sorry, say that one more time.
I in my brain I think of 80% power as a downside because we give our rival more resources.
Yeah.
But we turned it into a positive to level up.
Yeah, exactly. So. Which definitely was something that we saw back when these transforming characters got revealed. So to see it come to fruition, literally years later, and that this strategy is actually worth it. Or I guess we also saw 80% power as a French card for younger Toguro before that card was eroded as well.
All Rodan could play it if anyone wants to try that. Oh, and we, as we're talking about some deck building choices, a Battle Aura release came down, and Nanashi was unable to block it when we were at 4 HP for full. So,
yeah, and to give you a bit of a layup here, what do you think about the fact that we had 2 chumps in our hand on the Reiner side? What do you think about that card in our as a deck building decision in our Reiner deck?
Oh, well, I think targeted stage interaction is broken. So playing something like Chomp to assist with that is a pretty good idea. I think it's really cool that AOT pushed the limits with high difficulty foundations, like Imprisoned, Manipulation to Zeke Jaeger, Shared Memories. And by doing so, a card like Chomp can't actually interact with all these powerful cards. So you have some safety as Nanashi to keep your powerful 5 diff that you have to risk playing. But Chomp blowing up any of these small diff foundations like Capture the Target or Seasoned Brawler.
Even in that turn alone, I'm not sure it would have been the right move. I think Chomp is much better used at the end of our turn, so that it's not making it harder for us to play attacks. But you could even see a line where we Chomp the Dark Ward just so that we could echo our duel of the Ackermans.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not saying that's the correct line, but that certainly is the creativity that we get to stretch as a player of just because of our deck building decision to include an action that I think a lot of people have written off.
Yeah, it definitely would have been risky to go that way, but maybe that was the way to guarantee lethal if your opponent had some more full blocks that they were capable of.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I really like the Duel of the Ackermans having 5 base speed. It's definitely helpful against the less defensive matchups.
Yeah, it definitely was part of the set that gassed every single stat that they could. As we look at our 6 hand size, 34 health character that is the monster of Reiner Braun.
Yeah, you believe Bertolt has more than that?
Like, he's 36 health, right? As a 6-hander?
He's 35, but like
35? Okay.
What a large number. Like, oh my
god. What a lot of health to get through.
Reiner has way more health because of the damage reduction, but like, you know, printed it's more, but like they're living up to their Titan names. They've been running around for seasons.
Yes, as Paul has pointed out, a colossal amount of health. Surely.
I don't get it. What's the reference?
So technically a spoiler, but unfortunately playing the Game of Universes is a spoiler for Attack on Titan, unfortunately. But Berthold is actually the Colossus Titan that shows up in the very first episode of Attack on Titan. So because he's Colossus Titan, he has a colossal amount of health.
You're kidding me.
No. I think if I do, because I have thought about this card Chomp, which is why I happen to bring it up, Dean, and I was, we have talked about it, and so I knew you had some thoughts there. I think if I do end up running Chomp, oh my god, I was just about to say, if I do end up running Chomp for a deck for Worlds, I think I'm really excited to try chomping my opponent turn 1. And as I say that, we see 2 Chomps played by Bill turn 1 that is just gonna essentially time walk our opponent and give us a free extra turn here almost.
Yeah, I mean, our build is likely not to be as wide as it could be because we've played on a 3 on a 4 and we even had the tap Reiner.
You liar. We have built 3. So other than the fact that those could have been foundations, we played exactly perfect as we didn't end up checking a 3 on a single one of our foundations.
That's just how you got to do it.
And
you're Nanashi here. Are you slamming a move on a 5? You doing it?
I think it really depends on my hand. And I think if I have to, then, it just is what it is and we do it,
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you're absolutely right here that it's not going to feel good.
Yeah, but if you check the 5, it feels amazing. I enjoy the risk of I want to get my damage in for that aggressive play.
They're going to end up playing a Hell Spider, which I think if we were playing a move this turn, that's a very interesting one to start with because that is generally much better with multiple moves. Something that I think is going to be very difficult to play here.
Whoa! Wait.
As I say that, okay, we're just showing a little fun. We're just having a little fun. Surely we're not gonna go to 0 foundations.
What's happening here? Are we Genkaizing this?
We are Genkaizing it. We're telling our opponent that we do not want them to play a single move, which honestly,
Bill is the people's champion.
I don't even hate this move, and I'm going to tell you why, Dean. I don't hate this move.
Okay, well,
never mind. I hate this move. I hate this move so much. I take it all back. No. This is so bad for us, actually. I was going to say I don't hate this move because it's kind of a dead card in our hand for next turn. So we happen to have 2. If we just got caught with a bad hand, right? We have 2 actions. Well, we want them out of our hands anyways. It's not the end of the world to say, hey, I'm not going to have to deal with this attack. Unfortunately, I'm just wrong, and we just have no foundations. That said, someone in chat is pointing out that if we have no foundations, Shoto cannot buff his moves. So maybe Bill is seeing something that we are not. Maybe we are just not good enough to see the image, Dean.
So that is true. I think Bill is the people's champion because I know he's played a Staff Strike deck in the My Hero only Webcam Warrior,
Yeah,
And
a beautiful
now he
staff
has
strike
shown
deck.
me and so now he has shown me the fabled Genkai's to Zero Foundations play. And
Can I give you one more reason why he's the people's champion?
Mm-hmm.
He is actively causing in the chat, Paul, some anguish as Paul is crashing out about the fact that we are not building Al as the Nanashi or as the Tota player here. Or Todoroki, I should say.
Bill's my guy. I paid him off to make Paul crash out. Paul's getting a little too chatty in the chat, so
exactly
gotta rein him in.
We did pay off both of these players. We did pay off both of these players to play moves, destroy all their foundations, and play only one foundation. I do honestly think that we just happen to get stuck with a bunch of attacks in our hand, which possibly goes to show the power of double chomp on turn 2. But we'll have to see what Bill ends up playing here, as he didn't review. So my thought process of why we might play the Genkais here was entirely wrong, it looks like. And instead, we did just want to go forth, I think.
I'm telling you, he wanted to entertain the masses, and I cannot thank him enough.
Yeah, that is fair.
And then it's still it's a weird game state, but I think Reiner's still in a decent spot. He's got 3 cards in hand to block with. He can potentially get away with using one of his enhances in his stage. Maybe he gets to use his Botan's dig for something.
While we have a second here, I am curious what the maximum amount of damage we might have taken had we not Genkaized, right? We would have had +1/+1 on both of our first moves, and by the third move, which was the combo ranged move. Granted, knowing what we know now, we would have failed the check, but we would have had on the first 2 moves a total of let's see, 2 sealed. Yeah, we would have had +3 damage, and I think they might have been unblockable.
Yeah, it definitely saves us a little bit. We didn't end up blocking, so the speed on them didn't matter. And then the checks might have been a little different because we used the enhanced step on the first flash fire probably.
Yeah, I think it would have been a total of +3/+3 because, oh no, sorry, our moves always get +1/+1, so it actually would have been +4/+4, because we would have had +2/+2 on the first move, 1 from Shoto, 1 from Hellspider. Oh, never mind, we haven't cycled, so we don't get damage. Sorry, I'm giving that move way more credit than I thought it was. The speed is all we would have gotten on it.
It's tongue whip, man. Come on. And tongue whipping back to the board. We got a determined advance on a 6. Check a 3. Not where you want to be for Reiner, but still, we got our momentum. We're potentially threatening possibly 8 damage.
It's definitely a little bit worse to have checked a 3 because we're playing our 6th imp that was already going to have a foundation for us to destroy anyways. That said, we do get to destroy that enormous axe and then rebuild it in with a Reiner. So we're going to do a little bit of increasing our stage size as we play our, namesake move even in Determined Advance.
I'm actually not sure that Determined Advance is a Reiner move. It might be people going after Reiner.
It has the chaos symbol though.
Yeah, but it might be the Survey Corps members that are chaos and hunting him down.
Would you say Reiner is not determined there and advancing?
I guess he is. Yeah. I don't know. There's a card with this artwork or this scene from the manga that I think doesn't make sense, but I'll have to look back into that. As all AOT fans know, true fans of the show know that the Survey Corps members, Jean, Kristen, and Krista Lenz are Chaos Survey Corps members. Connie Springer has it at some point. I don't know when. I don't know the symbols on all of the Connies.
I cannot believe you would forsake friend of the channel, Broden Kaiden, famed Connie aficionado.
What are the symbols for all the Connies? What's that one Connie symbols?
Brody, are you here? Can you field that question?
Exactly.
I know like 17 of them have air.
Yes, that one you got me there. But we're starting to sort of stabilize in the game for both. I want to say for both players, we have a normal number of foundations on both players' sides of the board. And Reiner actually having essentially 8 because they're enormous axes. And Todoroki's got his healthy 4, with manipulations being a very powerful one to fire off on each of his moves. And I think right now we're just trying to figure out how we want to play our turn as Nanashi.
It does look like we opted to throw an attack here, and we're rewarded with a 5 check for it as well.
Yeah, and looking at the list, I think that's probably the best opener we could have here. We get to seal 2, both with Todoroki and Megalomania's Blitz.
Yeah, I think hands down even then, I think the only thing that comes close is Hell Spider. And unfortunately, that one's a fortive, so I think it works a little bit better as the second move of the turn.
Mm-hmm. And so we've opted to seal an enormous axe with Todoroki's response and Reiner with the Megalomania Blitz. And interestingly, we actually could have canceled the Megalomania. We do have 2 momentum for it. But opted to...
I think the 2 possibilities there are... obviously, we can't hear the players, so it may not have been verbalized, and we may have just forgot that's part of the effect that we could cancel it. Or I think it's honestly not that bad of a plan to save our momentum and say, we're not going to die anyways. I'll try and block what I can. And, the minus damage wasn't going to end up mattering, right? Which, could be the plan we went with here.
Some technical difficulties on my end. My brain exploded for some weird reason. We see an Earthbreaker block on the Megalomania, which is where you want to be, I think. One high block to try and survive these incredibly large stats. Like it was I say that. Oh man, Todoroki, you are a Jetburn character for sure. He's not. I forgot he's not getting this. Todoroki does not get the stats for the Reiner being sealed.
He doesn't?
No, it is for every 2 sealed rival foundations.
Oh, he is such an MHA character, man. Oh my God. Way to point that out and ruin my entire day. I can't believe you would do this.
Yeah, although it's kind of like he's getting stats when he seals Reiner, because then he's not getting DR'd. It's kind of like he got a damage.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, and it's certainly a reason to do that. I think the way that it changes is if we really care about the speed. But I think at this point, like our rival has only 1 up foundation and Reiner up, so I think honestly the speed's not going to end up mattering, and it's just going to be entirely a situation of how many moves can we play that have damage on them. So I don't hate the Reiner. The Reiner seal here at all. Especially because if our rival did start cannibalizing their stage to do -2 damage, that's even more damage that we have saved here to try and get the kill.
Yeah, and based on what our string is looking like, sealing Reiner seemed to be like the correct line of play. We are likely to be playing 4, possibly 5 moves this turn because of the tray size echo. And, Reiner would have added up to save at least 5 health without sacrificing anything.
Shoto Todoroki was made in the last year or two. What do you think the changes on his character card might have been?
Definitely 30 HP. Honestly, he might have been a Void character. They really like Void doing this gimmick. Like, steal all your rival stuff. They might have just given him those symbols to match with the King of Fighters cards and the Guilty Gear cards that care about it. But
That's fair.
I do think we're it's potentially the writing's on the wall. It doesn't look like we're able to block any of these moves, and really it's just on Nanashi to pass the checks. Because we are down to the last 4 HP soon. Like once this trace ice hits.
Do you think, unfortunately, I don't know if keeping the Force and Surrender up is going to actually get us the value that we want here, because we're going to be playing almost certainly on a 7 here. And then when we kick the face down out of our card pool, we'll still be playing on a 7 for the next one. I think it's only going to matter if we have another trace size coming through. But I think this one also just kills. So what we kept up doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, and we check the 5, we check what we need, and as long as we're not able to pass the block, then we have found our lethal string here. So it's going to be on a 6-7.
6-7.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what happened there. That was crazy. That was weird.
Technical difficulties once again. But I think Duel of the Ackermans is a 3 high block. I feel like it would have a bad block.
You know what, Dean? We have the technology. We can check here in between the games real quick.
I looked. It's a 2 high block, so we would have needed a 9 to block, and we only had 2 ready resources, so that was wraps. But certainly the funnest game of Universe I've seen all day, with the Genkais to 0 foundations. I've heard myth of that line of play. I've never seen it actually happen in front of me. Like, I get it. Sometimes you just feel like you have to Genkais and you just get rid of everything. But I've never seen it really happen. And so now my life has been altered for the better thanks to Bill's line of play.
I do think, I think it is a situation where I saw the line of like, oh, surely this person who has 1 foundation is only sending 1 move. Like, surely we're not going to get hit with 2 more, right? And I recognize that line. I do think, unfortunately, even in that line, because of the possibility that they could send more moves, I think it might have been a little bit better to Genkai's a later move if we were going to Genkai's that turn. Or, keep our 3 foundations, but that's certainly much less fun. And if there's anything I know about Bill in these webcam tournaments, it's that having him on stream is always a pleasure. Because A, Staff Strike's cool, B, Genkai's is cool, and C, his setup is by far the best webcam setup I've ever seen. Not only does he have the hand holder, but I noticed this during this match. He has who went first in the top right, both so that he remembers and so his opponent remembers. And for us on stream, if we happen to miss, the first turn, we get to have that knowledge going in. And I think everyone who can should adopt that. That is so cool.
Yeah, the going first player token, that's heads up. Like, truly, I just missed that. So thank you for pointing out as we start to get into the final game for round 2, game 3. I think we have a little over I think we're at like 25 minutes on the clock, so we should. I imagine that someone's going to die in this game. I'd be surprised if we get a long, drawn-out tie with the stats that Todoroki's putting out, the staged taxing that Reiner's putting on the game.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Could you remind me, Dean, did you run Always Cool in your Mikasa deck?
I did. Yeah, that one gives you 2 foundations and says that you don't die to some moves.
Yeah. That does make sense.
It's always cool. It says it in the
It
name of the
is
card.
sometimes cool.
No, it's always. We got a pretty solid build from the Reiner with that. If we want to, we effectively have doubled our stage. So in theory, we have 7 foundations. So we just play 2 more next turn, and then we get to flip over.
You know what, Dean? I think this is a great time to point out the importance of thinking before you talk. Because I was about to be like, I don't understand how we get to 7 foundations, but I didn't say that out loud because I then realized we also have Weapon Clash in addition to the 2 Always Cools, and that is the value of thinking before you talk.
No. I actually really like just saying words and hoping it'll be okay. Like Todoroki built 5 foundations. That's pretty good. We're not gonna. Hopefully, nothing bad will happen to them in the coming turns.
We do have 2 forcing surrenders, so I think there are some crazy tray size lines that we could be playing here if we see the right moves in our hand.
Yeah, really just leverage the aggressive line that Todoroki took to build out his hand. But that's not what's going to be happening, but we are absolutely getting to 9 foundations. There's no questions about that. Like, if Reiner wants to flip, he is going to, and it's just a matter of when he wants to do it.
Do you think we're burning that flip early, or do you think that's going to be one that we save for our turn since the it got changed to be once per turn anyway? Or sorry, not once per turn, only during our attack anyways.
So if we use it on their turn, they don't really get a choice of what resources they're losing, because if Todoroki player uses any of his flip effects, then his whole stage is going to be flipped. Like, there's 5 foundations, Reiner flips 4. You don't get to use any of the cards in your stage. But as for the Reiner player, we could wait, and then it's likely that Todoroki will flip cards in his stage, just based on like the abilities on the cards that they've chosen to play, so we get more value out of it. And starting off with a great one, though, Megalomania, if we want to say it, means that Reiner won't flip.
It looks like we didn't opt to. Instead, have we done both abilities yet?
Not yet, no.
Now we've done both abilities. Yeah. It does look like we've opted to try and limit the foundation building via Always Cool, with the secondary effect of if we continue to attack this turn, our rivals is going to have to take whatever damage we put on them.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to ask, do you think you're flipping here? Like, because we're noticing Bill is just passing here. When we do have the opportunity to say that our rival has 0, face up foundations, which could be of value.
Yeah, but some advantage to Reiner flip of holding it is you actually get to get a large burst of damage on a move where you get to double dip Reiner's enhances, so you can use frontside Reiner's enhance for 2 damage, and then use backside Reiner's for 2 damage. So now one move got 4 because you waited. Also, it is definitely interesting to leave the Reiner up, as he was a means of getting rid of sealed foundations if we want to interact with that stat buff from Todoroki.
Do you think it's possible we could get around that by simply sealing things that our rival more than certainly does not want to destroy, right? So, for example, we did immediately seal both of our Always Cools, which like I don't think a Reiner player or is ever, you know, destroying ready always cools for the low cost of, you know, taking away 1+1/+1, right? Speaking of the play of just flipping here, it does look like that's what we opted to do. So we're gonna end up playing a bit of Magic instead of Universes here on Nana's side, as all of our you know, foundations, our resources to play new cards don't have interesting and cool abilities. So we're gonna get a little bit more boring here, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've turned all of Todoroki's lands in or foundations into islands or mountains or swamps. I can't believe we got a Grixis character on stream. That's pretty impressive, actually.
I do agree that that's pretty impressive. I don't know enough. Oh, is it because I get what you're saying. That makes sense.
Yeah, red, blue, black.
Yeah, no, it took me a second. We don't have to sit too much time on it, you know.
Yeah, we got more important stuff. There's a moment of normalcy blocking this Megalomania, and it's tapping our stage out for it, really saying that you can't kill us on, or we're confident that you can't kill us on the on these 3 foundations that you have, even with the Megalomania stats and the Todoroki stats. So,
yeah, I mean, depending on what's in our hand, I do think it is a situation where, you know, our rival, even checking 5s, which we did not do here, our rival could play a maximum of three more attacks. And I think knowing every attack that's in this Todoroki deck and the stats that Todoroki is putting on them, that wasn't ever going to do 34. So we just get to kind of sit back. And ideally, what I would like to see from Bill here is either we're getting rid of these 2 attacks or these 2 non-attack cards in our hand, or in the case of their attack cards, we're just holding on to them and going to try and absolutely, you know, murderize our opponent next turn without any other better way to say it.
Yeah, definitely leveraging our Titan-sized health. But I think Nanashi is making the correct decision, taking these risks and trying to get damage where you can, because man, is it hard to do 34 in one turn. So we go for that second move just to make sure we get some damage in, get a momentum for our tray size, and then just try and build out so that we're ready, hopefully, to play a bunch of moves when we get it, if we get a turn back.
I mean, we are already seeing us, you know, get punished, unfortunately, checking a 3 when we needed a 5 to get a better build turn here. We are going to get about as best we can do otherwise, though, and we are going to check 5s on the other 2 foundations that we wanted to build.
And possible saving grace. Reiner's a 6-hander, so no guarantee that he actually has the grip. We will see if I'm a fool and he reviews no cards, signaling that we might have attacks that we want to play.
It does look like Bill likes his cards here, so we're not going to review any of our cards. We're not going to take our opportunity to discard one of the cards in our hand in order to draw more cards. So it does look like we have a grip of attacks here that we're just going to try and send and see if we can do 27 before our opponent can do 26.
Maybe they're chomps. Maybe we're going to live. Maybe we're okay. Safe and sound.
I think if they're chomps, we hate our lives even more. We just saw what happens when we're on 5 foundations trying to do 34. I don't think we're going to do 26 any better on that same 5 foundations. Although so we would need 3 chomps in that case, but I still think it's going to be a bit rough here.
Yeah, Bill's sort of just pondering his options, but yeah, definitely in a good spot, whether it's the chomps or attacks. And I did see the 80% that he's starting off with came from the cards he didn't review.
Yeah, I think that means, given how much time we were pondering, that we really have two situations here. I think either A, unfortunately, we drew four foundations and we're pondering whether we should just build or not. And I think in that situation, we're a bit sad. But the other situation is we could have been debating whether it's important to start with the stage interaction that is 80% power on this attacking turn, or if maybe there was a better attack to start with, is I think our other decision point we could have been pondering. What do you think, looking at Bill's deck, is like our ideal line of attacks here?
So I think at the very least, 80% power is just good enough on its own if it's our only one. By getting, because Nanashi had a failed role model in their stage, 80% essentially gave minus the math's a little, I guess, like minus 0.5 next turn. So like it's less likely that you have card sealed in your stage now to Todoroki's ability. So I think that could be potentially better than just half blocking with it. We haven't really seen that many mid moves from the Todoroki deck. But following up the 80% power, really, I think the only thing that we'd want to be following it up with is just more 5 diffs that interact with our rival stage. There's things like Cluster Bombs, Earthbreaker, even Duel the Acrobats could apply some pressure. And obviously the Chomps that we were discussing. But
yeah, it does look like we added the 2 damage, but we didn't force a Ruin 1 here, which I think is an interesting decision. I think committing on Foundation is almost always worth our rival sacrificing one of their face downs, but we didn't opt to do that this turn.
Perhaps we're...
And immediately, not only are we really, rewarded for this line of play where we play on a 6 and we check the 6, but we immediately see that I have been such a fool, as we may have been trying to stay at less foundations than our rivals so that we could draw a card here. Although,
yeah, I don't
3,
think
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That,
sure, we didn't accomplish that, but that may have been our thought process, and we just didn't think to count beforehand, which that does happen. Unfortunately, in the heat of the game, it is tough to get all of your little triggers and game states right when you have a plan in your mind.
Yeah, and especially in game 3, you really want to make sure like there's less wiggle room for error. You can be a little sloppy in game 1, pull it back a bit in game 2, but then game 3, it's really, that's it. Like, you're not getting another chance in this round.
Yes, and thank you for reminding me the game count, by the way. I've updated the stream. That is like the one part I left for myself to do. And I have forgot it for the first 2 rounds, but that's unfortunate.
No, it's fine.
Luckily, hopefully viewers have noticed. Well, I'll mention this between rounds instead, as we should instead stay focused and not break focus as this Earthbreaker comes through. I hope I did Dean proud with that one. A second Earthbreaker, which is not going to be as valuable as the first one, as there's no more foundations to stun, but is going to be valuable in that it is 5-7 damage with Reiner, actually.
Yeah, and potentially, based on the fact that the first one hit, it looks like we don't have a low block that can pass this. Although something that has been a brainworm of mine every time I play Universes with these low attacks is, what if my opponent's bluffing? What if they're just staring at the easiest low block of their life and they're just baiting me to overextend?
I think that's a fair concern. And I feel as though I've done that at least once or twice to you. So I feel as though I might be the cause of that concern, because one of my favorite things to do, especially when I am relatively confident in the game state, is to just kind of sit there and, let my opponent keep attacking me and then block the last one. As with most card games, every bit of life is a resource. And I like to use that to its fullest generally.
Like you don't need, you just need one. You just need one.
I will say, if we don't end up having the moves to fully get there this turn, that I'm a little bit disappointed. Well, as I say that, it does look like we're going to be playing one more move, which might be the last one we need here. As it comes down, it's going to have EX. Oh, did we not pass that? 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we can pass this. So ideally, we're going to. We could definitely be playing into. Actually, can we be playing into a trap here? What do you think the Todoroki player could have here that would stop this determined advance?
You know, I'm not sure that there's a lot because you can't reduce the damage at all to keep yourself alive. You can't reduce the speed below 6, and it actually can be even more than 6, both because of its EX and the Solo Pro's ferocity, which gives it another 2 speed just by committing itself. We do have the barrier shield.
Don't think we realize that that's only going to put it to 6.
I see. Yes, but we caught it. We caught it. Determined advance is broken.
That is true, and we're letting our rival know that it's going to be at 6. And not only is it going to be at 6, after getting placed at 6, we're going to put it back to 9, which is going to be very unfortunate here. And Megalovania is just not going to be able to block it well enough.
Yeah, definitely got to make your opponent go through the motions. There's a chance your opponent forgets about the EX, and then maybe you're able to actually block on a 7. That game state didn't really allow for it, but
we at least had to try.
Usually a good idea to make your opponent play it out.
Certainly it is. But unfortunately, that is going to be the end of the match, as we're going to see a win come down for Bill Evans on this very sick return to an AOT 1 Reiner Braun on death. Very exciting match. What's your takeaway there, Dean?
So I now have confirmed that if Shoto Todoroki stood across from Reiner Braun, Todoroki would explode. He could not handle the Armor Titan, which makes sense. There's a bit of a height discrepancy, so don't really know what he does about getting crushed by the Armor Titan. So my flavor is now explained to me, and strategically, Reiner's still pretty damn good at his game plan. This is a big tanky dude who is just trying to terrorize your stage, whether that be through land destruction or just stun abilities we saw with some Earthbreakers, or potentially some just big moves that are hard to block. But, that's enough for just yapping about the characters we just saw, because there's so many Universes cards to talk about. There's so many things to say about them. But what if we talked about some Universes cards that people hadn't seen yet? Justin?
That is a good point. Unfortunately, having some technical difficulties that I have to fix with you super quick. You are exploding. But as soon as we have those fixed, we're going to go to a quick be right back screen. As soon as we have those fixed, as Dean pointed out, we get to talk about some super exciting new Universes cards from Godzilla Reign of Kaiju. And we get to see what that's all about. So stay tuned. We will be right back. Hello, we are back. In a little bit of rush here because round 3 is already up, so we want to get up into round 3. But we have some reveals to do. We got to do those. They gotta happen. They gotta happen. So let's start off here with our first card. Dean's gonna read it.
Yeah, this is my favorite one because it's kind of familiar to a card that's rotating. We have Standing Tall, a 2 difficulty 5 check, 2 low block, good attune foundation. I love the good symbol, known good lover. Enhance, sacrifice X power tokens, build 1 foundation from your discard pile with difficulty X. And then it's also a part of the deadlock cycle that we've seen, where deadlock enhance, your turn, you get a power token. So you get to fuel the top enhance. Now, I don't know how many people are familiar with fan favorite with its pro hero enhance to build in any foundation from your graveyard. Standing Tall starts to do a pretty good impression of that in any good character that's able to generate power tokens. So I'm pretty excited about this one. And we have a fantastic meme for you at some point involving the art on this card.
Yeah, if we were going back and forth on whether we were going to do a video or do this on stream. We ended up opting for on stream because we have this whole event, and it keeps you all around and gives you guys something to be excited for all day. If we had done a YouTube video, the meme may or may not have been the thumbnail. That we will certainly post that somewhere. We will not let the shit post not be shown. It must be shown. It is classic Dean technology. But our second card for you here today is going to be Invade from Space, a cool new action, uncommon, 0 diff, 5 check, 1 mid block. It says enhance remove. Look at the top 3 cards of your deck and put them back in any order. Add 1 power token to your stage. So this one's very exciting. This one's mostly going to be, a little bit of grease on the wheels of any of your Godzilla power token synergy decks. But it's going to be one of those things that's just going to be necessary for that type of archetype to exist. So I'm really excited. Also, generally, we already know this to be true. Jiro was a monster back in the MHA days. Looking at the top cards of your deck and rearranging them, always insanely good. One of the best parts about my favorite card that came out in AOT, which is United Front, even though I constantly find reasons to take it out rather than keep it in decks, but that's okay. But either way, a very cool card that gets to do something a little bit extra in addition to playing to that synergy. That said, quick be right back screen, and we're going to come back with your round 3 that we're already going ahead and getting set it up here on the back end. So we'll see you guys in just a quick moment.
Don't go anywhere.
And we're right in here looking at the turn 2 of this round 3 match between Elijah Wakeman from Let's Talk UVS on Chaos Krista Lins. When we popped into this room, this is not as funny now, but it was funny. I was going to have to make sure I said the symbol when we popped into this room originally, because every single card that was visible in Elijah's webcam was an attuned card. So it was impossible to know the symbol without knowing the symbol of the deck based off the deck list. We do now have Fearsome Transformation on top. So you guys probably could have guessed that it was Chaos. But our other player is going to be Malcolm H on Jamie, Sue on Water. And what are your thoughts on Jamie? What do you think about Jamie here, Dean?
His theme song is phenomenal, but more importantly, I think his endgame is inevitably very good. It's just a matter of getting there. I think it's pretty easy to just face tank his 1 to 2 drink counter moves, and then use the turns that you're getting to kill him in that window. And something I've actually played a lot of Jamie, and something I'm worried about in this matchup is just how easy a City Rampage string is to take down Jamie. It could take just 3 attacks that are hitting for 7 damage to knock Jamie's life total over. So it's really not easy for Jamie to survive a wide string. Now, having said that, we do have fast friendships and the Mikasa defeats, so we can full block something. And at least for Elijah and their Krista deck, really just like a perfect opening for this style of deck, where City Rampage into a 5 diff, and it's the primo one of Wall Maria's Might. And we already had some counters from Review Step, and I believe the long range supports from last turn were used. So I think our Wall Maria's Might was able to draw at least 3 cards, I want to say.
I think we're at 7 here, because I believe the second die got added when we played the Wall Marias, which means the other die is at 6. And it rounds down.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you do happen to be, and we just went down to, no, it looks like we went down to 4 counters, which means that we were at 8. So we actually got to draw 4 here.
Oh, and we have a don't do this, so there's more counters being added if we discarded.
If we choose to discard, yeah. I believe what happened is I believe we reviewed both of the turns that we were allowed to, and then we used both long range supports. I think that is what happened. That is how we get to 8 counters.
At some point, either with Krista or don't do this.
And maybe, because we would have been at 9 counters. Because we'll always be at odd counters when we play a Wall Marias.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, just to give the any viewers in chat, context. I am famed worst Krista player on stream ever in the history of forever. As I forgot to make the easiest play ever in the top 16 of nationals last year. So I have a lot of experience on what to do wrong here. Unfortunately, it looks like Elijah is not doing the things that I would do here, which spells well for, actually winning the game for him.
Yeah. Also, Krista, notably one of the best characters in the game for stunning our entire rival stage out. And so I started this turn talking about, wow, I think Jamie's pretty safe. We have 2 fast friendships and Mikasa defeats. So we can omni block whatever off-zone chaos attacks come in. However, as you can see, our stage has been decimated, and we are only on the 2nd attack.
Yeah, unfortunately, I believe Krista is one of those characters that just is the most oppressive. It gets the most usage out of Don't Do This out of any other character. Although we didn't even really need that this turn because we have Walk the Dog, which has stun 1 itself. Krista gives stun 1. It's just looking really rough here as long as we keep checking 5s. I believe one of the skill points of this character, though, is what do we stack for our opponent? And I think it's very interesting because we stunned our opponent out. We actually just get to stack them foundation so that they're not drawing very much gas next turn unless they clear those off of the top by, just making random blocks that are going to fail anyways.
Yeah, and one thing I'm a little sad about, as I would just like Jamie to win, big fan of that guy. Jamie, I think, has to enter the enhanced step. I think he has to play a move on almost every turn so that he can get drink counters. And we're potentially in this situation of Krista tapping our stage and stacking checks because we let them resolve 2 long-range supports on our turn.
Yeah, that is one of the things that Krista was the best at in the format where she was played the most, which was in Nats last year. That was the tournament I think she had the most representation of and has since. Unfortunately, she was really good about the fact that if your rival dared to enter that enhanced step, we just got infinite value off of it to be able to set up our own turns. These new builds are also playing in such a way where, we're actually playing City Rampage because there's just so many valuable over 5 difficulty moves that we just might as well, especially with the fact that late game we get to stack it with Krista so that, we're guaranteed checking, or we're guaranteed having one in hand when it really matters.
Yeah, there's like an incredibly powerful character. And as we're potentially going to play our lethal move here, a third walk the dog. Wow. Yeah.
Unfortunately, there are very few Dexing characters that can ever do anything about 3 walk the dogs.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of what I alluded to with the Jamie matchup, where if you sit across from these City Rampage characters, they just play 4 moves and you die. It's really not that hard. So definitely, I think Jamie's the underdog in this one, but I'm really hoping we got some technology and a little bit of luck on our side to find the win, because he's pretty underexplored, and I just put a lot of time into him last summer, so I didn't want to keep doing it. But I'm really glad to be seeing that. I believe he's 2-0 right now, going to round 3.
So what you're saying is you gave up drinking?
No, Universes Games actually told me specifically to drink by printing Jamie, and then they printed the drive mechanic too. So what they wanted me to do was to actually drive, then drink, because that's optimal Jamie play. You play the 5 diff that says get a drink.
Doing those
counter.
in the opposite order is very suboptimal and not recommended by UVS Games, MGLA, or anyone for that matter.
Yeah, look, they taught you. So if you play break-in and you drink counter with Jamie first, if you drink first and then try to drive, they will filled with doubt you, and filled with doubt is the boys in blue. Okay, you get pulled over. So this is all to say, make sure you use break-in's response before you use Jamie's response for any Jamie fans out there.
It's true.
But
does break-in add a drink counter, or does it add a counter that you already have?
I believe it adds a drink counter.
Oh yeah, then always break in first. Always drive first.
Yeah, drive to your location to drink at, and then don't.
Before we get in too much trouble, I think anyone who knows better about Street Fighter can correct me, but I believe Jamie does not drink alcohol. I believe Jamie is drinking tea.
Something like Justin, that. That's a hypothetical. I don't really deal in those. So what I do deal in is
Sam Tate said correct. So
I don't know, but I think we should just get back to the game. It doesn't really matter what he's drinking.
I'm sorry, does this ruin your entire argument? Is that it?
No. Wait, is there a 2-check in our deck?
No, we wait.
There is a 2-check in our deck.
Are we playing Tasty Riff? Oh, this Jamie deck is way cooler than anything you ever did. You refuse to play Tasty Riff because you're terrified of 2-checks, and I think you're a coward for that. But this person, Malcolm here, plays 2-checks, is better than you in every single way, for sure.
It's actually Lethal Slash is the 2-check we were playing around, because usually we would go 2 diff on a 1 on a, and then our 1 diff.
We're not playing Tasty Riff?
No, just a Lethal Slash. But
that's rough for me.
Yeah. So another thing I feel about Jamie is I think you have to take some riskier lines with him. So I think maybe it could have been worth it to just gamble on going on a 2, on a 3, on a 3, on a 3. Just so we can have our 4 foundations to work with. The more the better, hopefully to help stem the bleeding against some of these stun moves.
Yeah, I do think a almost guaranteed build 4 is a little bit better than a guaranteed build 3, and that is my opinion on how to play around 2-checks. But I know that it's a bit of a there's not a lot of objectivity when it comes to playing around 2-checks, unless you're like a nerd and you like do the math and you like argue that way. But we don't do that here. I think it's a lot of like what you want to do as a player. So I think it's interesting that we opted to play safely around the 2-check so that we didn't end up with a build 2.
Yeah. I usually respect the bad checks in my deck on my builds. But yeah, basically I'm just arguing that Jamie is so low HP that I think you need to push your luck to try and get the best outcome for yourself.
Yeah.
Because he plays a pretty stable game of Universus without taking risks on his checks, where he's going to get, you see how much stats he's going to get on his face, and he can ready if you full block. But other than that, he's just playing moves on typically honest progressive difficulty.
I do think Jamie is another one of those characters where I think it feels particularly bad when we don't go first. Because I think having the extra turn of breathing room feels really bad. And I think what's interesting is there's a lot of these characters right now that's just simply not true for. Take Krista, for example. If we happen to see a long range drive, I really don't think we mind going second, which, we might end up seeing as the main difference maker here. Or it could be that the difference maker is actually this filled with doubt that is coming down. It looks like Jamie is working with the boys in blue, as I think you put it, this time around.
The siren has been signaled, the siren is in Krista's rear view mirror. I think she's actually holding a drink on her card artwork. I think it's probably water, but like, how dare she try and draw cards?
I don't know if that's like a crossbody bag or if that's like a water skin that she's holding.
I think she was giving water to Sasha. I think that artwork is actually, I am AOT nerding out recently, and I've been rereading the manga. I think Sasha was dying because she stole the potato and Krista was coming to help her. But potentially no one's coming to help Jamie as another move has hit the table.
And I think this one's very interesting. I have not given any thought to this move in Krista, but it certainly does say remove a counter to do 3 damage. So this move is always going to hit in Krista almost no matter what, for very minimal cost, balanced around the fact that blood counters and bullet counters are much harder to get in our Guilty Gear Strive characters, as this card was kind of made to play with, but wall counters a little bit free in Krista. So I'm really excited to see this one come down and see what we do with it.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to get its damage through, and so usually that's pretty good with a Roman cancel token. So we guarantee we have the yellow, but Jamie is one of the few water characters that we can play that has access to Guardian to Chinatown, and that card is fantastic at stopping yellow Roman cancel. and we see instead of attempting to block the ready or the tension move, we just use our jury to effectively half block it and just get an extra review.
Yeah, well, I will say, I think the fact that we only have one, of the, what is it, young boss of Chinatown, or is it something else?
Guardian of
Chinatown. The fact that we only have one Guardian of Chinatown is gonna matter a ton here, because we've now opened ourselves up on Elijah's side to first Roman cancel yellow a move, and then be able to run away it with much less of a cost to being cancel. Well, never mind. I made a terrible mistake here, because it does not cancel the the runaway. I don't think runaway actually messes with the damage. I believe it says takes no damage. So actually, this Roman cancel yellow is just going to flip a card in our opponent's stage, which is fine. I don't think that's that bad, actually.
Yeah, although I was curious if Elijah was going to use the blue Roman cancel token to form freeze one of the Jamie committed foundations, because then that just means it's one less foundation you have to stun on your following turn.
I think that's an interesting idea. Unfortunately, in my experience playing Krista, there's never been a single stage that wasn't absolutely free to just stun out within the first 2 or 3 attacks. So I think the idea there on Elijah's side was that we stunning 6 foundations or stunning 5 foundations is approximately the same cost.
Okay. So you're saying your deck is broken, just crazy.
Crystal's broken. A little broken, yes. So thinking about it, just without getting into too many weeds, we currently have stun 2 on every single move, and Krista and don't do this alone. So because of that, if we have 5 foundations, it's going to take 3 moves to stun them out, and if they have 6 foundations, it's going to take 3 moves to stun them out. It's a little bit different when you add in walk the dogs, but I do think that may have been the analysis we were doing.
Okay. Pretty logical, pretty mathy. Okay, no vibes. I get it.
That was vibes. That's vibes.
I think you just told me numbers. I think you just straight up just told me numbers as to why.
Are you suggesting that your vibes don't use any numbers at all? Like, are you telling me like you're staring at your opponent, right? And like they got the like Android app, like, life tracker universes thing up, and like they're clicking numbers away. Are you telling me you just look at the colors on the screen and go, I could block that without like, vibing out the numbers at all?
Yeah, I can block that.
You just look at the pretty colors on their screen.
I got a low block in hand. I can block their low attack. I can do it.
Okay.
But
would you guys believe that this guy won Buffalo, by the way?
Better lucky than good. It's that simple. And we're staying true to taking some risks with Jamie. We went into a lethal slash, got our extra card, cleared our progressive, which is a pretty good way to start playing some unfair universes, into a smashing stomp on a 6, and we check the 6. That's the type of risks you want to take.
I do think Smashing Stomp is a good risk to take generally. I ended up playing a deck for Buffalo that had Smashing Stomp in it. And I quickly realized that card's kind of just broken. That card, all of the numbers on that card are incredibly fake. It is not actually a 5 difficulty move. It is not actually, a 3 or 4 speed, whatever it starts at base. All of those numbers are just fake. And with Jamie, we make the damage fake as well, because we're just going to give it +3/+3, which is incredibly crazy. And it's also another fake number on it. It's not just 1 move. It's actually 2, because we always draw another attack off the top of our deck with it.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm really glad we're getting to see Jamie do his thing. It's such a shame when you're playing Jamie and your opponent doesn't block anything, and you're just like, man, the ready part of this guy is just not coming up. But if we did check a 5 on the Smashing Stomp, Jamie would have readied on this one. So
yeah, I think that's the other reason that playing these 5 diffs is like not, especially Smashing Stomp in particular, is not really that big of a deal. If you have the deck list up, could you check and see if we happen to have City Rampage on the side of Jamie as well? Are we 2 City Rampage decks playing into one another right now?
No, because Jamie correctly knows you need some 4 diffs. Because if you don't draw the City Rampage, then your strings are awful.
We're running. We're running 2 4 diffs. We're running Lethal Slash and the Throw. That's a water tuned.
And Battle Aura. That one hits like a truck. Million damage right there.
True. I do think our choice to run Smashing Stomp is a little bit more interesting in that case, but at the same time, I still think it's pretty good.
I just think it potentially makes your hands a little bit crustier, where you already could be struggling to find enough attacks to leverage Jamie's stats, and all it's doing is another Jamie drink counter and making half of your attack lineup a little bit easier to play, while making the other half harder to play.
Oh, you're talking about City Rampage?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I thought the only 4 diff we had was Lethal Slash. When I was suggesting City Rampage, I was just saying I still think Smashing Stomp is worth it even without City Rampage.
Yeah, it's a low, and they never have those. They never have that block.
That is true. Of course, unfortunately, we are playing into Krista, a deck that plays Walk the Dog, very famously a low attack and a low block. Unfortunately,
it blocks.
It does look like the second one's going to connect, though.
Man, could you imagine if they made another Walk the Dog? Wouldn't that be something? But I believe Krista had stacked I think a 4-check foundation on top. And I think potentially trying to make the Smashing Stomp not use the drawn hands. Or at least, like, mess up what they draw. Like, that won't draw a good card off the stomp.
Yeah, while at the same time making sure that if they just leave that on top, they're at least not getting as good of a check as they could.
Mm-hmm. Another 5, baby. That's what we need to see.
I was about to say, honestly, I think I might have left the 4-check foundation there because at least then I know I'm not checking a 3 or, God forbid, a 2. But unfortunately, my vibes are way off, and we did correctly just play the 5 diff and check the 5 as our very next card.
Yeah, and it is a 6 because of the Smashing Stomp.
Exactly.
This is also showing another brutal part of Krista where, like you're going for this line, but if you don't have a way to interact with the top card of your deck, Krista will force you to check a 3. And if we have a Lethal Slash in our discard pile, it's even worse.
Yeah, and even better than that, we're actually gonna stack our deck with an attack so that we know that we're getting one next turn.
Yeah, so we've gotten a ton of damage on Krista, but now it's a question of, are we able to pass another move that is lethal through a 2-check that's on top of our deck?
Probably the answer to that is no, unfortunately, because it's going to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we're going to check a 2 and only be able to get the 6, unfortunately.
Yeah.
What did we flip here? Oh, that's only going to work if it's completely blocked. That is not... I don't know if that's not the card we thought it was or what's up here.
Yeah. Definitely a good heads-up play, though, if that would be the way to try and get card draw.
Yeah, that is what I was going to say. I do think that is... if it was blockable, it's at least telling our opponent, like, you're definitely taking this now. Unfortunately, with our opponent not being at lethal damage yet, and having stacked a 3 on top of their own deck, I don't think they were ever blocking that, even if it got up to lethal damage.
Yeah. Do you think as the Jamie player, would you have still tried to play a card in your hand just to get the 2 off top of your deck?
I definitely think so. I think, we definitely could have, we have a lot of cards in hand. So I think getting rid of one of them would have been to our best bet. Unfortunately, I think it's a little bit for naught, as we have a horrifying realization foundation, and we have don't do this. So I think Krista was going to be able to stack our deck with a poor check no matter what. So it might just be better to leave that one there, so that we're stacking our check with a poor, or stacking our deck with a poor check that we're just going to draw and have even more gas if the Krista player doesn't end up being able to do 13 here.
Yeah, and she might be able to, because she starts with a Heat Ray that I believe is a 7/6 on base stats, and it is probably going to get, I don't know if it gets to 13, but based on how many 5 diffs are in Krista's graveyard, it's just going to be a really solid starting move. I wanted to point out that the leaving the lethal slash on top meant that Krista could not start her turn with a horrifying, which maybe that makes the difference. You don't want to give your opponent the 1 mid block. And I think the only 2 check that was in their grave would now have just been in their hand instead. So you can't double stack it.
I think that's fair, but I think it's possible that, I think it really depends on, I don't think we ever want to start with the horrifying anyways. We know we have at least one move, so I think we always want to get to 4 counters. And I think the only bad situation is that it end up being if we only have 1 move rather than 2. But as long as we have 2 moves, we're going to get to 4 counters pretty easily. And once we get to 4 counters, I think we'd rather just stack an attack that we know will connect and do whatever we need to for the rest of this turn, and then use the horrifying to make sure that we're drawing an attack rather than drawing random. Having played Krista, one of the things that I noticed was one of the worst things to do in Krista was to random draw off the top unless you're drawing a massive amount, like with Wall Maria's Might.
Yeah, definitely assuring that consistency just so you don't have to worry about the blind draw makes sense. One thing about this lethal slash, it's a 2 check. However, referee jury is a 2 diff, so it does not cost us any resources.
Yeah, that was a very good way to get rid of that 2 check. Unfortunately, that does line us up to be to have that 2 check put back on top of our deck. And we've also signaled that this move is almost certainly going to hit because we've lined it up with a jury. So even though we're not going to be taking quite 6 damage, we are going to be forced to flip our other 2 foundations. Which is going to make everything much harder to block. And we're also going to be stuck here having taken an amount of damage.
Yeah, but the referee jury does mean that we can't stack on this move. We can't put the lethal slash up there.
Unfortunately, I don't think we ever were, but that is a fair point. Yeah, I'm not sure what enhance we called, but I think I would have seriously considered not calling one on Elijah's side. I think that's a line that we kind of missed because we have to commit a foundation that has text this turn now, instead of to the referee jury specifically, instead of waiting for this move to hit and possibly using our long range support to go ahead and get more counters and commit that one when we inevitably do an enhance.
Oh.
That said, it did also put our rival at 4 committed foundations, which makes this walk the dog a 5 difficulty move a 4 difficulty move instead of a 5 difficulty move, which bodes well for the fact that we checked a 3.
Yeah, and it's still real scary. We're at 9 health against a walk the dog with momentum, so it is presenting lethal by itself. But this is an angle where if you're somehow able to survive against the walk the dog, it's pretty tough for Krista to keep going. Now she can play a walk the dog on the 6, but again, that's kind of the variance that you want to have happen, where there's some chance that she can fail her kill turn.
Yeah, that's definitely what you want to have happen. Unfortunately, that is not what's going to happen here. And instead, we're just going to see a game 2 win. Was that 2 games?
That was 2.
I forgot to mark it again. That's awesome.
No.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are just going to see a quick 2-0 here, which means, unfortunately, that we got a lot of time left. So we're going to go ahead and, unless you have any thoughts there, Dean, we're going to go ahead and go back to our Be Right Back screen, quickly come back with reveals. And since we got some time left here, try and see if we can get in and utilize the advantage that is the fact that these are all players inside of Discord calls, and move on to another match, since it's easy to do so here.
Yeah, that sounds like good. Get some more universes, get some new cards in. I'm in.
Awesome. We'll be right back, guys. And we're back. How's it going, Dean? Exciting round 3 match that we had there.
Oh, you must have me confused with someone else. I'm not Dean. I'm Ryu, World Warrior. I just watched my friend Jamie fight against some little girl for some reason.
In her defense, she is like the queen eventually, I think. I don't know.
Okay.
Not
So
nearly as
World
much of
Warrior
a
status.
AOT fan as Ryu, World Warrior, is. Anyway.
I love that.
So we have some new cards for you guys. Let me get those pulled up here. We're moving on to the rare cards, 2 of which we have. Very exciting cards here. And the first one is going to be read by Dean. Read by Ryu. Read by Ryu. My bad. I didn't mean to offend. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry,
it's
actually.
It's fine. Okay. A World Warrior does not get offended. So Godzilla vs. Gigan. It's a 2 difficulty, 5-check foundation with 2 mid-block, normal stats. And most importantly, it's an evil card, but also air and all, whatever that means. It's got Enhance Tenacious. You can either add it to your hand or the top of your deck. And then after it's removed, you add a power... Fuck. After it's removed, you add a power token to your stage. So obviously some really cool synergy with Gigan, where you're removing shit from your hand. Ghidorah doing it as well, so you can start getting those power tokens in your stage. Also, it's just like a pretty decent 2-diff. You get to either get a mid-block back to your hand or discard fodder for those characters, or you get to guarantee you check a 5. So not doing anything too crazy, but I think it's really solid. It's got a lot of applications and, different usage for cards is pretty good. Versatility is powerful.
Yeah, and we continue to see more power token synergy that, again, I think is just going to be so necessary to have in the set. So hopefully no one who is reading the reveals is tired of seeing add 1 power token to stage. But I think you have to realize we're going to want these foundations to do something and add a power token, which gets a little tiring, but is necessary to have fun with the cards we play with, even if it's tiring to read. I'm all that to say, I'm super excited to have power tokens in my stage. I'm super excited to have another card type for United Front and Armored Blow. I'm gonna do so much damage, Dean. I'm gonna look at the top 3 cards on my deck. I'm playing better G-Route. It's gonna be so sick. I'm so excited. But with that said, we have one more rare card here for you. And this one's gonna be a Hedrium Ray. Hedrium Ray. Anyways, it's going to be our first attack. It happens to be a 2-check, which are the coolest attacks in the entirety of the game. No one can convince you otherwise, except maybe 1 check attacks. It's a 5 difficulty move, 1 mid block, 4 high for 7. It has Deflect 2 and range. For anyone who doesn't remember, Deflect 2 is going to be hand. Add this card to your card pool. Before the damage stop your rival's attack, it gets -2 damage, and you can only do 1 deflect per attack. And then its Blitz ability is going to be flip 1 foundation. That can be blocked only by cards with a printed block modifier of 3 or greater, which, as people I know, is the same text that is on Besieged, but without a cost. The main difference, Besieged is like a 2 mid 4, and this is a 4 high 7, Dean. We're doing so much damage. Effectively a 7 speed, 7 damage move on a 5 difficulty card, which is just insane amounts of stats to go along with, the big set that is Kaiju, the Kaiju set, if you will. Yeah. Are you excited to play with this card, Dean?
Yeah, so definitely not a big fan of the 2-check, but I think there is a million high blocks that ruin your life or like very easy to get access to. Just a lot of effects like that. And so they do not have 3 block mods or greater. So
yeah. This attack cannot be blocked by Airy Smiles for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, and then the new ones coming out in Godzilla, there's the like 0 high block that readies your character, and then there's the Ghidorah Secret Rare. The Ghidorah Secret Rare is a 1 high block. So while those block tricks are insane, they just don't work against this move. So I'm pretty happy about that. And maybe it's something I end up exploring on its symbols as a sort of unblockable 5 diff.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of symbols, it is on the Death, Earth, and Water symbols for anyone listening and not looking at the screen. But with that said, that is going to be our penultimate round of reveals here. And we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take a small break here. We've kind of been going to time every single round, so unfortunately we're gonna need a little bit of a break here ourselves. So anyone who's watching the stream, take a break for yourself right now. Go grab some lunch, go grab some drinks. We will be back at the start of the next round, which should be within the next half hour, I think.
If I wasn't doing a bit, I'd be able to help you here, but like,
yeah, I believe we'll be back around somewhere between 2:15 to 2:30. Just keep the stream up in the background. But with that said, we're gonna go to a be right back screen. And who knows, maybe while we're there, if I'm not busy grabbing stuff, I will try and find some music to throw on, because I happen to, while checking the sound of the stream, realize that our be right back screen is incredibly silent. Also, super quick, two big shout outs before we take our short little break here. One, any new follows, thank you for following the channel. This is almost certainly, I think I've decided, as far as MGLA casted events, this is where they're going to be. They're just going to be on my channel. I don't feel like making an MGLA Twitch channel, especially when this one's already a Twitch affiliate. So thank you for any new follows. Feel free to, if we do as the MGLA or as myself do any start doing any streams related to universes, they're going to be here. So make sure you do follow if you have not already. I didn't bother setting up the alerts because these are custom overlays, so it'd be a little bit harder. But maybe we'll have that for like the next stream or two, or if we ever do a non-casted stream, I will definitely have alerts up so that you guys can see that and be thanked properly whenever you do follow or sub or whatever. And then another big shout out. I don't know if people have noticed, if they were comparing to the first Webcam Warriors hosted by the MGLA, but the game state update, much quicker this time around. People's names, the character cards, the health, all of that much more accurate, much faster updated. And that's because I'm not casting and doing it at the same time. So big shout out to people on the back end that are helping out with that, and also big shout out that we were able to get the tool for that made, so that you guys have a more seamless stream experience.
A streamless stream experience. No stream with the stream.
Yeah, a seamless stream experience as we have fun talking about universes all day. I love a streamless stream. All right. Well, with that absolute blunder of terminology of words, we're gonna go ahead and be right back. See you guys for our fourth and final round of Swiss, and immediately after that, top four of the event, where we get to crown our winner and see who gets a little bit extra cash. That certainly will be helpful for getting to Worlds and having a little bit of extra spending money. Do you guys?
Some really cool rares.
Yes, that too. Really cool ultra rares coming up. And we're back for our fourth and final round of Swiss as we get ready to go into our top cuts here. We're going to have Malcolm back on stream again with this Water Jamie deck. This time playing into Seamus on Chaos, Happy Chaos. Chaos, Happy Chaos. That's weird to say. Either way, Dean, why are you so biased, and why are we watching this Jamie deck again?
Wow. The event unfortunately does not have infinite players, so our choices do get smaller and smaller. So eventually we had to pick somebody that would be on stream a second time. That could have been avoided if some of the players perform differently. It's entirely their fault that this is happening.
That's a good point. So that's a brilliant point. Could you talk more about how it's the player's fault for everything?
Yeah. So if they didn't let this happen, then this wouldn't have happened. But more importantly, I think it will be really cool to see some Happy Chaos gameplay, and we get to stay true to the fighting game nature of universes with a Guilty Gear character playing off against Street Fighter character. And I think we will most likely see some of the other decks in top 4. So, and then we saw a lot of the other decks already too. So we're going to see Happy Chaos.
Yeah, I do think this is going to be. I think this is going to be a little bit better of a showing for the Jamie player here, for Malcolm on Jamie. We actually got to build 5 this time, which is a lot more than we built in either of the other 2 games that we happened to see. Failing to check the 2 until our very last card, where we could have checked any attack, so it wouldn't have mattered. That said, we are going to see the Happy Chaos player here start off, play a move, and immediately do the Happy Chaos thing, which I think is interesting. I have also happened to build a Happy Chaos deck before. I happened to build on all, and I very much liked my strategy, but my strategy was very much based on, not relying on the Happy Chaos ability, but instead relying on the fact that we got to play Tricky Spinner and Double Spirit Blast, and we got to stat momentum in very easy ways. So I'm very curious to see how this Happy Chaos deck lines up, and if it's going to more proactively use this Happy Chaos Enhance that is way more value and way more complicated than I think players realize on first read. Not only, if it hits, not only do we get to look at the top card of our deck, we get to do 3 different things with it, which is a little bit confusing because on the card, it reads, you may add that card to your hand or your momentum, which seems like only 2 options, right, Dean?
Yeah, it definitely seems like, there's not that much complexity to his enhance. But
yeah, that is until you also read the word may, which means we get to look at this card and do 3 different things. We either leave it on top, which we can do to secure our checks. We get to add it to our hand, essentially draw it, which we could do if it's an attack, or we get to add it to momentum, which we do if we want to interact with our momentum in a fast way. So I think when this card first got revealed, I was like, oh, this is like super disappointing. Like the character has to deal damage, has a limited number of times in the game to do this ability outside playing certain other cards in your deck, such as his own 2-check secret rare. Which already, is rough. And even then you're only getting 1/1 and like I said, you have to deal damage. And then I played exactly like 1 game with him and was like, oh wait, I get to decide so much with this top card of my deck. And it's like so much information you get access to. So I'm really excited to see what we're doing on Chaos.
Yeah, and we actually got to see some really cool, interesting ones that Happy Chaos gets to take advantage of, with wanting to have specific keywords for him, where last time we saw Leaping Tongue Lash into Beautiful Energy Blast, which is not the chaos strings that we're seeing in decks like Krista or Godzilla typically. And so we were able to like supercharge our 4-diff attack with the Tongue Lash buffs, and also I believe that's combo enhanced draw card on that one. It's been a while since I read some of these Suzuki cards.
Yeah, that one I'm not honestly familiar with, the Suzuki ones. The main one I know is the ultra rare, which Also synergizes well with Happy Chaos because usually we have the opportunity to draw a lot of cards, or at least that's what we're going to want to do on the Chaos symbol. Doesn't synergize as well with the fact that if we put the card in our hand off of our Happy Chaos ability, we don't actually get to add that to Suzuki Flurry. But I don't even know if we're running that card, but that is the main Suzuki card I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm. So at least with Energy Blast, it's real simple because it's uncommon. It's just a 3 mid 5 4 diff with combo enhanced, draw a card. You may change the attack zone, which pretty big fan of the zone mix up in the game right now. Saying you don't have it is a pretty reasonable strategy to steal games. Your opponent's not literally going to always have the perfect block. I say that as a Mikasa defeats the female Titan is built down, so they just might have the perfect block. But
well, technically they don't have the perfect block, but they do have the answer for it.
Yeah. And we also got to see potential. So I'm probably jinxing it, but we've seen a somewhat more stable game for Jamie where we built wide. On turn 2, we played 2 attacks. We snagged the momentum because our rival wanted to half block it, so we couldn't ready Jamie, presumably. And so we got a momentum for our cheerleader. We've built our stage out. We've gotten some chip damage in. And now really simply put, we're just trying to stay alive to see another turn, get some more drain counters, and hopefully get the crack back next turn.
Yeah, I do think that's the most rough part about Jamie is like we really are reliant on getting to 3 or 4 counters. And like before we do, unfortunately, our offensive turns just aren't as potent as they could be. That said, we are going to flash this Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, which is going to be, honestly, I think it's a great flash target. Do you think there was any other moves in this Happy Chaos list that could have been better targets for our cheerleader?
So there definitely can be like the Walk the Dogs, or there's actually Deus Ex Machina. So flashing it so you don't have to deal with the momentum dump keywords. But by choosing the cheerleader, your opponent does not have the ability to decide which 2 diffs to take from you, right? Like if they Vast Hybrid your cheerleader, then you it's the same result. But if they Vast Hybrid the Moment of Normalcy, you don't have that same safety net. So I think
I would normally agree with you. I still think it's a fine target because, the longer we can keep these surprising skills in stage, but we did have the option of responding surprising skill when our foundation is committed to be able to ready it. I think that's a much worse option if Vast Hybrid happened to hit Moment of Normalcy, because if we do happen to want to use Moment of Normalcy, we then have to commit it and it will stay frozen into our turn. But it does at least get around cheerleader getting frozen.
Yeah, I definitely overlooked that. I know how strong Surprising Strength is. I just looked at the Jamie stage and I was like, oh, fantastic. That is one of the good ones that I want to see there. And yeah, it was definitely a line that we could have went to protect our stage.
Oh, and this is going to be a Walk the Dog, and people might be confused because the Walk the Dog's Elijah was playing looked a little bit different. This is the Borderlands Experience Bundle Walk the Dog that was available there. It was still available on the website.
I think they sold out, but I have not looked, and that's just like a word of mouth thing that I've heard.
Production, get on that. See if you can order me 4 of them and not charge me for it, actually, please.
Production, kill this guy.
Also, while we're here, thank you, Marvin, for both playing in the event, but also for the gift sub to Jace the Ace 517. Appreciate that. That one we at least see in chat, so I can call those out, even if I can't call out follows and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely cool to see some sub love in our little community over here, a little MGLA teacup gaming community.
Yeah. And we're still going. I just realized we haven't committed a foundation yet, which I think was baby. Yeah. Oh, and we're just picking it up. We're just, man, I think it is so unfortunate that we have put this Jamie player on stream, and it seems we have cursed them to die to chaos. I will play everything I possibly can, play 5 attacks on my turn, and just do 22 in the easiest of ways. Which is a real shame, because I know you want to see the deck not have that done to it, but unfortunately, that is not what we're seeing today.
Dude, he is the top player, Jamie Sue. He's gotta win it. He's gotta.
We do have 2 more games here, and as we have 2 more games here, what do you think these sideboard options that we're going with are here?
So, I think there's not that much for Jamie to want to put in. I don't think Filled with Doubt is that big of a deal against Happy Chaos's moves, and then it's just one less card to block with against his punish you for hitting enhance. And my Fist Solve My Problems doesn't really change the math on blocking. I think the last card in the Jamie sideboard is some speed hate card, but not 100% sure. It's a critical role one that I do not know off the top. Oh, it's a deflect 2 card. So a 1/4 rejuvenating prayer. Yeah, I don't think there's too much that we'd want to side in on Jamie's side. And then for Happy Chaos, we actually have a really cool one in the sideboard. We have Rising Uppercut, and I'm pretty sure I'd like to Rising Uppercut Jamie. They put that stuff in the Challenger decks. Like, I think they expect it to happen. It doesn't get Happy Chaos' stat, right?
Am I crazy? Which one is Rising Uppercut?
It's the 0 high block reversal.
Oh. Have that on the Jamie sideboard or on the Happy Chaos sideboard?
On the Happy Chaos sideboard. It
makes so much more sense. You said Street Fighter card? I'm like, surely we're talking about Street Fighter character, and I just zoned out entirely for a second there. I was like,
this guy doesn't listen to me. No, but like, if you played the Challenger decks into each other, there's some interesting things where, like, there's the Chun-Li attack that has a card pool static. Your rival's high attacks get -2 speed. And so you can start with that, and then it's a high attack also. So if your rival Rising Uppercuts it, it's easier for you to block Rising Uppercut. And so basically there's some expectation to uppercut Jamie. And I think Happy Chaos doing it is pretty cool. He can't actually use the enhance on it because it's not arranged, but you're there, you're playing into 7-hander, you get your damage in, get a momentum, and also just easily block whatever stat buff Jamie's got going on. But now we're well into game 2 now with the first build turn from Jamie.
Not respecting the 2-check this time. Is fearing it though. I saw we kind of hesitated on flipping over the top card of our deck there, hoping not to see that too. And we're good here. We ended up building 4. Yeah. I do hope that the better build turn than we saw into Elijah's Mitchell deck is going to end up coming to fruition and actually showing off here.
You had a slip of the tongue there. You're so chaos build that you said Mitchell.
You're so right. Elijah was playing Mitchell 2 weeks ago. But no, this time we're talking about Elijah with his Krista deck.
Kind of the same guy. Chaos Order. Stun you out. Play some Walk the Dogs.
I think it's a very interesting take. I think I will follow up with Mitchell. You know what? I'm digging myself a hole here. You're so right. They are the same person, actually.
Yep. It's just that simple. And Jamie's starting off their attack turn with the solid 1, Smashing Stomp. Check our 5 as we deserve. It's so, if you're playing Jamie, you simply just put your cards on the table. You will check the 5s. You won't check bad. And that's it. Because if you check bad, you lose the game. So don't do that.
I do tend to agree that if you check bad, you lose the game, and that surely we won't check bad.
I just think it. So I think it matters a lot for Jamie that your checks are good enough. Like things can go horribly wrong on just like 2-3 checks. But that didn't happen here. We got our 5. Jamie gives us some stats, and if they want to deny our card draw, then we at least get our Jamie readied.
Yeah, that's the other thing I think is really good about Slashing Stop and Jamie is I really like these inclusions in decks where we give our opponent a catch-22 of, well, if you full block me, this happens. If you let this hit, this happens. You know, I think it comes across even better in decks that interact with the block response window rather than the completely blocked response window. But still, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, we made our rival tap out here. Now, fortunately, did check a 3, but Jamie has given us a resource that we can commit if we want to. There is a possibility that you maybe want to keep Jamie ready because he is not stunnable, and we've seen Chaos be able to do stuff like that with its Walk the Dogs. We're not against Chris anymore, so thankfully our stage should probably be mostly ready.
Yeah, alternatively, this is a heads-up play because we know our opponent has the sideboarded in Rising Uppercut and is going to block this one for free anyways. Because they will always check the 5 here, surely, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, we would never check less than a 5. No, that couldn't happen. But getting our damage in, getting our momentum for Cheerleader. I didn't see any in the Jamie deck, but I am really curious what tension moves do for Jamie, because not only can they fuel momentum for powerful defensive foundations like Cheerleader or Decoy Duplicate or Condescending Explanation, it's also just a defensive trick. And usually people don't want to full block Jamie, so here's my tension move. I'll get a yellow RC, probably get my momentum, and then now I've progressed my drink counter, and I've gotten a referee jury essentially from my attack. And we are back at the crossroad of, do we want to Cheerleader this Vast Hybrid or let them make their pick?
It does look like we're not going to let them make their pick here, as we are going to flash it. And we're going to block Vast Hybrid with the Vast Hybrid? Whoa!
You know it's a good move because it blocks itself. We
True.
talked about it with Walk the Dog. Here it is, Vast Hybrid.
Every good move in the game blocks itself, and every bad move in the game does not block itself. Tasty Riff blocks itself. Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken blocks itself. Falling Skies, worst high attack in the game because it was simply running it in your deck tells your opponent to only ever hold high blocks and play every single low and mid in their hand. Worst card in the game. Worst high attack in the game. And it doesn't block itself.
And this Gunflame Fight, now you may be saying that it is a high block and it's a low attack. However, it's a tension move. So it is actually a high block and a high attack because we're going to zone change it to make it high.
Everything you said is correct, actually. It's crazy.
I would not say something wrong. I just don't do that.
Another advantage of blocking or flashing and blocking this first move here is that we also deny value on our undercover infiltration because we have played our first move, but we did not get an enhanced step for it.
I do want to point out to clarify that Roman cancel on Gunflame Feint makes it a high so the opponent can block it with their Gunflame Feint. Because we know they're holding a low block, so we're making it a high to be blocked by itself. Like on our attack, not defensively.
Yeah.
But
I think that was clear to everyone who I was gonna be mean there because it was Sam that was in chat being like, how does Dean know or does Dean know how roaming cancels work? But I couldn't think of something that was mean but not too mean. So
what is
thanks for the
mean
comment,
is this
Sam. That's the new one.
Essentially stun 3ing. Oh, we have the jury. Nice. Okay. Save some health.
And instead, yeah, exactly. We're going to have this jury come down. Unfortunately, not going to be able to force a commit here off of our opponent daring to have an enhance ability they want to play. But I still think it's enough value to just, say, all right, this is only going to do 4 damage.
Yeah, but for Happy Chaos, we are up a game. So, we can get our little chip damage in, get our momentum. Even if we fall on this next turn, we're not as pressured.
I have a question from chat, Dean. Is Gunflame Feint a 4-check?
It is.
There you have it.
So it definitely. First, look. Okay, every card in the game is actually a 0 difficulty move if you just check a 5 and you play on 5s.
Correct.
Yeah. So Gunflame Feint is a 0 diff, 4 check, 2 high block, 3 high attack. It's just got everything.
Imagine playing a game where no matter what happens, in order to play a card, you had to turn things sideways. But you did not have the option of playing a card without turning anything sideways. Imagine playing a game like that.
I don't think I could. But Jamie, unfortunately, had to turn his stuff sideways because he did the cardinal sin of checking a 3 on your opening moves, Jamie. Don't do that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you are correct that was suboptimal to have randomly checked the 3 there. But that said, this is going to be a Smashing Stomp with +2/+2, but it's also going to get -2 speed from our Fateful Decision. And I believe we also checked a 3 on the Happy Chaos player side. So we're going to trade 3 checks here and just both kind of be a little SOL. I'm not sure. What do you think, Dean? Was half blocking this worth it in your eyes?
I definitely don't like the position it puts you in as your stage is fully tapped into Jamie's 2/2. However, you do give your opponent the chance to get unlucky by keep going. So maybe Jamie
did I miss an extra -1 to the check? I said he tapped Fateful Decision for -2 speed. It looks like he tapped it for the Breaker 1 and tapped Nice Try for -2 speed. But I thought we had +1 to our check from Smashing Stomp. Oh, sorry. The card we checked was a 4 check. So we just went even on the +1, -1 to check. And then we checked a 4. Okay.
So we've gotten Happy Chaos down to 15. It is possible for 2 moves to count to 15. Now checking them is a different story, but maybe some Smashing Stomps, Battle Aura, and another 4 diff could maybe do it.
It definitely has to be Battle Aura, right? Because otherwise we don't really. I guess Smashing Stomps are 8 damage. So yeah, that's a good point there. Unfortunately, we are just going to build out here. And it looks like it was both to our detriment and the correct decision as we unfortunately check a 2 there.
Yeah, really not what you want to see. Yeah, the string of lower than 5 checks for Jamie is always brutal as a Jamie fan. He is my favorite of the Street Fighter characters in the game so far. Ryu's really cool, but I like Jamie a lot.
I do think Ryu could be, since you brought it up, I do think Ryu could be a really cool, slightly fringe or rogue character / deck that we see at Worlds. Only because I know of a few people playing it, and actually, Tim Keefe was on a win and in for Top Cuts in Atlanta. And surely with some of the things that probably made that run more difficult than he wanted it to be banned, surely, you know, we could see Ryu actually make a return and be a cool rogue deck.
Yeah, I think Ryu was also close to doing well at Buffalo. I think I don't remember his last name, but I know Julian was playing it, and I remember talking to him. I think in round 3 he was undefeated with it. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, but I heard Buffalo was like not even a real event because some like washed caster guy that like is actively commentating a tournament right now won that one. So like, you know.
Yeah, I got some schmuck, I think. But with you know, Jamie had went for their rebuild turn and got some of their stage back. I think we have a moment of normalcy and a fast friendship to potentially stave off some aggression, but Happy Chaos starting off with a really strong one in Deus Ex Machina. We got our whole stage ready, 6 foundations. We're going to be able to give 2-1 to all our moves, thanks to the extra bullet counters from Deus Ex, and I believe one of the glared cards is the Mountain Lady Foundation.
Yeah, it is. So we're gonna give it a speed there, and then like you said, +1/+1 from Happy Chaos, and then 1/1 also from Undercover Infiltration. I will say, having played Happy Chaos, especially in like this poke heavy style, in my all version, Undercover Infiltration probably singly feels the best in Happy Chaos. It just says my first move gets so many instances of 1/1, and these symmetrical stats are really cool to be placing on some of these attacks.
Yeah, he gave 3 speed and 2 damage. Could you imagine if a character could do that on their first move?
No, but I can't imagine if a character could put 3/3. We are going to leave that card on top, which almost certainly means it's a good check, right?
Or another Deus Ex? Nice. I wish it was also the alt art, but you could see both artworks. It's cool.
It's so rough. I thought that was a walk the dog, to be honest. I thought it was the Borderlands walk the dog.
No. More Happy Chaos. But yeah, I mean, this is where you want to be. If your hand is, did we blitz on this one?
Yeah, so we got rid of 2 cards, which means ideally the other 2 cards remaining in our hand are almost certainly attacks that we are planning to ship this turn, which is very scary, I think, if you're the Jamie deck.
Yeah. We are still at full, which is nice. In the previous game, on the second Chaos attacking turn, we were at 12, so real difficult to stave off every lethal line in that situation.
We're currently at 10, actually.
Are we not at 22?
No.
I guess they're just not. I was looking at their die trackers. Like their
no, well, okay. Yeah, we have to be, because we hit with an attack last turn, didn't we?
Oh, we hit with the Nedgeray Wave, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what ended up happening to our momentum, or if we just didn't keep it, but
we spent it on EX for Deus Ex, one of them.
Gotcha. We're continuing to attack here, which I think is a very interesting decision, because at this point it's going to be a little bit harder to play any more moves. Even if we knew, well, I guess we didn't know we were checking, because I believe that was full blocked, but yeah. It could just be that we're valuing this move hitting no matter what.
Yeah, we opted to keep playing moves into the breaker too. From I'm a Hero too.
Yeah, if we checked exactly a 3 there, it was really dangerous. And like I said, we did not know we were checking a 5, but it may just be that we're valuing, as this Happy Chaos deck, any amount of damage we can do, right? I will say that Happy Chaos doesn't really get to see the value of, his character and his abilities without doing damage. So sometimes you just have to play into the breakers, unfortunately.
Yeah, and at the very least for Happy Chaos, this is game 2, so you can take these risky lines. Maybe you check the 6. Maybe your opponent doesn't draw attacks next turn. Maybe you're able to block one move and that keeps you around. Like a lot of variables that could happen. We might have an action trick like Runaway. And even if it doesn't pan out for us, we got game 3 to blow their head off.
That is true, and Happy Chaos is going to be another one of those decks that I think feels a lot better going first than it does going second, as opposed to the Krista deck of last round where we really did not mind going second, in my opinion. We never choose to go second as the Krista deck, but it certainly was not the end of the world.
Yeah, and then just looking at Jamie's string here, Hero 2 to get another drink counter. On top of Jamie, we get to our 4 into a Battle Lore release. That's a 8 high for 12. Yeah, don't need to draw too many moves if 2 will do it. So we are going to our game 3. But, yeah, Happy Chaos, as you said. Happy to go first. So we're going to hopefully slam some ranged moves and blow Jamie's head off. At least for Seamus. Seamus would be happy with that. I want Jamie to win. So a little biased.
Your bias is showing.
Just a little bit.
While we have a second here, I did happen to look at the stream for a moment and notice that we do happen to be at 96 followers. So if anyone has 4 friends that they can get to click that little follow button, that would be sick.
What if I wasn't following the stream, Justin? What if I'm one of the...
It'd be really funny because you're a moderator on the stream. So it'd be even funnier if you weren't following.
Yeah, I'm not a follower. What could I say? Nothing.
Yeah, I think almost
original.
everyone on the MGLA is a moderator. And you know what? If they're not, that clearly means I don't trust them or like them. So I'm just going to sow some team dynamic issues here in my free time.
I don't think it even needs to be sowing chaos. If Corey's a mod in this channel, I'm shocked. Actually shocked. I think Corey does not think he's a mod. I think he'd be shocked. He'd be like, no way you did that, Justin.
I don't. Oh, there is one person not currently a mod that I need to make a mod. Hold up. There we go. I don't think Corey's watching the stream. So I think it's actually valid that if Corey's not a mod.
Yeah, should have shown up. Should have shown up to the final Webcam Warriors event before Worlds.
Yeah.
And players are finishing up their mulligans.
Yeah, while they're finishing up here. Sorry about that. You're gonna lose a little bit there, but it's just for a moment there. I just have to know. Corey is not a mod. Thank God. I don't think he can be trusted.
He needed something. I think Jamie ended up mulliganing 4 of the cards in their hand, so likely trying to find as many foundations as they can. Maybe looking for some free juries, but I think you really just want to be full blocking if you can against Happy Chaos's in hands.
Yeah, I think it's really important not to let it do damage at all. I do like the idea of jurying in this Jamie deck where, we are going to be pretty consistently playing out attack turns. So having a low foundational resource defense plan, right? Having something where if our foundations are committed, we can still enact this plan is definitely good. But unfortunately, it's still going to be a little bit rough to be taking at least 4 damage as a 7-hander.
Yeah. I would usually say the 4 damage is not that big a deal, but it adds up, and just so much other things are happening. We're getting momentum for our powerful EX moves on the future turns. we're maybe getting it for them on this turn with, Happy Chaos snagging the momentum. But at least for Jamie's sake, thankfully Vast Hybrid checked the 3. So potentially things can go wrong and we don't have to play the best defense in the world to buy a turn, save some health. Still tricky to block as it's going to be a 6 high. But Jamie check a 5 and we're good. No. The 3 check give you hope and then it taketh away hope. So not really where Jamie wants to be. Taking 8 to the dome. And Happy Chaos snagging a momentum and a pretty good one at that. 2 extra speed on whatever move we want on the following turns.
Yeah, I do think it's an unfortunate situation where I'm not sure, there was any power we had to it, but happening to check that 3 is just very unfortunate, especially since our one answer to that being Fast Friendship had been committed by the Vast Hybrid. Finally, as the Happy Chaos player, actually got to resolve an unflashed Fast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, which certainly could be a difference maker in this match.
Yeah, as Jamie's pondering over what to do with their hand, I think this is like an interesting thing about some of the decisions we make with the decks we choose, where Jamie is relatively honest, and so by playing Jamie, you are choosing a more consistent game plan, and you're choosing one that is less likely to ever high roll your opponent because you're ramping up this certainty of drink counters to give stats to your move. You're not suddenly out to the races with something on turn 2. So, like, for example, a character like Bertolt has, I would say, is an example of a character with explosive power, where theoretically on turn 2, he can do some really crazy lines, both through the randomness of his draws. Mainly through the randomness of his draws as he filters through bing bongs and the attacks. Whereas with Jamie, really what we're going to do is, play some honest universes, play a move, use our character's ability to ramp up, build our foundations, and just try and live until we get to our critical mass. And our critical mass needs to be able to count to our opponent's life total with whatever stat window that we're at, if it's 3, 4.
I do think we at least add some of that explosiveness to our deck by running cards like I Am a Hero 2. So we don't, in this situation where we didn't get a chance to even play a single move on turn 2, we're not as down and out as we could be.
Yeah, as long as if you have access to the moves that double your drink counters or give you another one, you can play it a bit safer. One thing I don't know that I love is the Filled With Doubt on this leaping. God, what is this move called? Leaping Tongue Lash.
I do think that's a signaling that we're kind of scared of more moves to come, because this move would currently have +2/+2. And then an additional +1/+1 from Happy Chaos had we not done that. But one could also say that maybe canceling this this tension keyword, not canceling, but sealing the card so that we can't do tension, could have been a better use as well.
Yeah, and even simply just having the block in your hand, Filled With Doubt denied the 2/2 from Tongue Lash. However, progressive difficulty on blocks, it is actually given +1 speed to all of Chaos's moves. So if we plan on blocking twice, we really only got to deflect 2 with filled with doubt. I'm not sure I would have chose to keep it in this matchup. I don't think there's anything that's super crazy that I need to seal.
I think sealing Vast Hybrid and Deus Ex Machina are our main targets for that.
Yeah, I'm just not a believer in the spending 2 cards to do that. Like, seal it and then
of course,
also probably have to block.
Yeah, that said, on turn 2 alone, we are already down to 5 life, which is not where we want to be. Hopefully the Happy Chaos does not play another attack here, and we're not going to. We did choose to take a momentum as Happy Chaos, which personally I'm a little bit confused by. I think 1 extra momentum didn't matter. So it kind of implies that it was a card we didn't want to check, but it was on a 4. So I think if it was an attack, we could have just kind of stretched there for the final bit of damage. But maybe we're assuming our opponent is just playing their life very well, and not, and we didn't want to overextend there, which is also a very good heads up play. At the same time, I do think 33 is hard to do. I think it's very odd that we took the momentum instead of putting it in hand and just attacking one more time. But
I can understand not wanting to risk it. You're in a pretty good spot. Your rival's in single digits health. You have basically your full health. And so if your rival is able to block that last move, which it looked like it was possible because Jamie still had some cards in hand and a fully ready stage, you potentially risk checking bad on the move, and then you also potentially risk checking bad on the cards you build afterwards. And kind of to that point of Jamie has less explosive lines than some other characters. If you can just put yourself if Happy Chaos can put himself in a consistent game state where he's got a wide stage, a ton of momentum, and the ability to block, then it's more likely that he can take the game. By putting, like in the situation we're seeing where we full block the Smashing Stomp, maybe we'll be able to block this Lethal Slash, but by doing this, if we brick next turn as a 6-hander, we will still be in a pretty reasonable spot where we should be able to stave off another Jamie turn and hopefully find lethal on the following.
Yeah, but I would never brick.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be blocking with a Rising Uppercut, which I hope we're going to see played.
No, we committed the undercover. No, can you use that on Rising Uppercut?
Yeah, it does say if it's your first attack played this turn. So I think we may have just accidentally. Are we having to? Oh, it is on a. No, this is on a 4/5, right?
It should have been on a 5, yeah.
Failing that does. I'll have to see what the official judge decision here is, because I think because we failed to play the attack, which we did by committing a foundation. I think we could have got rid of a momentum for the drive 1 cost, and then that way, even if we checked a 3, it was fine. And we just commit our 2 foundations. So then committing undercover wouldn't have mattered at that point. That said, I believe because we failed to play the attack, it should actually be discarded from the card pool, interestingly enough. Because when you fail to play a card, you do discard it as part of the effect of failing the card. We'll have to see if that ends up mattering, though.
I thought we did succeed in playing it. I thought we tapped like too much.
No, so we tapped 2 for the block because it was on a 5. We then committed a foundation to pay the drive cost, which I think was possibly a mistake. I think we could have discarded a momentum, but maybe we're saving that momentum for some other heads up play, right? And had we discarded a momentum, then when we checked the 3, it wouldn't have mattered, and we could have passed it on a 5. But yeah, we committed 2 for the block and 1 for the drive cost.
And then another thing to think about: do you think you would have incredible displayed the response on Lethal Slash?
I think leaving it in card pool doesn't necessarily matter for this turn. I think with our opponent only having 1/1, assuming the average base damage of their moves is 5, and now 6 because of 1/1, they still need 5 moves, and I honestly don't think our opponent was playing 5 more moves that turn. So leaving that Lethal Slash in the card pool, I don't think matters a ton.
Okay, so if they played a second Lethal Slash, would you have incredible displayed?
At that point, I do think that is the one way that our opponent could play 5 or 6 moves in that game state. That said, now that I say that, our roaming cancel was a little free, so I think we probably do actually commit incredible display to cancel it just to leave it there, because we're gonna lose the roaming cancel anyways.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible we're keeping it for like RC yellow, but I think we overvalued RC yellow that turn, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. We got some good old fashioned wide boards. No one yielding to be seen. We got
yes,
9
certainly.
foundations on both players' stage. And we have to use our thinking caps to pave through this. Yeah,
and unlike you, this has been the universes I have advocated for this entire year. This has been the game I have wanted to play, despite you being a terrible, unyielding destruction apologist.
Like, I'm just saying, I'm sure people would enjoy playing unyielding against Mikasa, or Rodan, or Peak, or Ghidorah.
And I think I'm going to enjoy playing Peak into Mikasa and playing with some interesting board states where I don't die.
Nah. I got places to be, man. I need your stage gone. I need your stage on my desk by 2:00 this afternoon.
Does 2:30 work? I'm a little busy today.
No.
Unfortunate. You're going to get it at 2:30.
Have to let you go.
I'm sorry, what? Did you just fire me? You can commentate the rest of the match yourself then.
All right, guys, now that Justin's gone, let's talk about what really matters. In Godzilla Reign of Kaijus, they have printed the card True 100 Unleashed onto a 4 difficulty attack with the same symbols. Can you believe that? That's what they're putting in the water. It's crazy.
Do you know why both players have 2 extra committed foundations? More specifically, why Happy Chaos has 2 committed foundations? Did I miss something there?
I think we
committed 2 foundations at the beginning of our turn.
I think maybe we horrifyinged into surprising skills.
Oh, that would make sense.
Yeah, we don't need to enter anything against it. We're playing universe at form speed, exchanging blows at windows never before seen.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it looks like Happy Chaos didn't cycle there. Oh no, we are flashing this one. We do not want any more bullet counters. And we hope their hand is a brick. So I'm seeing in Malcolm's hand a Filled with Doubt, and I think we're low enough that we just want to block with it as opposed to seal. Because the Incredible Display canceled the Cheerleader, so we did get to get bullet counters, going up to 5. Or going up to 8, sorry. We got 5 counters. So potentially a good thing. Our rival didn't discard 5 cards, so only one of them is one they wanted to keep. Maybe the new 5 they just drew is another brick.
If they discarded 5 cards, that was their whole hand, no?
Yes, that is how math works. I can't do that either. Can't do that one, no sir. Look, Justin, you're failing to understand that
We did put a lot of speed on this move.
we are saying. I'm pretty sure. Oh, and the 2 check. Yeah.
It does look like we're going to pick up off that. How fast was this move? 7,
So I think we
12,
used the fast hybrid, and
4.
what's the EX on it? Is it 2 or 3?
Yeah, the math ain't math. And I think it was like on a 12 or 14 or something like that, and we could only get to 10 if we checked the 2. So
Yeah.
that is unfortunately just a pretty good heads up play to put our opponent on having it, but not go fully out on our momentum if we didn't have to.
Yeah.
I think unfortunately we are a little bit upset about the outcome of that turn on Malcolm's side, not only because we lost, but also because I think in hindsight it was clear that we should have filled with doubted the Deus Ex Machina. But how could we have known that our opponent was going to discard 5 of their cards, clearly signaling that they needed one more attack?
I also didn't think about Filled with Doubt being a barrier shield in that situation, like close to it. Because what do we do if our opponent does EX send it?
Yeah, of course, if our opponent drew another EX move, then it is what it is in that situation.
Yeah, but really cool showing from both of the decks. I think Happy Chaos and Jamie are really cool characters, very underexplored, and with rotation around the corner, and hopefully we get to see some more interesting stuff with them as characters that get to stick around with the new set coming out. And I think this is what we call a layup, as I give Justin the easiest segue of his life talking about rotation and new cards.
Oh, thank God you said the talking about rotation and new card stuff. I was trying to do some stream stuff, so I didn't listen to a word you said. So I was
He just ignored. I
very
just been
much
talking
my
to the wall the whole time, guys. Like it's every time with this guy.
I have only ignored what you said that time and one other time. So I don't want to hear it even a little bit.
I think possibly if someone subbed every time you ignored me, you'd be a millionaire.
If subs were $500,000 each, yes.
I think there's some discrepancy here.
And one other time I ignored you.
I don't know. Look, Justin, we got 2 super cool ultra rares to show to the people. But
all right,
is the stream ready to go, or do you have to step away?
No. We are on stream. We are our beautiful faces and our beautiful dapper outfits are on stream, and we're doing this live.
Live.
Yeah, because I remembered I get to choose which one I want to reveal this time, because you chose the last two, which was by design. Which means,
have mercy. I really need to reveal. I don't need to reveal either. You got it. I just have an opinion.
No. You also don't get a choice. You got to choose the last 2. All right. It is not fair for you to choose which one you reveal every time. So we're gonna have you start again because I am saving the absolute best card for last. It is the most unique card I have ever read. It is not remotely like any other card currently in the format or in the format for the next year or so. And it's gonna really be a bomb that like shakes up the meta in a way that is just unpredictable. Your card is not that. Your card's lame. So we're gonna go ahead and pull up on screen. It's now on screen. You can go ahead and read it, Dean.
So I'm not sure which one you want me to read, and I don't have the stream open. So
I forgot. Sorry, your card is malicious assault. My bad.
Okay. So that makes sense.
Okay.
So
it's crazy you don't know which card you want me to read after that preamble. But that's fine.
Look, I'm just so biased. Anyway, guys, we have a new 4-check attack on the evil symbol, 7 difficulty, 2 low block, fury range, 6 high for 6. This is graveyard hate. We blitz remove a card from our discard pile, which we've seen has some synergy points with a lot of the evil cards in the set. And then we get to remove up to 2 cards from our rival's discard pile. So we get to stop them from doing some any of their graveyard synergies. We actually can force them to burn some of their once per game abilities on like the Ghidorah Secret Rare thanks to this. And then additionally, this is a really powerful response. If it deals damage, our rival has to remove a card from their hand. And so something I'm really excited about with this card is potentially playing a Hiei deck with only 4-check attacks. And this is a perfect evil/void attack for that deck where it's a 6 high for 6, somewhat blockable, but you have to block it twice, and if you don't, you're still losing another card in your hand. So super excited for this one. Justin, do you have any thoughts, or do you just want to go on to your supposed better one?
I'm really excited about my card. All right, but I do have some thoughts. I think this was an interesting 4-check. It's well statted, which we see in a lot of the big difficulty moves. And I think just like you said, it could breathe life into some, soon rotating, not as soon as, not next rotation, but the rotation after that. It could breathe life into those characters, like you said. Playing Hiei is very interesting. It's an evil card, so like, we get to play it in some evil characters. And I think it's going to be really important as we see, it was a small theme of the original Godzilla Challenger decks that we got to interact with our discard pile more, right? So this permanent interaction of your opponent's discard pile could be very important, and I think that's going to happen. I think it's possible Ghidorah has another time to shine in the spotlight again. So this one being a very good target, I don't want to deal with that. You being able to play that one for free, I don't want to handle you blocking with True 100. Could be very important. So I definitely think this card is cool. I think I was a little bit mean, but you have to understand I was coming from a good place in my heart because this card is so much cooler. And that is going to be my UR that I get to reveal here today, which is Angurus Ball. This is absolutely a fantastic card. It's a 8 difficulty, 3-check card with some very, very unique text. 2 high block. So it can't block itself, but we'll forgive it. It's okay that it can't block itself because it is a 5 low 7 with some really interesting lines of text, such as this attack gets -1 difficulty for each power token in your stage, max -4. It says Fury Slam, Breaker 1, EX3, and response after this attack deals damage, draw 1 card on the Chaos, Earth, and Fire symbols. This card's absolutely amazing, unique. Never seen any card designed remotely like it. Very excited to play with it. What are your thoughts, Dean?
So I think it's really interesting. I really like its stats line. So it's a 7 damage move and it's 5 speed.
Yeah.
Now it's low.
Yeah.
Because, and that makes sense why it's low. Because usually the inverse stats, a 7 speed move for 5 damage tends to be a high attack. And then obviously we can make it a 5 diff if we have 3 power tokens in our stage. So it's really interesting that we got such a unique stat line on this card. Oh man. For anyone that doesn't know, Costa de Leviathan is a really, 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 really good card, and I love talking about it. And so this was a perfect opportunity to bring it up. It's a little similar. Got some of the similar numbers on the card.
It's not that similar. I think this card's very unique. I think you're just making connections that aren't there. Also, there's some people in chat saying have some messages with the terms walk and the in them, get out of my chat. You're actually banned forever. I don't.
Yeah, no more walk
But
the
no,
dogs.
I
We've seen
think.
it enough.
Sorry, what was that?
No more walk the dogs. We've seen them enough. They've been on screen too many times.
I do think it's very funny that this is a slightly more balanced, different walk the dog, rather than guaranteed drawing at least one card. We have to hit, and then other than that, I do think it's also interesting that Godzilla gets to run 8 walk the dogs now on the chaos symbol. So that character is never playing a real 5 diff. It is what it is. I do think this one is. I think it's interesting because my biggest gripe with the walk the dog is it's really hard to, sorry, not really hard, but it can be hard to get your opponent committed down 4 foundations unless you're playing some of these specific characters like Krista or like Mitchell that like guaranteed commit your opponent's foundations, right? So if they just don't interact, so if you're playing Godzilla and they don't interact with your moves until you play walk the dog, you're now playing them as actual 8 diffs. So if they're just patient and they don't give you committed foundations to work off of, then that can really suck. With this one, luckily, it's all on us. It's we got the power tokens, and even better than that, forget the EX, EX whatever, but this could be as big as a 15 damage move as a 4 diff, which is insanely nuts. So I'm honestly kind of excited to see what people do with this card, and I hope it's not as prevalent as walk the dog, but it could be.
Yeah. And I actually have a couple of questions for you. I want to say they're easy, and if they might be mandated by some big company that gave us these. But Justin, I'm really excited about these cards. Do you know how and where I can pre-order these cards?
How and where? Oh my God, I have such great news for you. You can pre-order. You did not ask me when. Thank God. I do not have to go check when. You can pre-order these cards at your local LGS. This is all these cards are part of the Godzilla Reign of Kaiju set that kicks off a rotation. So we'll be playing an entirely new format when this set drops. We'll be playing with brand new cards. We'll be getting rid of some cards that people are tired of because they've been around for 3 years. And we'll get to do plenty of experimentation. And you get to pre-release on a date that Dean has memorized and will be able to pop off the top of his head immediately when I ask him at any of your local LGSs that are carrying Universa's product. For me personally and anyone else in the Massachusetts area, the LGS is going to be VTC. So we'll be having a fun pre-release there if you happen to be in the Massachusetts area. For the New York area / Long Island area, where's that going to be, Dean?
It's going to be Gotham City Games in West Babylon and Silk Road Gaming in New York City. But for the dates, because I know everyone in chat is fiending to know when they can get their hands on these cards.
Yes, please.
Yeah, pre-release starts March 6th for Godzilla, and you can sign up now. If you sign up before February 27th, which next week, man, it's coming close, you will get a bonus loyalty points on the reward store. Get some cool Godzilla promos that are going to be there. And then the full set is March 13th. So, we got Worlds next week, and basically Godzilla will be upon us in a matter of seconds. So I am so excited, and I hope everyone looking at these cards is just as excited as I am and ready to go to their local game shop to pick up some Godzilla cards and play some Universes.
Oh yeah. Big shout out, big thank you to UBS Games for giving us the opportunity to preview such exciting cards. I don't know how Dean feels, but I think all of the cards we got to see, all the jokes aside about this being a very walk the dog shaped card, I think all the cards we got to see were very cool. And I was very excited to be able to share these specific cards with you guys. So hopefully, as more sets are dropped, we get to see even more cool cards as we get rotation. We get to play in this new format that's coming up this next year. Also, make sure if you guys haven't seen 2 weeks ago, we talked about it a little bit, but tons of organized play announcements. All 4 of the regionals have official dates and places that they're at now. Is it 4 regionals? It's 4 regionals, right? Yeah. It's 4 regionals. Yeah. And then the UC, the Universal Championship at the end of the year. That doesn't have its dates exactly figured out, but it's going to be in the month of November. But all 4 regionals are announced places. start your planning now. They've given us this information way ahead of time, which is, something that we ask every year. So they've granted us it. So make sure you get to those, make those very successful events. And then also get to your local LCs. There's only 40 of them each season. So try and find the closest one. Make a fun trip out of it with your friends. Having talked to a lot of the people who are involved with helping plan LCs, a lot of the stores that are putting LCs together, these are not going to be your LCs of last year. These are going to be incredibly fun, decent sized events. These are going to be something worth making a little bit of a day trip out of. So make sure you get to those. Check out, reach out to the stores if there's one that you haven't been to before because it's like a couple hours away, and be like, hey, what's the details on this? What are you guys doing? How this is going to run? Well, all of them are required to run, so you don't have to ask them that, but so you can guaranteed make it sure there. Make sure you have the dates for that and get to those.
I'm sure
me personally, I know I'm going to be at Silk Road Gaming that has an LC. I'm going to try and make it to as many of the Midwest ones because they're a little bit farther, but I know those are going to be really exciting because there are some people in the community that are making those as awesome to go to as they can. So make it out to those as we talk about the new seasons.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting, but still, my head's still focused on this season. And then, before we know it, it'll be the LC time and it's going to be great. It's going to be really cool having these like mini regionals essentially.
What else could we possibly have for this season? Is there some like big event in a week or something, Dean?
Hey.
You're going to tell me it's a world size event? Is that what you're going to tell me?
No, it's hangout time in a week. I'm going to see all my friends.
That's fair.
Shit. Play some universes.
Very last one. In addition to the pre-release dates that Dean said, if you are going to Worlds next week, there's a pre-release there too. Sign up for that. Have a lot of fun. You get to see the cards a week or two earlier than everyone else. I don't know. I didn't pay attention when Dean said the dates. As we established, I don't pay attention to Dean. So it is what it is.
He said it. He said it right here. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it.
But yeah, with that said, I don't currently know the exact time left in the round, but we should be nearing top cuts.
I got you.
Do you?
Justin. I do. So the round 4 is over, and we will be taking a 30-minute break before top 4. Now, Justin, do you want to announce it now or come back and
let's say who the top 4 is, and we get to have some matchups. And what we'll do is I'm going to make a poll in the chat. We're going to let the viewers choose who they want to watch. We've seen, I think, almost everyone who is in the top 4. And we'll either go with who the viewers choose, or if David Toombs is in the top 4, not David Toombs' match, because he is streaming and I don't want to cannibalize the amount of viewers that we could have between either of our two streams. So you guys might get to choose.
Yeah, we'll think decide that after the break. Don't get to choose. There is 2 options as it's top 4. So really it is whichever table is not David's. So,
all right, fine. We won't put David on stream until he's in the finals.
Yes. And so, Mirio Gaming is going to win it all. I told everybody at the start of this event that Mirio would be in top 4. I told you it was scripted. I can't tell you the rest of the script yet, but it is all pre-planned.
Dean is hiding the rest of the script from you. He could tell you. He's choosing not to.
I could. But I've already leaked one of the top cut players, and I didn't do it in order. So starting from the top, we have Elijah Wakeman on Chaos Krista in first place. We have Jet K on Void Rodan in second place. We have David Toombs on Good Mirio in third place. And we have Jeremy Clad in fourth place on Chaos Toga 3. So an oldie but a goodie. And we got some classic My Hero characters in Top Cut. We got some tried and true meta titans, although not literally titans, making their way around for top 4. So we're going to see some cool games.
Some of them could be titans.
Yes, but she isn't. So
she could be, though. Like, canonically speaking. It could have been made into a titan.
There's 2 of her cards, and they do not turn into anything. They are.
I know. I'm just saying, canonically speaking.
No.
Could have been a titan.
Nope.
All right. We'll see you guys for Top Cuts in approximately 30 minutes. We'll have an exact time for that that will be pinned in the chat. Or it won't be, because I don't do things. One of those two. See you guys.
All right. See you guys for top 4.
I'm just gonna be polite and give them the heads up they're on stream if they don't know.
Oh, that's crazy. We're on stream, so
Okay.
you waited till I transitioned. No, that's great. I was about to say, and we're back.
You should have counted us in, man.
Oh, I did forget to do that. No, you're the unprofessional one. You're the unprofessional one, Dean. This is ridiculous. This is.
We're back with some Universes gameplay soon, in a matter of minutes, seconds even. We have
what a mess,
top
unbelievable.
4 going on in about a minute. We'll be watching Elijah on their Chaos Krista deck against Jeremy on his Chaos Toga 3 deck. So it's chaos all the way down, and that's why me and Justin had such a silly opening. We were reflecting the symbols that are appearing before us today. Nothing but chaos. Yeah, Justin, I think, what are you expecting? What are you expecting of the matchup?
I can't wait to see this Krista deck just like trounce this Toga deck. I hate Toga, man. Toga's such a I don't like that character. All right, I'm gonna be biased. You can be biased towards Toga. If you got to be biased towards Jamie for the last 2 rounds, I get to be biased towards Toga. That character sucks. I hate her. I don't know. I don't have anything else. No, I think it's gonna be really interesting. I might actually put my professional cap on for like 2 seconds. I think it's going to be a situation where this Toga deck, you know, it being assumedly very similar to the Chaos Toga decks that we have seen in the meta previously, I think it's going to try and come out of the gate crashing, you know, commit out a small board, put 3-2 on a move, and just try and get Black Abysses into momentum and kill your opponent, right? So I think the main point here for the Krista player to like you know, put in their skill difference is going to be in stopping that early start and really, you know, using stuff like runaway if we're running it, or you know, other defensive options, stacking 3 checks on our opponent's deck, possibly stacking attacks that the Toga player wants in their momentum, so that they can't put them in their momentum on a move that's surely going to hit. I think those are going to be the skill differences that we get to see on the Krista player's side, on Elijah's side. On Jeremy's side, I think the skill differences are going to be how good of a start do we get early? You know, how much are we able to play around those plays that the Krista player can naturally make? And then did we pack our deck full of answers to these ideas, right? Do we have an answer to runaway? Do we have an answer to other, you know, defensive options that Elijah can be playing? What are your thoughts, Dean?
Well, I got a lot of thoughts in this here noggin right here. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think that really what I'm thinking is why Jeremy chose Toga over Krista, because I'm looking at their decks and I'm seeing a lot of similarities. They're both City Rampage decks. You mentioned Runaway. They're both on Runaway. And I'm kind of curious to see just how strong Toga can be into Krista, as you know, there's a handful of Death Attune cards that are, I think, pretty powerful that Krista just doesn't get access to. And obviously Krista has her stacking that we've seen before, but Toga has a little bit more stats on face. She gets a free momentum, and her stun is potentially better because it's response speed. But one more thing that I was going to go somewhere, but we're kind of like moving along in the game, so I wanted to bring it back to both players having some reasonable builds. I
will say until we see an attack come down, you know, not much is going to have happened.
Yeah. I like Elijah building two turns in a row, making sure you have a healthy enough stage, and not risking checking a 3 on a 5 diff and then having your whole stage committed to Toga.
Yeah. I do think that's where the danger is going to be into this Toga deck. I will also say we got to see Duel of the Ackermans get checked, meaning that, you know, that is a card that we could see this game. Interestingly, getting rid of a City Rampage. So it looks like we're not trying to go full all in this turn, but we are going to play a Deception Dagger. crazy good start for the Toga deck. Another piece of interaction for Jeremy to utilize against Krista here. We can remove opportune stacks that Krista might want to make for draws. So we can kind of control the Krista player's discard pile, which is definitely going to be frustrating for them.
Yeah, especially funnily enough, removing Runaway is a insane stat buff.
Correct.
I believe that card has a 5 mid block.
Yeah. I think honestly, removing any of the removing Walk the Dogs is incredible value here. Removing Runaway is incredible value. Removing City Rampage is incredible value. I honestly think we have a lot of options. I think honestly, our best option is almost certainly going to be removing Runaway just for that +5 speed, especially because I think that's going to be our most valuable stack for Elijah, just because it's such a good defensive option to Toga specifically.
Yeah, and I just love these stun archetypes. I feel like every time I don't like sitting across from them. I hate that. I want my stage ready. But it always just looks so strong. Like on a 5, your rival loses 3 resources this turn offensive. Like while you're defending, you just don't have 3 of your resources. And like we saw it with Krista earlier in the tournament, doing a similar thing where, don't do this, and Krista turns into stun 2 on every move. And
oh, sorry about that. We lost the feed to the game real quick. Let me pull that back up. There we go. Speaking of Runaway, by the way, it did not really matter what we removed, it looks like. We did opt to remove the 6 check. That is one I did not call out, but is also very good. It's going to be, it was +3 speed on our move. And it also was a 6 check that our opponent could stack for themselves to be able to have some early aggression that doesn't get punished.
Yeah, really like playing toward future turns with that decision on the Deception Dagger. I'm really happy that we're seeing this Fatal Cleave so early on, because this is one of the death cards I saw on the list that was some incentive to play Toga over Krista. Like being able to tap your opponent's stage is obviously powerful, and hitting them, you almost guarantee you're going to get damage with your moves, but if it's not lethal, that damage potentially doesn't matter. Fatal Cleave operates on an axis that is going to impact the board state anyway, even if it's not lethal. So if Krista has Don't Do This in her stage, or the Mount Lady Foundation, really any impactful foundation, this Fatal Cleave is likely to hit and then get us our momentum, get us some damage, and impact the board. I'm a big fan of doing that in this format. So,
yeah, I also like how it comes down as probably one of our best attacks to play second. A lot of times with the Toga, what the Toga strategy is you're going to play your first move. It's going to get a lot of stats. It's going to be very hard to block and interact with. It leaves your opponent with 2 options. They let the move hit them because, well, the rest of your moves won't have stats, so they should be easier to block. And by letting the move hit them, they're gonna. Looks like we're gonna fail this, and we'll cover the end of that turn. But if the if the opponent doesn't let them hit them, they expend a lot of resources to not let it hit them. The second move that comes down is also very likely to hit them because they had to expend their resources on the first one. So between your first 2 moves, you're very likely to get that once per turn response off of Toga, which I think is detrimental, or not detrimental, sorry, that I think is integral to her game plan, right? So I really like Fatal Cleave, and that Fatal Cleave is also a move that begs you to interact with it and not let it hit. But unfortunately, they expend a lot of resources on the first one a lot of times, so they have to let it hit. all that said, it does look like we ended up being able to either negate the damage or block the Mikasa's Fatal Cleave, and then Jeremy unfortunately failed the next one.
Yeah, just one off because of the forecheck on Runaway.
Yeah. And even then, we would have only got the on damage of Fatal Cleave. We wouldn't have gotten the extra momentum, which I think is a little bit rough. So I'm not sure if we didn't have any foundations to build anyways, or if we just really wanted to interact with Elisha's stage.
Yeah, I know the Pro Hero. I'm seeing a Horrifying in the Pro Hero as some standout foundations that I'd want to interact with. So I can see taking the risk for that.
Yeah.
It was really cool last turn that the Runaway put a City Rampage in the card pool. So you're still playing on +1 progressive, but you know, the 1/1 can make the difference sometimes.
It was unfortunately, I think it was History's Greatest Monster, but it did look like a City Rampage.
Man.
I'm pretty sure it was the promo version.
I know the 2024 regional History's Greatest. I don't know what the Challenger deck alt art looks like.
Yeah, I believe that was the Challenger deck alt art, actually. So that explains it.
Curse you, Godzilla. I've never liked you.
Yes, exactly. We are gonna get a build going here. Happy with our one single poke that we made. Unfortunately, didn't do damage. No, it did damage. Why didn't it? Oh, did we? Oh, we also had our own Runaway as Toga, utilizing this very powerful chaos defensive option that really just tells your opponent, hey, take a turn off, and I didn't take damage.
Yeah, Runaway defensively is such an insane trick, and really the biggest punishes for it are sometimes its difficulty makes it failable, and its cost means that if they do have a response cancel, then you're essentially just losing 4 to 6 more health. And I believe you don't get an opportunity to block with by the point you can respond with Runaway, you no longer can block. But now we're
Yeah, exactly.
Jeremy's turn building. So
yeah, I don't know if that was a question, but yes, it's a response on the damage step. So you cannot be like, oh, well, I do want to block this now.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, I think the Krista deck is gonna scale a little bit better than the Toga deck. Unfortunately, I think we definitely wanted to play some attacks on every single turn that we could, rather than just build out here.
Yeah, but it is game 1, so we have the ability to both apply that pressure in game 2 and 3. So, all right. You know, assuming we don't lose it in 2. But Krista's starting her turn off with probably the best move she could play here, which I think is a Wall Maria's. And I think we're drawing at least 4 cards off of it.
I actually think we may have already drawn, because it looks like an absolute fat stack in our hand currently. So I believe we got to draw 4 off of it.
I think now we're thinking about Krista's enhance.
Yeah, it looks like we're looking for the stack on Jeremy's deck. And it looks like we're not playing. We're planning this to be a setup turn. It looks like we're actually going to force a foundation into Jeremy's hand for next turn. And it looks like Jeremy's instead going to get that off the top using Finally Free.
Yeah, although perhaps the Master's Pride was just the worst foundation that they could draw if they did use their card draw effects. Because with Krista stacking a City Rampage, I'm assuming they might be doing some aggressive line where it's Wall Maria's into City Rampage.
I think it's also possible that they just wanted the City Rampage for next turn, and they're going to try to hyper build into Deadlock and just defend for a turn. I think either one is pretty possible here. That said, City Rampage, not as your first form, is honestly pretty good as Krista. That was when Travis took Krista to Atlanta. That was a big basis of what he was doing was, well, I'm just going to do it on a 6. And that, along with his inspiring song, even makes it not even that bad to do.
Yeah, just playing it on a 5 effectively. It's like we started the turn with it.
Does look like we are horrifying realizationing, I think. No.
Yes, yeah, we did.
Okay.
Jeremy discarded a Mikasa.
Yeah, I see that now. Which makes sense. It seems like we probably have 2 different attacks that we want to keep in our hand. We are going to unfortunately check a 3, which is very rough into Mikasa here. Or, sorry, not Mikasa, into Toga. Going to put us on low foundations. However, it's also going to be a determined advance, which is going to net us a momentum and be a 7 mid 7 printed essentially.
What did we response cancel with Incredible Display? I know Jeremy got a momentum with his finally free, then committed the Incredible Display to cancel something from Chris's board.
It wasn't the momentum. I don't actually know. Oh, Master's Pride was canceled. So it looks like when we responded to the momentum, we cost flipped Master's Pride and then had the effect canceled, so we could not ready here. Now it looks like we're fighting on inspiring songs, as both of these chaos decks have them available to use.
Yeah, one of the most messed up one diffs we got in the format. It's so crazy that it's a 1/6 too. It's Blackmon's kind of bad, but that card is crazy good.
Oh, you know what? You know why we stacked the Master's Pride? We knew we were going to Horrifying Realization to draw the City Rampage. So we knew no matter what. Oh, that was probably the point you were making. I forgot about that.
No,
you know what? Sometimes we're a little bit slow here at the MGLA. It is what it is. Because we did not catch on as fast as we could.
It's been a long day. We've seen a lot of universes. And using our thinking caps, chatting about.
That much is true.
And not as long as these players, because they're fighting for their tournament life here in the single elim of top 4. The pricing is do you know the off the top of your head the difference between top 4, second, and first for the
Yeah, so first place is going to get 200 big ones, and second place is going to get 100 big ones, and then top 4, everyone's going home with 25 no matter what. But I think third place might get a little bit extra here. So we're going to see a slight, a cutout on the match here just for a second. Sorry about that, folks. But it looks like we'll say that one more time. My bad. Yeah, it looks like top 4 in general gets $25 to take home with them. So we are essentially playing for a minimum of $75, possibly more.
That's enough to buy a Walk the Dog, which is in both these players' decks. Oh
It's
my
enough to
goodness.
buy 2 Walk the Dogs via the Borderlands experience bundle, if you think about it.
Wowie. And then when we are we back on the game stream?
Yes. Sorry about that cutout, folks. It does look like we half blocked with our horrifying realization from our hand on Jeremy's side. And then checking our 8, we then played Wall Maria's Might to draw even more cards here. Looks like we're putting Jeremy to 11 now, making it. I think we're only lethal on. Unfortunately, I didn't see if we stacked here.
We didn't. We chose not to before the damage came through.
It does look like it's because we're gonna end up playing out some of our foundations. Do you think, unfortunately, we were a momentum short from a line that was lethal there?
Yeah, you thinking about like a walk the dog with powerful?
Yeah. Unfortunately, our walk the dog with powerful only gets to 10. We are not Mitchell. We cannot make it powerful 4.
No, no. Regular walk the dog is even weaker. It was 9 versus 10 for Mitch.
No, because we had City Rampage, so I had +1/+1.
How foolish. How silly I am.
It does look like we're playing foundations here, which I don't know. If I'm Jeremy, I'm honestly really annoyed that I'm having to play foundations here instead of playing some attacks.
Yeah.
It does look like we're being a bit weary of deadlock here.
Do we have deadlock threats from the Krista deck?
We should have undercover infiltration. That might be it though. Technically, Master's Pride has a deadlock.
I think Heat Ray does as well.
Heat Ray does have a deadlock. Heat Ray has a pretty gruesome deadlock, and deadlock stun 3, meaning our minimum 11 foundation stage gets cut down to 6 off of Heat Ray, Krista, and a Don't Do This. We don't have a Don't Do This yet, so luckily we only get cut down to 7 in that case. But
Jeremy has a bunch of really powerful stuff going on in his stage. He has a lot of his stuff is momentum dependent, and he doesn't have any. But he built the finally free, so his fearsome transformation is now going to draw. He has a broken psyche that's able to DR something to 2. An incredible display as well if he wants to. If he would rather cancel a response than damage reduced with broken.
Does look like we're going to be a bit heavy on the thoughts here. And it looks like we did finally find a Don't Do This, which I think is going to be really important in breaking this wide board that Jeremy has built here.
Do you think you would have won for it last turn as Krista? Because I want to believe Krista can kill an 11 healther that's relying on some, like a broken psyche and 2 blocks.
I think the issue is as in the turn we just built, or the turn we had City Rampage?
The turn we just built.
I think wanting to get Don't Do This out makes a lot of sense. Because Don't Do This is really representative of a lot more foundations committed. So the fact that Jeremy built 3 foundations, I don't think outvalues us building our Don't Do This. That said, I think it's also a situation where Krista will always passively continue scaling because we're going to presumably review almost every turn just so that we get 2 counters on to our character. So with that fact, it's almost like when you're in a build war with a deck as Mitchell, you really don't mind doing that.
Yeah. What do you? I don't remember. Did I mention it earlier today that I've started thinking of the wall counter characters and as Universe's new take on gauge characters because it's such a difficult thing to interact with, and it's something that you can scale over the course of the game to reach your power fantasy. Well, Krista does a different thing than Erwin, does a different thing than Hanji 3, does a different thing than Hans.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I like that assessment. I think you could apply it not even just to wall characters, but counter characters in general. Do you think that for the most part, that is, because one of the things that the character stackers did really well was scale into the later into the game, because most of them had that built in. Yeah, I like that a lot actually.
It was my third eye opening.
I need to play more counter characters in that case.
Yeah. And at least for the start of this turn, we see a city rampage into a determined advance from Krista, which great way to start. We're getting momentum for our walk the dogs, applying some pretty crazy pressure.
Yeah, we have horrifying realization. We have 2 different inspiring songs just to generically make it a little bit harder for Jeremy to block. I'm not sure we're going to end up needing them for us, depending on how many attacks we actually have to stack to be able to play out a lethal turn here.
And, it's important to note that Krista's cycling, so she loses some of her graveyard shenanigans. But thanks to her having momentum, and I believe 2 inspiring songs, and Don't Do This, I think she'll be able to do some tricks that are available despite her having to cycle. Because I think she might have a Wall Marias in her momentum, so even if she cycles, she can spend the momentum on the turn. I guess I think she can sequence in a way if she wants to pick up her momentum. Just EX on the determined advance.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to be, a situation where we maybe stack here. And it looks like it looks like we just want to kind of win here off of forcing everything to be at least 6 speed. My other thought was we could just, stack a walk the dog. And then at that point, we also have something to pitch. Although I do think the EX is a little bit better for Krista here than the powerful.
Yeah, the determined advances also mean that Broken Psyche doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
And we're at 11 on Toga's side, so 2 determined advances unblocked is the game.
Yeah, it looks like very interesting that we see Runaway hit the top here. I'm guessing Elijah said stack whatever you want, although usually when they say that, stack whatever 3 check you want. But
so I think it's potentially a heads up play of, yeah, man, stack the Runaway. That's acceptable. And then if we try to rely on Runaway, Elijah has 2 incredible displays in their stage.
Yeah.
So that is a game-losing play if that's the line we go with.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, actually.
Man, is he gonna do it?
We do have to have. It looks like we're gonna draw that card. Jeremy still does have an incredible display down there, right? Yeah, it looks like it's hiding behind one of the inspiring songs.
Yeah, and then Jeremy did opt to draw with the runaway, or draw the runaway.
Yeah. It makes sense. We are much more likely, depending on what's left in our deck, we're much more likely to check a 5 anyways. And who's to say we won't be able to use the runaway later in the turn?
Me. This is not going to work. No runaway. Not one.
Yeah, we are going to block with our City Rampage here. And we did check a 5. It looks like it was a good idea to draw that 4 check off of our deck. So it's going to be on a 13. We're going to commit. What? 8 foundations? That math is right.
7, 8. We just EX at once.
For it being 12 speed, yes, we only EX'd it once. We want to keep both of the other momentum to be able to incredible display, cancel runaway, and then, you know, incredible display, cancel incredible display.
And Krista makes such interesting game states. Like, so you can't run away as Jeremy because you'll lose the game to the incredible displays.
Yeah.
But because Krista cycled, you might want to EX, which then you might want to EX to put stuff in your graveyard to stack with Krista. But then the incredible display line starts getting more suspicious into the runaway.
Well, this is going to be 12 speed again because we do get 1 free EX since we're going to get a momentum off the determined advance here.
Right, so 7 from City Rampage, 2 from the Mount Lady Foundation. Yeah. Oh, but a Genkai's to keep us alive, or at least make it so that we don't have to deal with this determined advance. It might not be able to have its stats reduced, but it can be removed. It is no... I don't even know. It is no Relentless Assault. I think that's the name of that fire card.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna immediately snap cancel that, which I don't disagree with. It looks like we're then also gonna cancel. And then it looks like we decided to fight the incredible displays on this Genkai's here, which I don't necessarily hate because we're guaranteed playing one more move. So even if this determined advance gets runawayed, I think the next move, as long as it has enough speed, will just kill our opponent.
Yeah, base 6 damage move is a pretty good exchange to make your opponent lose that much life. We're at such a low life total already at 11 that, like, it actually matters. Because I think now every single Krista attack is lethal if we choose to run away.
Yeah, I believe so. I don't think we run a single attack that's less than 4 damage, or that is 4 or less damage, actually. Looks like we're going to burn an incredible song here, or inspiring song on Jeremy's side. I think I'd also consider burning an inspiring song on the side of... I think I'd burn both of my inspiring songs if I were Elijah here, just to have... I don't think I'm going to need the plus, to my check this turn. So having a base minus check to Jeremy's next one is I think generically good.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, your stage is so wide, both players' stages are so wide that you probably don't need the song on your following turn.
Yeah.
So you'd rather just take the gamble that the one matters on their side.
Yeah. It's actually we have +1 currently, so yeah, net -1. I think it also would do a decent job of possibly putting something that has EX into our bin, which I think is worth it, just to be able to stack with Krista. But of course, we don't know what's in the hand of Elijah here. We're gonna have checked a 4 here after the +1.
Man,
And
the
if-
chaos action defense is just so crazy.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Like, not a lot of symbols are able to grip 2 cards that answer 2 of your rivals' moves like very cleanly, or at least make them spend resources in some way.
Yeah, and we are going to see the walk the dog come down here. Checking a runaway of our own in this fantastically funny turn of events. And honestly, it looks like Elijah did not vibe this turnout whatsoever. It looks like Elijah instead sat and did the math, knowing that if our determined advance gets runawayed here, our opponent loses 6, is put to 5, and we perfectly play around Broken Psyche with the walk the dog here, stunning everything else out on our opponent's board, but being able to powerful 3 if our opponent dared put it to 2 damage. Just playing on the absolute, best math here. Only the best math.
Yeah, and I wanted to say, like, both Elijah and Jeremy are teammates, so I wouldn't be surprised if they've played this matchup before, and if maybe not these characters. We've had some of these chaos cards for quite some time. Surely they've done this dance before with City Rampages and Runaway and Genkais and Incredible Displays. This can't be their first rodeo. Surely.
Yeah, I think you're not wrong, possibly, and it also looks like both of our players have figured out where this is going. And we're now going to move in with Elijah winning game 1 here, and we're going to move into game 2. What do you think the difference is here for Jeremy? Do you think it's a sideboard fix? Do you think we got unlucky, or do you think we need to change up some of our strategy?
So we probably got a bit unlucky in that, like, we're more favored to check 5s. But we're going to have a little bit of a delay. One of the players is taking a quick bathroom break. So we got some time to yap about sideboards.
Absolutely. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for you to tell the players, or to answer my question and let the players know, while I definitely don't quickly get up to do anything remotely similar to to Elijah here.
Wow, that's so interesting. All right, chat. Justin's left me with you. That was his first mistake. I'm cracking open a soda, and we could be talking about sideboards, but what if we started talking about something cool like the Godzilla Reign of Kaiju's format? I want to know what super cool things people want to play in that format.
because I've not dug deep into the Godzilla card pool yet, because obviously Worlds is next week, and that is important or something. But we got the Ghidorah Secret Rare is pretty crazy. Oxygen Destroyer, I think, is the name of the card. Just a new risky encounter. There's a specialized sound waves that gets to spend a momentum and stack 2 on top of your deck. Yeah, we get to play evil and good again. They're giving us cards with those symbols on them primary. So none of this fake Ninja Turtle heist stuff, okay? You can't just put evil cards in your deck that are broken and play them in every symbol on those characters. No order characters abusing an evil card. No chaos characters abusing an evil card. No, you have to go in your deck building process and choose an evil symbol character and the evil symbol. You're going to have to play incubating. But yeah, I'm really excited about all the new stuff. I'm hoping that with Mikasa losing Dual Needle Lunge, which I think is a very, very important offensive piece, and hopefully Tyner getting hit in some way, that it'll just be interesting with what we get to do. I'm sure there's some toxic stuff in Godzilla, or I'd rather not say toxic, more just like more powerful stuff. But it is a lot to deal with Mikasa's strings, and it is a lot to deal with Tyner's stopping you from playing a tax game plan, the debuilding as well. Like if King of Illyria gets banned, I don't think that's the end of the world. It's a really cool Guilty Gear card, but I don't know. If they're not willing to hit, if they're not willing to errata Tyner, I think we could attack some of the unique foundations that are very good in him, like Illyria. So I am slightly worried. Mothra 2 seems awesome, but I'm slightly worried that there might need to be characters like Mikasa who can play a bunch of attack cards. Because I think a 7-hander that Omni blocks a move, like blocks any move for free, and then if you dare play a high attack that is blockable, then she gets to do it a second time. And I feel like that's pretty suffocating to push through. Never mind the fact that there will be other cards in her stage and hand that could block or screw you
up. Did you enjoy being babysat by Dean?
Yeah, we started talking about cool things like Godzilla Reign of Kaijus.
It does look like I'm just in time for the start of the game here.
Yeah, we're getting to shuffle up. I wanted to confirm. So the new Mothra is actually a 7-hander, which is crazy. If it was a 6-hander, I could accept that, but that character is a 7-hander.
What's the new Mothra do again?
The most important part is it says enhance commit. Your move does not touch me.
Makes sense.
Yeah, this attack is considered completely blocked during the block step. And to me, that sounds pretty crazy if my rival's trying to play 3 or 4 moves on me.
That character's going to block so much. At least once a turn, even.
No, they have a 0 high block that readies them, so then they can just omni block 2 if you dare play a high attack or a mid attack.
Those ones are illegal. Don't you dare.
Yeah. But it looks like Toga is off to the races on her build. No way you check the 6. No, you can never check the 6 there. No way.
Imagine playing deranged aggro Mothra and you're like, I'll log 1. It's an insane idea. I don't want to think about that. How dare you put that in my head?
They can block literally anything, no matter what. Remember, block the lethal move.
I'm never getting one shot.
They can block the lethal move until they face off against a Wingnut Sabotage, and they're like, "Damn, all right, game recognized game."
Or hear me out. Play throws.
Yep, it does.
If
Just say they're
my
completely
throw is
blocked.
lethal and a half, I don't care if you complete block it.
Yep, and that's why I'm going to play Hedora throws. I'm going to mill 4 block mods, 3 and 4 block mods, and if they don't block, they explode. And if they do block, it's like they didn't block. It's going to be sick.
We're going to see that history's greatest that we were able to build turn 1 come into big play here. As our City Rampage is now a 4 difficulty move instead of a 5 difficulty one. 4 difficulty card, my bad.
Back-to-back 3 checks for our 5 diff opener is definitely not what we want to see.
It definitely isn't. But again, not as bad as it could have been either. Had we simply played the Duel of the Ackermans, we'd be in the same position if History's Greatest didn't exist.
Yeah. Also, I really like that we've seen 2 decks of using this card today. Like, I feel like this one kind of fell out of... Like, no, I don't think I've seen this card for actually, like, 5 months. So...
I think History's Greatest is, to be fair, in my opinion at least, only good if you're playing City Rampage, right?
So, I was not clear. That is also true that I have not seen that card very often in the past couple months. But I was talking about... I wanted to be talking about the Ackerman Echo Attack.
Oh.
Like, we saw it with Reiner earlier today, and then... Yeah, I might have not articulated that. It's been a long day.
No, you got it. No, you got it, man. Man, you got it. That's crazy. You got it.
Look, it's a 8 high for 7. No, it's a 9 high for 8 that can echo. Because if
we can always echo it. It's as long as it hit the first time.
Yeah.
So if this hits the first time, it's hitting again. It says response after this attack deals damage, kill him in Toka.
Your 5 diff wins the game. Just kills them.
Unfortunately, we have 5 diff. I would never lose this game in Krista's hand here. So we do block, or not block, but we do play Runaway and proceed to stuff Toga's card pool and not take damage. Both of the things that we did not want to happen in Jeremy's seat.
They can't always have it, right?
They wouldn't have a second one, right?
They do not have a second one. They cannot. It's impossible. And we never check a 3 on this one. Because that wouldn't be right. Like, you're owed a 5 check at that point.
Had we checked a 3, we at least would have still been able to play the move. Unfortunately, this is my biggest problem with City Rampage decks. We're kind of, up a creek without a paddle here because we can't really build any more foundations after this, right? At best, we have to check 5s on a 1 and a 0 diff. Or only check 1-3 rather, I guess. But even then, we open ourselves up to just, possibly getting punished by a very aggressive turn 2 from Krista. We don't usually see that out of Krista, but when we have a don't do this in our stage, if we draw a City Rampage, we're kind of allowed to be a bit aggressive. Okay.
No. Check out 3.
That is very rough.
Yes.
There is hope in the world. At least if you're Jeremy Clad, there is.
Come on. You check 2 3s and they have 2 runaways and check 5s on both of them. Come on. There'd be no justice if that's what happened.
I think it's really funny if after failing that runaway, we just went, surely I won't check another 5 and played a 3rd one from hand.
There's no way. 3, I was 70% confident they don't have 2. But 3, no. I'm 99% confident. No, 100. There's no way. They can't have 3. They can't.
Yeah, it looks like we're on an 8 and we are just No, we can pass
5,
that.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh no, we only have. Sorry, we're on a 9. We only have 1 or 3 committed in Krista's stage. There, we do not have the 4th one committed. So funny enough, depending on whether we leave Krista up or the fearsome. Well, no, because we would have had 1 more card in our card pool. So no matter what, we needed to check the 5 there.
Yeah, there's just too many 3 checks. We were allowed 2 3 checks, but the 3rd is just too much for us.
Yeah, unfortunately. It also matters where those 3 checks are, right? You know, if we checked a 5 on the city rampage and then 3 3s, I think we can still technically play out our hand.
And we're ending up in a spot, like it's potentially okay to go for that line and fail. Because you still have your 4 foundations for the following turn, but fast hybrid is definitely a very quick way to punish that.
Yeah, it's definitely very unfortunate. It's also going to be some pretty heavy damage. I don't know how much I like the city rampage for trying to advance to the game state on Krista's side. But I do, again, like I pointed out during Jeremy's turn, I like the city rampage for what if I just in the game here, which, you know, might be our single play being at 11 life.
Mayhaps.
Of course, a runaway in Jeremy's hand going to make that much harder to do, as it's going to completely negate the damage of that attack and stuff our opponent's card pool. We did stuff our opponent's card pool with the city rampage, so while that won't help our check, that will make it +1/+1 to our next move, which is going to be another vast hybrid.
Oh,
and we're
God,
never
how
punished.
Brutal. I mean, with enough 5 checks, 2 foundations from Toga could still get the job done, but
especially when 1 is a history's greatest.
Yeah.
It does explain why we didn't use Don't Do This or Krista to stun our opponent 1 more. And it seems we were always planning on playing the vast hybrid here.
Do you think Jeremy has a second runaway and he goes for it on a 6 and checks the 3 and takes an extra 6?
Unfortunately, you took long enough to ask that question that I could not tell you if I thought that's what was going to happen or not.
It would be really funny, like really poetic funny.
Do you think we burn our Master's Pride to go ahead and have 4 ready foundations here, so we're a little bit less likely to just kind of get blown away by the first move on out of Jeremy's hand?
Maybe. I'm not sure how big of it. It depends on the block mods in Elijah's hand, but I don't think the 1 foundation is going to be that big of a deal versus the Toga stats and the momentum stats.
Yeah, and despite Fidu's best efforts to get everyone to give their energy to Jeremy, unfortunately, we're going to see another 3 check. Luckily, it is a Black Abyss, which is going to be great to put into our momentum if this hits. But if this hits, we probably also end the game. So it's going to be kind of mute. I think we would have rather checked the 5 there.
Yeah. Also, another strength to Krista, we really needed to check a 5 because now we are not checking a 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think we have runaways in our discard pile. I think we have more than 1. So I think no matter what, this move is getting +5 speed, which means this move should just end the game. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. No, it's not going to end the game. So it looks like we're actually going to try and say that Jeremy's not going to play another attack here.
Oh, wow. And Elijah's stacking a 3 on top of his deck. So saying that we are not going to block whatever you do this turn. Like, I don't think you can count to 11. I'm going to draw this fast hybrid next turn and finish you off with that.
Is Toga +3 speed +2 damage or +2 speed +3 damage?
I believe it's +3 speed +2 damage.
Oh, then
And
yeah, it's 8
there's-
damage. My bad.
And there's also the Black Abyss and Vast Hybrid for stats.
Yeah. Did you know that in Hero 2, Toga gets to play the incredibly powerful MHA 01 card, Electric Jolt? That one's pretty good.
Yeah, Electro might be a tad bit powerful, just a little bit.
Oh, I think Walk the Dog might be the single move that we don't have an answer to on Elijah's side. It looks like we are a little bit too aggressive in stacking a 3, but I'm not sure a 5 would have done any different.
Yeah, we'd have to have a. I didn't pay enough. I apologize. I didn't pay enough attention if the Black Abyss and Vast Hybrid were used.
The Black Abyss was, the Vast Hybrid was not. But
Okay,
we had
so
+4 speed there.
Okay, so there was no way we were gonna. No 0 low block that could exist could save us from that Walk the Dog. But we've tied it up, and we're in game 3, doing some siding. Definitely some interesting stuff in Jeremy's sideboard. I'm seeing a transformative game plan with Godzilla King of Monsters and some 5 diffs to presumably side in over the 4 difficulty attacks in the deck.
Okay, that's our sideboard. Got it. We did one sleeve different there, so I was a little bit confused.
Yes. Hey, Justin, can you find where Toga 3 went? Do you have any idea where it is?
None whatsoever.
Interesting. So what you're telling me is
Dean, if you were a kaiju, what kaiju would you be? Not like one that exists. Like, what would your kaiju name be?
Dean Roya.
Dean Roya?
Yep. What about you, Justin? As I try to see how much time is left in the round.
In the same fashion, that's such a good question. I don't know enough kaiju. I don't know enough.
You asked this question and you didn't have an answer to it, man.
No. Not even a little bit.
I'm gonna Dean Roya you, dude. Your days are numbered.
We'll go with just Dan. No, wait, no, that's just Dan. That's not wait.
Your name's not even Dan, dude. Your name's Justin. Also, I kind of want to gas of the Godzilla side in that it looks like this is the plan if we go second.
Yeah, Dan has a lock on Rodan. Sorry, go ahead.
I just came to me original thought. You could be just Titan instead of Justin, just Titan. Yeah.
What is that even a ripoff? What kaiju is named has Titan in the end of its name?
I don't know, dude, but they're like giant monsters. They're Titans.
No, anyway. that'd be my AOT name if I was a Titan.
But you're not.
I'd be the just Titan. I'd be just and fair in the people that I as a Titan.
Is Devin watching? Justin Martin would be the female Titan. I just want everyone to know that. Anyway, Godzilla King of Monsters is a sideboard plan for when we go second, so we can guarantee that we go first when we hit the button. You know the button? You're familiar with the button, right?
I'm familiar with the button. It is my single most hated button. I think Krista has the highest chance to play around it, though. I think we just have to be smart. You know what? I like Dan's idea. Justin Jaguar. I'm the like Jaguar guy. That's like I don't know enough about Godzilla or Kaiju. Don't crucify me in chat there. But is Jet Jaguar like a robot that they make to fight Kaiju? Am I right about that? Or
No,
like
just a guy. My understanding is
just
Jet
a
Jaguar.
guy.
My understanding is he is a robot who was human sized, and then he programmed himself to be big.
That's so cool. That's me. I'm Justin Jaguar.
He just said, "You know what, man? let me just turn the size dial up."
With the power of friendship, he becomes big. That's me. I love friendship. I love my friends.
Guys,
never
if any
once.
of you see Justin mauling at somebody at Worlds in like a pickup commander game or some party game or something,
it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
If you see that happen at Worlds, please go up to him and be like, "Hey, Justin, so you love your friends?" I think I heard you say that.
I've literally never said anything about any friend that I have.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I definitely didn't make a reference to the person I am casting with and say that the event they won was a sham, actually. Which is like not even remotely true. They very deserving win, but I definitely didn't make a joke like that. That would not be me.
Scoreboard, second place doesn't have rights.
Doesn't have rights?
Yep.
That's fair. No, second place is first loser. Remember that, kids.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like we're gonna have poked here with Wall Maria's might try and get some nice draw in here. It was only a draw 1, so it was just a cantrip, but not too bad.
We did make our opponent use a runaway. Presumably, if they don't find another one, they no longer are gripping it. Like if we didn't play an attack, they potentially just hold on to it. I will say, I think something that I like what Jeremy seems to do in his gameplay is I don't think he reviews the actions. And I can recall stream games of like top cuts where, in the different metas we've had where like I can recall a younger Toguro game where one of the Toguro players reviewed a Genkai's guidance to presumably find attack cards. But then in doing so, they made themselves weaker to and ultimately lose to a tray size line. And Jeremy, I think, tends to keep the runaways and Genkais in his hands because he'd rather just have that defensive trick than try and gamble on finding lethal the next turn.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a little bit more complicated because I think Jeremy does happen to play these decks that care a little bit less. Oh, okay, we're first forming here. I think Jeremy does care a little bit less about playing attacks and then building foundations out. But at the same time, that strategy is clearly working, right? So I think it's a little bit of the decks Jeremy's choosing to play. So, like, for example, Toga just wants to attack you each turn and use our egregious, action defensive options to try and like get, not die. Whereas something like younger Toguro, they might have done that because younger Toguro does have to build out foundations at some point,
Oh, okay. So yes, but in the game state that this was, they were both at 10 foundations, and it was, I think, a decision made to just find moves and kill their opponent.
Oh, sure. So what you're saying is you sabotaged me by not giving me all the information.
Yes.
But I would look stupid.
Also, you said you knew what the button was, and then you were surprised when the button was pressed. And when I say
no, I looked away from the screen for 2 seconds, and then when I looked back, we were showing cards out of our hand, and then like packing up, and I was
maybe
like,
we conceded.
"Oh
maybe
yeah,
just like I want to go. I want to go home."
I was like, did we mess up and we just like shame conceded on a rules thing? And then I remembered the button, but it's okay.
Yeah, Godzilla first form making it so the stage was reset on the previous turn,
Well, because we drew 7, but we drew 7 because we had the thing. So like, did our opponent go, you drew an extra, and then we went, no, I have the thing, and then we just packed it up instead of being right? Like, I was confused, and then I figured it out. That's all that happened there, folks.
Yeah, the thing was short-lived promotion, giving us an extra card. But yeah, we essentially got to go first this game because of the first form, and we're going first turn 2 things with City Rampage into a determined advance.
Yeah, that is certainly going first turn 2 things that we are doing right now.
This was an insane build by Krista, by the way. Like, I'm staring at 3 long-range supports.
It's pretty good.
If the game is not, if Krista isn't put in checkmate, she will have infinite counters. Saving grace for Godzilla is that Krista's committed, so they don't have to worry about like their checks being stacked and ruined.
Yeah. Our moves are also incredibly threatening now that we have switched over to Godzilla. So it really is just a question of, all right, how threatening of moves can I play? I also think the fact that we have the ability to switch into Godzilla here sets up an interesting Godzilla game plan, because Godzilla doesn't generally run stuff like Deception Dagger or Black Abyss. There's definitely been Godzilla builds I played into that ran Black Abyss, but like, they're still not that common. So it's very interesting to see how this stun game plan works out into its strategy.
Yeah, I think Deception Dagger is still solid in Godzilla as probably a 5 mid for 8 with stun too. In this matchup, there's a bit more wrinkles where a runaway actually says that it's a 7 mid for 8 with stun 2, which is pretty crazy stats. But you know, you can only really side so many cards for this transformative game plan, and very clearly looking at the deck list, you have to take out Mikasa's Fatal Cleave, and not just because it's a 4-diff, because Godzilla cannot play that one. He's not allowed to. I don't care how much he wants to Fatal Cleave people, not allowed.
Very technically, it just doesn't get through damage.
No, Justin. There is another issue about Mikasa's Fatal Cleave in Godzilla. That card is an attune symbol card.
Yeah, never mind. No, I got that. No, I figured it out. No problem here.
We're so back. And so what Jeremy's opted for is 6
I think you could. I think you could play it. You know what? I think we shouldn't be limiting what players can and can't do.
I just don't think you can.
I don't think it's within our rights to go, hey, you can't do that, you know?
Okay, but the check system could. But wait. How did we? Did I miss something? How did we get a finally free on top of our deck? Or is that just like a mistake?
I'm not sure. Luckily, we get to let the judges handle it.
That's true. And is this the Jamie attack?
This is a Jamie attack. I don't know which one.
Okay, so finishing the thought, the attacks that Jeremy has decided to side into are Determined Advances and Phantom Sways. And so I think Phantom Sway is a vast hybrid Chimera Kraken with its drive commit something on their side. But
according to Disaster Dan, he put his momentum that he spent into on top of his deck instead of into his discard pile.
I see. Okay.
Luckily, is a very easy fix if we accidentally make such a mistake. I do think Phantom Sway is a very interesting game plan for after we blow up as Godzilla.
Yeah, and we're probably going to see more of it once rotation hits with Fast Hybrid going away, as it'll be the alternative to it.
I think it's going to be really helpful in these Chaos decks that are able to get momentum so easily that it's not a big deal that I cost a momentum, you know? Or in some of these long game decks, I don't mind committing a foundation either.
So I definitely am making it hard for you by giving you an easy layup. That was not an easy layup. Phantom Sway is a water attune card, so it won't be in the Chaos decks. But
It quite literally is in a chaos deck right now. I assumed that you could read between the lines and know I'm talking about chaos decks of chaos water characters.
mhm, mhm, mhm.
I was aware it's a Jamie card. I'm aware it's water attuned.
That could have been
And then you pull out the Uno reverse card. It's actually air attuned, and I'm like, oh well, no, that's a good point. My bad. That would be good. That would be funny.
Yeah, it would be funny. It would also be funny if it was in the deck, because that is also not one of Godzilla's symbols.
Oh sure, yeah. So it can't be. Yeah, no, I knew I couldn't get Uno reversed. Get
Guys,
some
I'm here to show
fatal. We can play Fatal Cleave in Godzilla, actually.
Guys, I'm here to show you my crazy world-winning deck list. I've decided to play Godzilla, King of Monsters, and my attack lineup is 20 Fatal Cleaves. They will literally never.
It'd be
see
pretty
it
good. It would be pretty good. I'm just saying.
I don't have that many. I would love to bring that to Worlds, but I truly do not have that many copies of Fatal Cleave. And I think it's a good enough card that I'd feel bad about buying 20 of them. I feel like it would genuinely mean some people can't play with it.
Was it AOT 1 or AOT 2 or
It was
AOT 3?
AOT 3, but like, dude, if people are playing 3 or 4 of that card and I get 20 of them, it's like, that's
I think it'd be more about how much it costs.
That's not. We're fine. We're fine. It's affordable. How much can it be? It's so easy.
I don't know. If it's like a $10 card, that's $200 on a bit.
No. But for coming back to the game state, Krista started with a Wall Maria's Night, which absolutely supercharged with the 3 long range supports that we had. Do you think you would have broken Psyche this Wall Maria's?
Honestly, probably not. Right. I think, we know that we're playing into determined advances and walk the dogs. So we know that there's a way to snap momentum and a way to make bigger moves. We also know it's the like smallest move. It's just 5 damage. I definitely don't agree with the game plan of doing that here. Yeah, at the same time, I don't know if it's gonna matter. We're already in such a good position as Godzilla, right? We have 3 foundations currently on our next turn. We have 2 momentum. We're gonna be able to immediately stun 2 as long as we play a weapon move. Which is gonna be like the hardest part, is just making sure that we actually start with a weapon. If we happen to draw a Deception Dagger, we're gonna stun for our opponent on the first move, which is pretty solid.
Yeah, I am realizing that the Broken Psyche was probably so we could still get some sort of DR out of it because of Krista's stun.
I was not paying enough attention. I did not see if we stacked during the Wall Marias, and if we did, what we stacked. But I'm starting to think we may have stacked. I'm starting to think it'll be interesting if we stack fives for Jeremy, specifically foundations, just to say I don't really care if you block my stuff. I just don't want you to, draw a hand of attacks.
Yeah, that would definitely be a line. I think it makes sense to go for that, and like ideally we're killing Godzilla this turn, but if we can't make that happen, then try and stack 3 foundations on top to make it as likely they break as possible.
Yeah. We're definitely trying to kill Godzilla here, making this all the way up to 9 damage, which if it hits, I should say when it hits, I don't think we're blocking anything here on Jeremy's side. It's going to put him all the way down to 12, meaning we still need to make 2 moves hit here.
But stacking the 6 check, I think, is pretty indicative that we have another move.
For sure. Did you see what we got stacked for Jeremy by chance?
I did not.
It was a little bit fast for me, unfortunately.
I am a slowpoke as well.
It does look like we're all the way down to 12 now. And we're going to be playing a Heat Ray on a 6, 7, 8, 9. Checks a 6, and we commit out for it.
I'm assuming it counts to 12 if we're going for this line.
Surely it does, right? What does it get damage off of? I don't remember.
It's its own enhance. It gets for every 5.
Oh, based off 5 difficulty or higher. Yeah, it does. It's going to get to 12, and it does look like we're going to... it looks like we're being asked to count out the 5 diffs, so we're going to do it for our opponent here.
Show the stream all these cool ultra rares and alt darts.
Oh my god, this move is so big! It's got so many 5 diffs. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yep, that's.
Does Heat Ray indeed say printed?
I think it says 5 or greater. So, walk the dogs do count. Oh, I see what you're asking. I see. No. Holy, please, God, no. Do not let this be one of those game states.
How many did we count out?
Oh, man. We counted exactly 12, so we got 6 damage.
No. We didn't have it, the move. We counted more than 6 difficulty 5 moves.
I counted I thought there was 12 5 or greater.
If that's the case, then it was doing 18.
10, 12. Wait. It's 1 for every 2.
Oh, it's 1 for every 2?
Well, wasn't there 10 of them? Or 10 of them? Yeah, 10 of them doesn't make sense. Wait, how many were there? See, if we were on YouTube.com, this would be so easy. So easy.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see if that ends up mattering. Technically, there is an active ruling on that. I'm gonna launch us into a Be Right Back stream, and we're gonna check in on that since that is top 4. Hello, and we are back for the finals of this, what has been an absolutely exciting Webcam Warriors World Warrior Edition. How's it going, Dean? Excited?
It's going good, except for the fact that I despise Walk the Dog's static and how graveyard statics work in this game.
Yeah.
I just hate them so much. I despise it.
Yeah, that is what happened. So, because there was a little bit of confusion in the Twitch chat, what happened end of the game was we saw Heat Ray come down, and if you don't know how Walk the Dog works, the Walk the Dog has a static, and that static activates the first time that it's live and never does anything ever again. So the first time that the card is seen as live, it gets its new difficulty. So basically, the start of the turn, Jeremy had. What?
Isn't that not what was said? Isn't it that they update at the start of the turn?
Yeah. So sure. Okay. So the first time each turn that it's live. So if they're in your bin at the start of the turn,
yes,
it gets its new difficulty or whatever, right? So at the start of the turn, it was Jeremy had 2 foundations committed. So any Walk the Dogs that were in the bin were 6 difficulty. Any Walk the Dogs that then hit the bin later, it's whatever was committed at the time that they hit the bin.
No, because what people were saying in chat is that the difficulty updates at the start of the turn.
So any that are live, yes.
I know I am a fool and I know nothing. That's what I know.
Either way, there was no actual judge call. Everyone, all players, judges agree. Nothing was noticed. So either way, thing happened. Either way, the point being, Walk the Dog static does not does not update as the turn continues. So whenever a player commits a foundation, Walk the Dog does not randomly change its difficulty. It's whatever it is when exactly, updates the end of the rival's turn. Technically, either way, basically the first time each turn the static is available, it'll get its difficulty. And I believe all of the Walk the Dogs were 5 or more. They got their difficulty before we were 4 committed or whatever. But either way, it's the accepted game, so it doesn't super matter. The players both agreed on what happened. Like, there wasn't even a judge call, so there was nothing to happen. But I did see some confusion in the Twitch chat, so I wanted to cover that very quickly. Either way, though, we're going to get into the finals. We're going to have Elijah Wakeman of Let's Talk UVS on Chaos Crystal Lens that we've seen 3 times now. And Jet on Void Rodan, who we have not seen yet today, but is playing a very cool Void Rodan list. Dean, are you excited to get in here?
I'm so excited. Jet has been working on this deck, yapping about it with people, asking for advice, and I'm assuming I would be surprised if both these players don't take these decks to Worlds next week. I think Elijah has been really into these Chaos decks. Even in the 3v3, they were exploring the symbol. So, this potentially could be something next week in a much higher stakes situation. So I'm really excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, me too. So let's get right into it. No breaks, all gas. I will let them know that they can start. Although I think Sam's watching the stream, so they might get told already.
Justin, is it still on us or are we on the player cam?
It's not on us anymore. It's on player cam.
Okay. Remember when you left in the previous game to go use the bathroom?
I do. Just to be clear, we can be heard on stream.
Yeah. So I'm going to do that.
Oh, nice.
All right, chat. You're with
getting
Justin.
in here.
Don't burn everything down.
Burn everything down, first of all. So as we're getting into the start of this match, this is going to be an interesting one to watch. Void Rodan, obviously a very much a controlled deck. Going to try and block a lot. Going to try and build a big stage minus speed to things. Where Krista comes in is Krista interacts with these types of decks very interestingly, because Krista has possibly the best board breaking potential of any deck. If anyone remembers watching finals of nationals last year, the finals was Recovery Girl, this very heavy control, big board deck into, and that was Corey Nelson, into Travis on Krista. Which it's a little bit different of a list, but effectively a similar list to this. It was running Don't Do This. It was running, it wasn't running Steady Rampage. So even less explosive and long turns, even more of like a I'm gonna build out and do my game plan that way type of strategy. And if anyone's watching that match, it was no contest. It was so we'd actually played this matchup in testing, so we knew that Krista was really good into these control decks as like a mid-range option instead, and would easily board break them and have enough, commit, stun to kind of get there. So now we get to see, we really get to see, Rodan do a hopefully a similar thing, possibly build out here, and then, see if it stays true to, or is able to defend on low foundation counts as their entire board gets stunned. I do think I have my co-caster back finally.
What if I just got up and left again?
That'd be crazy. I lose track of my thoughts like so quickly, so I think I would have. It would not have been a good stream. I don't think I can yap to myself for that long about this game. I have to point out we have two different retro UVS mats. I'm pretty sure both of these are official UVS mats. I think the Street Fighter one is a old UFS set one, and then the Zolt one is obviously from the 7th Cross set, which, I have to say, based off mats alone, I hope that Jet wins this one. That Zolt mat is so cool.
Yeah, Zolt is definitely a very cool retro character. Multiple is a hell of a drug.
Anyways, how do you think this Rodan deck is going to fare as all of its foundations get turned sideways?
Well, I'm pretty sure I've watched Rodans get their shit kicked in by Krista's before. I think the first time Travis played this character in an event, I think I remember him doing messed up things to a Rodan. So,
yeah, I did bring up how Recovery Girl Krista, this very not quite doing the same thing as Rodan, but is doing a similar long-term game plan, a control style game plan. And Recovery Girl Krista was like a 100-0 matchup for Krista. So I'm curious if it's going to end up being the same thing here.
Yeah, I can't remember what symbol the Rodan I watched play against Krista was, but like it looked pretty decidedly in her favor when she stuns your whole stage and is stacking good checks, or I think this was a different time where it was like Frog Strike Krista with Deadlock, Deadlock ready 3 and stack 6 checks and stuff like that. But just for people wondering, Jet just wanted to turn a light on in their room real quick. So we got to do that, give us some more light, see what happens. Doing proper etiquette, showing the camera their hands, so we know no funny business is afoot. No rapscallion behavior.
I have to check before I do this bit. No cards up the sleeves. I think it is so funny if Jet was wearing a short sleeve shirt, so I could say no cards up the arms instead.
Oh, well, yeah, they could be there. Like, Jet could be hiding cards under their flesh. Anything to win, really.
Well, no, they showed us their hands, so we know they're not.
No, but it's like under the skin. You just like reach for it.
No, they showed us their hands, so it's not. We're going to play this heat tackle, which is interesting to see come down as an attack rather than as a block. Because I think that's more often when that happens. Although, you know, it is also a tension move. So it looks like maybe we're using it for the idea of tension here. And then immediately freezing the don't do this, which is going to stifle a lot of the offense of the Krista deck, forcing Elijah to take at least one more, you know, build turn here.
I love that they saw that line. That is fantastic. I think you are at death's door if there is a don't do this ready against Krista and you're Rodan. So opting to use the tension token to essentially buy a turn against that, I think is fantastic.
Yeah, we will have to see if that turn is enough in order to actually allow us to put some genuine damage on our next attacking turn. It could also just be, what if we just keep freezing it with our Roman cancels if we just keep seeing tension moves?
Yeah. I mean, you know, some issue that I had with Void Rodan in the format is I worry that the character does not have enough stage interaction. And I do think there exist decks that can manage it, can create a stage and a game state where they can break through Rodan's defenses. And, you know, interacting with the rival stage is a good way to stop that from happening. So the Roman cancel blue, making you essentially have your own Vast Hybrid, in a weird way, I think is a fantastic addition to the deck. And that's not to talk about any of the other things that card can do.
Like what?
Well, Justin, it can also cancel Wall Maria's Might. It can cancel Horrifying Realization, cancel long range support.
Can it?
You know, Justin, you're supposed to like bounce back off. Just like
no, that's absolutely fair.
Yeah.
If only it could cancel Krista herself. Unfortunately, we are only taking cards from our discard pile and putting them onto our deck. Though, as you pointed out, with the things that it can cancel, a timely cancel on a 3 that we stack does mean that we have to actually be more careful, make sure we are redundant with our ability to draw any attacks we might stack on top of our deck as Krista, which making a Krista player have to think more about their game plan is a very valid and good strategy. Speaking from experience, being even a little bit off your game or just having to have thought a little bit more during a match than you would have liked does make it where sometimes you make a really bad play as Krista because of the amount of decision points she has.
Yeah, and I don't know about anybody else. This could just be a problem with my own brain, which fair. But there's definitely times where my brain just discombobulates, and for whatever reason, for a split second, I make a gameplay action that is not in line with the thoughts that I'm making or having. Which is to say, I get overloaded by multiple decision points and make a misplay.
I have never once misplayed publicly on Krista. This does not bring up bad memories for me whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you played in the tournament and then beat all the Kristas with some deck that wasn't Krista, then this wouldn't be happening right now. Like, it wouldn't be on stream. You know, you had like some agency over this.
Did I though? I kind of had, you know, I feel like I was doing something else today, you know?
No, I don't think so. I think you had a free day.
You know, that's fair. We do have 7 counters as Krista here, and we do also have a determined advance coming through. Going to give us a bit of momentum. It's going to be easily one of the hardest cards for Rodans to deal with because this move's going to be 6 speed no matter what. That's right. Rodan, you don't get to interact with this one. You're either taking 6 damage or you're blocking a 6 speed move. That's going to be one of the valuable things in this matchup too, is like, you know, this anti-control inclusion that really, it, like I said, it's just impossible for them to interact with except by using one of their powerful answers to other cards, such as, you know, Filled with Doubt. But if we, you know, get them to burn a Filled with Doubt on our determined advance, that's going to be a Wall Maria's Might that we get to actually do the blitz of later.
Yeah, I do think if
we had a wall filled without. I think we probably would have used it on the wall Marias.
I tend to
So-
agree, which is why I think it was safe.
Yeah. Now, my understanding with determined advance here is it's one of those things where it's fine if you check a 5 to block it, but the game state can be immediately ruined if you check a 3 on the block.
It does look like we're going to check the 5 we needed, though. Surely that's a 5 check, right?
I think it's Altart Armor-Clad Faith.
That makes sense. Production enhance.
Zoom in on it. But yeah, the 1 mid from Rejuve, as well as it being the second card we've played, is pretty perfect. We get our 2 extra resources to hopefully find some more tricks. Maybe some barrier shields or filled with doubts or Genkais.
Yeah, that was definitely a 5 check. Now that we have a little bit better of a look at it.
All right, well, we've reached the game state where Rodan's completely tapped out, so definitely a good spot to be for Krista. We have +1 speed from our City Rampage. Rodan doesn't have control over the top of their graveyard anymore, so it's probably going to average around -2 speed. I think all the cards in the graveyard are 3. I think the top couple are 3 blocks, so...
The other very big deal with this crystal list and why it does so well into these control decks is we're going to be stacking a 3 as well. So even if we get the exact right amount of minus speed, we're only going to be blocking this because we're fully tapped out with a +0 block mod. So the fact that we're just removing that random chance, saying we know exactly what the Rodan player needs, means that this fast hybrid's going to probably hit.
Yeah,
That is one way to get control of the top of our
happened.
discard pile back.
Yeah, I really like watching Judd play Rodan because this is kind of, I think, the culmination of their efforts. I think those are really heads-up play to give yourself the best odds to be able to block. Especially knowing that Krista only has, I think, 1 counter on her character.
Yeah,
So
and
they
we
can't even
should
first
get...
enhance.
And we should hopefully get, with -4 speed on it, we're going to have this be a 3 speed move. Should be a 3 low for 7, I believe. Which means that since we can't stack here, we could try on the 5 check. If we have a 1 low.
3, 4.
We have a 2 low. We check the 5.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, that this probably should have hit, right?
Yeah, that was a 3 low. I think they just missed the City Rampage. Unfortunately, we are not judges, so that is on them to catch.
Yeah, but we still did. So
I can let them know.
If yeah, we'll see what the judge decides to do about it, but Rodan taking an extra 7 damage makes it so that almost every move is lethal. So forcing Rodan to block everything is a pretty meaningful situation. Now, Rodan's starting out with a repeated smash. Whoa, boy. Oh, yeah. Wait. The players have died. So is that because you...
Oh, that's on my end. Apologies.
So I actually killed the players myself with my bare hands. I grabbed them by their necks, my hand on each neck, right? So my left
The players
hand
are
is on
back up,
Elijah,
by the way.
my right hand on Jet.
Hold on, I'm still killing them. And then I like force choked them, but literally with my bare hands. So there wasn't really any force involved, like the Jedi force. You know what I'm saying? You understand where I'm coming from? I don't think you do, Justin. Guys, I don't think Justin knows.
I'm focused on the game here. So while I do know, I'm focused on this repeated $100 smash. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. That card's probably like $10 now. I definitely wasted my money buying that card. Very, very much a shame, but oh well. It was fun at the time while it lasted.
Was it? Was it really fun? It is crazy how the mighty have fallen so far. They just stopped printing punches.
Yeah. Yeah, we are playing two of our punches here. I think it could have been an interesting line. Well, I guess that goes about even. I don't know. This is definitely an interesting line we're taking. I'm curious to see if we have another repeated smash that comes down here to kind of complete the line and ready up quite a lot of our stage.
Yeah. Also, super nice that we checked a supersonic flight on this rejuve. Either we can remove it for the rejuve speed buff and the extra card, or we could save it for a future move where we incubating to like move around our graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, incubate, or we could just incubating draw with it, which is going to be the main value of incubating.
Yeah, but you can't pass up 4 speed, right? That's pretty crazy. But definitely a good spot for Rodin to be in with our opponent at 8 health. Now, I know sometimes it's difficult for Rodin to actually win the game, but 8's such a small number. We got Science Bros. Yeah, we got Science Bros and the double incubating to essentially say we have we have turned into Godzilla. We are not just giving speed up and down, but now we are giving 3 damage to our moves. Interesting. Why do you think Jet did that line where they went Foundation Rejuve as their last move? Because it looked like the Rejuve could have been game. I'm tentatively thinking about maybe Jet's trying to play around a runaway in hand and doesn't want to like go overboard for that and lose to it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the idea was with Foundation Rejuve. What was our ways to give it damage? Because Krista is sitting at 8 damage.
So it was Science Bros and Incubatings. Like, it was Science Bros.
Oh, you're right.
Plus.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Unfortunately, I was double checking something else, so I didn't quite see the line. I'm not sure why we went Foundation Rejuve there.
I get it if we wanted to play around a runaway. I think that's super reasonable. And then
is it if we play around the runaway by having an extra foundation to build?
No, we play around the runaway by attempting to play the Rejuve in a situation where if they do have the runaway, you don't lose the game to it.
Yeah, because we get to build the foundation that we played before the Rejuve.
Yeah, and so if we check the 5 on the Rejuve, we potentially pass it, but not because we checked the 3, we're not going to pass it.
Yeah. Okay. That is what I was saying. I don't think it came through very clearly, unfortunately, but I think that might be the main reason to have done that. And I'm curious if maybe we just overplayed into it. But it also could be a situation where we're not really concerned about dying on the next turn for Krista because of the fact that Elijah used so many of the wall counters that we had available.
Yeah. I think another good point about the redo is like, why not just hold it for a block trick or like the next turn? But maybe Jet already has one in their hand and they just wanted to like go for the higher odds, go for a play that if they check a 5 is likely lethal, and then they don't need it next turn because it's a 1 mid block and they already have one. I think that makes some sense.
Yeah, although, fast forwarding to the game state we have found ourselves in, Ice Sword Execution going to come down for Rodan. My least favorite attack to see across from me that is still playable by Rodan. Would you like to know my least favorite attack to see sitting across from me in my Rodan opponent's card pool, period? It's not playable anymore, which is a huge hint.
Sorry, which one's not playable?
My least favorite card to see in my opponent Rodan's card pool, having just played it from their hand.
You're losing me. My brain is exploding. We've seen too much universes. I sort of
you have not, no, I cannot talk like a normal person. I have also watched way too much universes. It would have been used against me multiple times in Denver. It's sweeping daggers. I just don't like sweeping daggers. That's all it was.
Oh,
not playable anymore.
I see. Okay. But what if we sweeping daggers, steal their wall Maria's Might, and put a wall counter on Rodan? Then we win the game.
This Reynolds 3 question. Anyways, I am protecting a bridge. We are going to see a very fast, very big Ice Sword Execution that committed a lot of our opponent's foundations and also froze one, presumably. I don't know what we froze, unfortunately. We are going to play another one, though, which is going to be even harder to block this time.
Oh, and it's stunned, too. How does it feel, Krista?
We actually instead chose Fearsome, trying to attack the draw, which makes sense. We could have stacked and drawn a runaway that would have guaranteed only put us to 3.
Yeah. So instead of taking the stun 2 and potentially losing on them checking a 5 on the runaway.
No, we wouldn't have failed on a 5 check. We would have had incredible display, our flipped Fearsome and Krista still up. It does look like that's the writing on the wall, though. Without being able to stack a runaway, we're just going to have to pack it up, unfortunately.
I would like to thank both of the players for having someone die in a relatively quickly amount of time. Big fan of that. I love seeing people die. It's awesome. And for the Rodan, that was my favorite. That is my favorite Rodan lethal because it's so unbelievably simple. Ice Sword. Likely 20 damage. Like it doesn't matter if we check 2 3s. Like we're able to pass it on basically every Rodan board state. So. I like the simplicity of that line very much so. No mumbo jumbo, 17 attack Mikasa string. No teaming with the attack titan airship, camouflage counter, Devil Jin line. Just here's a 10 damage move. Here's another 10 damage move. Die. I
do think Ice Sword Execution is easily the most slept on control card in existence currently. But it might be one of the most slept on cards, which is simply don't see a lot of people playing Ice Sword Execution. But whenever it comes down in multiples, it is very threatening. And in Rodan specifically, 10 damage is hard to beat. We're given his speed. It's going to hit. 10 damage is a lot of damage.
Yeah. And we had the Science Bros with triple incubating, so it's 14 damage. Like, even if we didn't do a ton of damage on the previous turns, like... 14 is a pretty great way to close out a game.
It certainly is. As we saw happen there exactly.
Counting our sideboard, very good etiquette in finals. Big fan of that.
Yeah, most everything above board here.
Let's see. So,
yes, Dan, as we're starting the game here, we did reveal all of our cards. Also look out on the MGLA socials. We're going to have all of the cards available in pristine form there, so you can just download them just directly.
yeah, we got a new walk dog. We got a new 4-check attack. And some pretty cool rares and uncommons. We did have 2 URs, yes. We showed them at the end of round 4. All right, Krista's
And
starting
we're
out
going
with-
to see Science Bros come down again. I do hate to sit across from my Rodan opponent and see Science Bros turn 1. Or really at all, to be honest.
Oh yeah, no, I know some of the games that I've won with Mikasa. Some of the easiest games that I've lost to Rodan with Mikasa is they had a Science Bros and Incubatings, and I just died. And then I distinctly remember a game at Buffalo where I Smiling Death the Science Bros early, and I was like, whew, we are safe for now.
Especially because it's even a better answer now with the rules change that, double uniques don't really go in your favor. So you really only ever want to play one unique at this point. Unless you happen to be one specific character in Mark Tyner. But, that guy doesn't count.
Yeah, that guy's not real.
So I was going to suggest if we could open with a Vast Hybrid to commit the Science Bros, I think that'd be really meaningful. But it's also possible that we want to wait for that line of play. Actually, no, we probably want to start with it so that Rodan can't play around it by committing the Science Bros to the response. But Determined Advance, pretty good start.
I think that's fair. I think Determined Advance might be our only better start because it is more difficult than the Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. So playing it second's not really an option, and it's easily going to be our single best source of early damage. Unfortunately, it was blocked, so it's not that. But I think if it could have been, that would have been our best starter there.
Oh man, yes. We have a 7-speed 6 damage move hit the table, and Chad being a good sport doing the 6-7 hand motion. Because at the end of the day, we're still just playing a game. Might be some money on the line, but got to be a little silly when you can,
Well, on the bright side, both of these players are walking away with at least $100. So while they're playing for an extra $100, they're both leaving with quite a good payout for a Universes event.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, everyone watching, you could have played. You could have put your hat in the ring for this $100. Although we do appreciate the views as well. So
we want Rodan to lose health. No, Rodan is getting unscathed this turn. I swear to God. Maybe they're getting unscathed. How much is that? 3, 4, 5.
I do think it's interesting that we opted to play our Walk the Dog into this heat tackle that is going to make it where we don't get to draw cards.
Yeah, but we still get to rebuy our momentum and knock off almost half of Rodan's health. They would never have the barrier shield, by the way.
They'd also
They only
if
have one card in
they would
hand.
check a 3 on the barrier shield.
They only have one card in hand as well.
You're silly. What if they barrier shield, check a supersonic flight, and then Rodan remove it, draw a low block? Huh? You ever think of that?
That's a good point. My bad.
Yep. I'm sorry, Justin. Look, I am happy that Rodan has lost some health. We got a close game. Got to make sure our Rodan opponents keeps it honest. They gotta be sweating a little bit. They only have 21 health.
We are playing a gun pointed right at our opponent's backups, none of which they have, unfortunately. You are right, though. It is absolutely a good thing that we got half the health of this Rodan down.
Yeah, now we might be losing half our health because Science Bros double incubating is pretty good.
Yeah, based on the fact that we're removing some attacks here, I believe we might be trying to get to the threshold to be able to look at more cards with Rodan.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that we chose to remove Hacker. I don't know where it was in the graveyard, but I would assume you'd want to potentially leave the 4-block mod in there. But I'm sure Jet's thinking about the order of their graveyard and Rodan enhances. So sniping the wall Marias is where you want to be.
Yeah, we even took an extra second to really think on that one. Possibly, vibing out where the most important card was. Is Elijah the type of person to put it on the right-hand side or the left-hand side? Possibly one of the most important decisions of the entire game.
You can just roll a dice for it, right? Like you don't have to pick.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I am a dice roller when it comes to those random removals.
Yeah, you would say that, Yu-Gi-Oh player.
Dude, I want to leave it up to chance. I got 2 cards in hand. It's a 50-50. Decide my outcome.
I like the look on my opponent's face when I point at their card and it's the exact one they didn't want me to remove.
Where's the don't do this? We're supposed to find a don't do this and make Rodan explode.
We do need to find that. I think if we don't find it in our next hand, it's honestly worth it to just try and get one before our next turn by playing a poke and stacking it with Krista. We are going to see that Ice Sword Execution come down.
I definitely have not done it in any decks recently, but something I really like about Ice Sword, at least thinking about it, is there is a lot of redundant cards in Universes that are like very similar roles. And so I think it's a really cool idea to potentially play slightly suboptimal, well, maybe they don't have to be suboptimal, but playing different named cards that do the same thing so your opponent's Ice Swords aren't as backbreaking. So, like in this instance, we've chosen to play at least 3 fast friendship in our deck. Perhaps there's some other 1-diffs you can play that give a similar amount of speed hate, but they fill a slot. They fill the same slot, but have a different name, so Ice Sword is not stun 3. Now, it might not actually matter, but I do think there's a cool way to approach some of your deck building if you're worried about Ice Sword Execution.
I don't disagree at all, and I think it'd be very interesting, especially if you're choosing to play a lot of the if you're choosing to play like 1 difficulty commit for -2 speed, and like all the different ones that give an extra minus speed based off some random attribute on the card. -3 if it's a fire attack, or -3 if it's a good attack or whatever. But you could play all of those.
Yeah. And they actually made the good and evil one in Godzilla Reign of Kaijus. I don't remember who revealed it, but I know I saw it. It's an evil attune card that says, "I hate you, good attacks. Die."
And having sat where Elijah sits with a 10 high 12 Ice Sword Execution aimed at my face, I don't I think it's very unfortunate for us as Elijah that we are taking 12 instead of doing anything about this move. It does look like either we just drew a no block or we had it. We were stuck with a no block in hand, which is going to be the downside of running something like steady aim.
Justin, you want to know what my favorite tight end attack in the game is? My favorite giant difficulty, big statted move?
What is this riddle you're giving me, man?
It's Ice Sword Execution. Because apparently it's a 10 high for 12. That's tight end stats.
Have you watched Yu Yu Hakusho?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that guy's a Titan.
It was a 10 high for 12. It's got to be a Titan. That's so
I think the guy in the picture on the card is a Titan.
Yeah. He's got a giant ice sword. It's a giant ice sword execution.
Exactly. You get it. We are going to be able to block this one, but the question is going to be how committed out we are. I think based on the fact that we committed Nonagon, I think Jet is saying they're pretty confident they're going to get this one.
The gravity beam.
And with focus gravity beam getting played. It's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
He said the line.
So as long as we have one more move, and as long as we put a 5 check on top of our deck, this looks like it might be it. And our predictions might be entirely wrong. And this Rodan deck just Rodan deck or Jet themselves just has it in the bag instead.
I just want to point out that if they removed a Armor-Clad Faith as their first enhance, this would have been a 7 mid for 5. I just need to let people know that there was a 7 mid for 5 at one point.
It doesn't look like it's going to matter whether it was a 7 mid for 5 or not.
So I see what you're saying, and it does appear that 5 is more than 3, and Jet will be winning this Webcam Warrior standard tournament, the last tournament before Worlds, with their Void Rodan deck. A strategy as old as time, but I really like a lot of the stuff we got to see. Some minor upgrades, but it's these micro decisions that I think really matter about really trying to give yourself the best edge for events against such good players.
Yeah, I think we just saw a deck that was well prepped. I think while we thought we knew what the challenges were going to be, we didn't see any of those challenges, and instead we saw what Rodan's been doing for almost his entire lifespan, but not for the last year, surprisingly. Which is, what if we play the big ones that are good pokes, and what if we give them a lot of speed? Even going all the way back to the origins of a Rejuve Smash in our Rodan deck. That said, we're going to go see if we want to do a winner's interview with Jet. So we're going to go back quickly to a be right back screen, and we'll see if we're coming back to that or if we're just going off the stream for now. And we're back with a winner interview with our Webcam Warrior, the World Warrior Edition winner, Jet on Void Rodan. And I'll have the very first question here, which is going to be, how are you doing, Jet? Are you happy you won?
I guess.
By the way.
Thank you. Yeah. This was pretty cool. I showed up because Marvin tagged me on Friday and was like, well, he tagged everybody in the UAL Discord and was like, you guys should get practice for Worlds. I'm like, that seems like a good idea. So I brought my Worlds deck, and it did pretty good. So I'm hoping that means I'll do good at Worlds.
Makes sense. I also hope it does good at Worlds. Yeah, it definitely put on a strong showing in finals. Unfortunately, because Dean hates you so much, we did not have you on stream for anything other than finals.
Well, yeah, everybody else was playing cool decks, and I'm playing Rodan. Everybody hates blocking, I guess, except for me and Phil Birch. So
yeah, that's what Dean said. Actually, that was his exact words. Would you like to defend yourself now, Dean?
So we could have had you on. So the point we could have had you was round 4.
Oh, well, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah. But it's fine. You forced us to have you on by playing well. That's the way to do it.
That's the way to go.
So, there wasn't as many people, so we gotta pick our choices. And I did expect Rodan to do well, so I figured we'd see you at some point on stream. I do want to ask, how are you feeling about the list? I know you've been grinding this list, iterating on it, talking to people about it, and we see success here.
This is probably the first time I've played this deck. So for those not in the know, which should be nobody because I talk about it everywhere, for the last probably exactly 2 months, because it was right after Buffalo, I make a Rodan list, I play a couple games, and I send it in whatever Discord and yap for like 5 minutes, and then I ask for responses and suggestions, and then I play it again and I make changes. This is probably the first time I have played the list or played the deck where I'm like, I'm pretty happy with where it's at. I don't think I would make any changes. I have some ideas, but the first time I played the deck where I haven't been like, oh God, there's a glaring issue and my deck is bad.
Yeah, which is certainly where you want to be.
Victory.
Yeah, exactly. Complete victory. Certainly where you want to be. I think my major curiosity is because Dean has all the lists. I didn't do as good of a job because I kneecapped myself by only having one monitor currently. So looking at lists was a little bit harder for me. But I believe the only punches in your deck were, is Striker have Beam and Punch? Am I an idiot?
No.
Okay, so was it just Reduce Smash and Repeated?
No, I have 4 Heat Tackles. Those are punches.
Oh yeah, those are punches. So is Heat Tackle, what was the difference maker this time around to bring Rejuve Smash back, or sorry, Repeated back? Because people have kind of been off of Repeated for a while now.
Oh, well, I don't know who people is, but I think that's very wrong because, I'm pulling out the card like you're going to see it. It's Powerful 3, which Rodan needs damage. It's EX3, which is another button you can press. And it also now has text in the Mark Tyner matchup, which is very cool. You just go Repeated and they make your check a 3, and then you make it 10 damage and they get sad.
I love that. I'm so happy about that.
It's awesome. I've play tested into Mark Tyner, and I'm sitting here like I just build for 4 turns and hold 4 Repeateds, and I can't lose.
That's the best. I love knowing that guy can die. That's so sick.
No, that's fair. I definitely was referring. I thought the list that Phil played in Atlanta didn't have Repeated, but also
I don't remember that. That might be true. If there's one thing I've learned from posting in everywhere all the time, asking about people's Rodan opinions, it's that nobody has the same opinion. I've talked to like Nate DeWald and Marvin from UAL and Andrew Porat and everyone in all the Discords. A lot of people who are very good at the game, and I've had people be like, "Knots Flash sucks. You shouldn't play it. Knots Flash is great. You should keep it at 1. Galactic Monster sucks. You shouldn't play it. Galactic Monster, you should be playing 4 copies." Like there's no consensus, which makes me feel great because I don't have to worry about being like, well, everybody says I should do this. No, I want to do what I want to do, and it's good, I guess.
That's awesome. I will say the other, in addition to no one having the same opinion, the other thing I've noticed about a lot of people in the community is that everyone seems to have very strong opinions no matter what. It's never like, well, I don't like Knots Flask. It's like, no, Lost Flask sucks. Why are you running that card?
Yeah, that's the card gamer special. Everybody has really hard opinions on things until they change. When AOT3 got previewed, I was like, damn, this Mikasa character sucks. And then it did well, and I'm like, damn, this Mikasa character is broken.
That's crazy. I still think Mikasa sucks. I think that character's bad. All right, it's crazy in one regional.
Mikasa. It's crazy.
That deck's never killing anybody. All right, draw cards has never been good in a single card game in my entire life.
That's true. I'm definitely not playing like 20 cards in my main deck to beat Mikasa.
No, you wouldn't do that. There's just no way. I don't even think Heat Tackle has text actually.
No, and Scales of Juno is just vanilla. Like it cancels airship.
Yeah. It's got a nice alt art. That's why it's in the.
That's true. That's why I'm playing all 4 copies.
I think regarding the deck, I did want to ask because it means so much to me to see Acid Splash in your side deck still. Because it fits
it's a good card. What?
Hell yeah.
The void symbol has no. I literally was sitting here like so. Fun fact about this particular Acid Splash: before it was in my deck, it was sitting in my car for like 4 months. It's been in my center console because I had a friend borrow it for an LC we drove to Orlando for, and then one day, oh God, what was I doing? I think it was because I was talking about Mina 2 and Heroic, and then at the same time I was talking to somebody like Void has no answers to things in people's stages like permanently. Yeah, I can play Ice Sword and I can freeze it, but sometimes games go longer than 2 more turns. It'll just blow something up. And then I was looking at this card, I'm like, oh, it has Void. So you go Heat Tackle, Acid Splash, and you blow up their Warp Pleasure, their Science Bros, or their good card.
Yeah, dude, it's so great. During your match, I was talking about just how important it could be to like Vast Hybrid A Science Bros from Krista's perspective, and like, yeah, Acid Splash is that role for you. It's fantastic.
Yeah, so that's another reason Repeated is good. If Kraken's a broken card, you just ready the card they froze. And that's another reason Heat Tackle is good. Nobody plays around Blue Roman Cancel. I lost a game in testing because I went, yeah, I can draw a card with Science Bros, and they froze my Science Bros, and it was off lethal by 1 next turn, and I was very upset. So
yeah, I do think it's true that no one plays around blue, which is why I was very like ecstatic about the fact that you had the heads up play of freezing, don't do this. And that being the difference maker on that turn specifically, where you just don't get there. As Fidu was pointing out in the chat, I was a complete non-believer. I totally thought that Krista just I kind of thought that was gonna be the story of the match, was Krista was gonna mollywop Rodan. So I'm very glad to see that's not what happened, and I'm even more glad to see that Rodan
was gonna happen.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm very glad to see that Rodan players can indeed end the game. That we're not just playing for an hour.
Oh man. People don't believe that you can kill people. You just have to try harder.
That's true. That's
all these Rodan players that are like, oh man, I guess I have to block and pass. Haven't had a life-changing experience where their opponent just build passes for 4 turns and then kills them. You gotta kill people, man. They'll kill you first.
You do.
Yeah,
you must end their life. You have to.
But with all that, unless Dean has any more specific questions, once again, congratulations, taking home at least $200, and I think some other pricing. I don't remember. I didn't double check the pricing, but I know it's got the cash pricing at least, which is almost certainly the most exciting part. Hopefully, going to go a long way at Worlds next week. Which you talked about how this is your Worlds deck. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we'll be happy to see you at Worlds as well, and everyone else who's going to Worlds. With that, we're gonna go back to just me and Dean and do.
I did want to ask one last thing.
Sorry, one second. I gotta defend myself. Sorry, Dean. I said that Recovery Girl Krista was a 100-0 matchup. I never once said Rodan Krista was a 100-0 matchup. All right, if you're gonna quote me right. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Dean.
I just wanted to add, Jet, if you had any shout outs. You're the winner.
My shout out is to Inspired Design. This card is broken, and you should play it. This card is so broken.
Deadlock win the game.
Deadlock win the game. It's back. People thought it was gone. It's back. I played in the Webcam Wednesday on Wednesday, and I played against a Mothra 1, and I went redirecting push with 3 inspired designs because I had the third one for my sideboard, and it was for like 30 damage.
Incubating is broken. Inspired design is broken. It's crazy. Oh my god.
Yeah, but with
That's
that, love the
perfect.
shout out. We'll say bye to Jet for now, as we're gonna go ahead and sign off the stream real quick. All right, Dean, it's just us. We're safe now. Rodan cannot hurt us. All right, it's not scary. Krista certainly wins the matchup. I don't have to change any of my opinions. I've never been proven wrong about anything. How was your day today? Did you enjoy all the matches we watched, Dean?
Yeah, I had a ton of fun. I think I'm also going to locals after this to play some more universes. So
Awesome. We love that. I'm still getting misquoted. So I will be contacting my lawyer. Dean, you can practice in Massachusetts, right?
yeah, man, for sure. Oh, yeah.
I definitely believe
that.
him. But with that, I want to give one final big shout out. I have to find this somewhere else. So give me one moment. To all of the sponsors that helped make this event great. Surely this won't take too long to pull up, but I don't miss anyone. So big thank you. They're showing during every Be Right Back screen, but in case you missed any of them, thank you to Let's Talk UVS, Response on Play, Stark Dark, the Trading Post, and Undefeated at Locals for helping Sam put this event together. Big thank you to Sam once again for the opportunity to actually cast this event. So far, MGLA has casted or hosted, I should say, the streams for 2 different events, and I personally have had a blast. Hopefully, Dean has the same, getting a chance to cast and chat with all the people who watched, and then thank you for anyone who followed and subbed today. And I have yapped enough. Did you have anything before we sign off here, Dean?
I can't wait to see everybody next week. Everyone coming to
Yeah.
Worlds. I can't wait to hang out with them, shoot the shit, have some drinks, play some games. Like, it is, at the end of the day, we're just playing a game with some friends, and that's what it's all about. This was the best.
Absolutely. But with that, that's gonna be it for us today. We're gonna sign off. Send you guys to a thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys the next time we're given the chance to cast this again. Thank you guys for watching.
Thank you.